Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku met Toga as a child and changed her fate. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. A 4-year-old boy with green hair was filled with excitement as he wondered about his future. He was eager to discover if he had a quirk, a unique ability that would grant him powers, which typically manifested at the age of 4. This anticipation thrilled him because he dreamed of becoming a hero who would save people with a smile, just like his favorite hero, All Might. Izuku asked his mother if his quirk would be as strong as All Might's, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Inko reassured him that it would be a powerful ability, one that could even surpass All Might's. However, inside, she felt nervous, as neither she nor her husband possessed strong quirks. Confident in his mother's words, the boy calmed down and eagerly awaited the doctor's arrival with the results. After about 10 minutes, the doctor emerged with some papers, causing Izuku to burst with excitement as he quickly inquired about his quirk. The doctor, upon hearing All Might's name, momentarily grimaced but quickly masked his reaction. He informed the young boy that his quirk was quite rare and not officially recorded. He explained that while it could cause him severe headaches when used, this might change as he grew older or became more resilient to the pain. Unfortunately, the doctor admitted they were unsure of its exact capabilities and suggested that it might be best for him to give up on the idea of being a hero. Izuku felt confused, struggling to grasp the doctor's words. He understood that he was being told to give up on his dream, which made him sad. Turning to his mother, he asked with a trembling voice if he could still be a hero. Seeing her son in tears, Inko rushed to embrace him and gently reassured him that a quirk does not have to be strong from the start. It was up to him to make it powerful, and she would support him in his choice to use it for good. Hearing his mother's encouraging words calmed him, and with newfound determination, he promised her that he would become the #1 hero. After this emotional moment, Inko signed the necessary papers regarding her son's quirk, leaving the doctor's office with a cold demeanor, feeling upset that her son had cried. Once home, Izuku dashed to his room and asked his mother to play his favorite video, one where All Might saved several people from an accident. Watching the video brought a bright smile to his face, and he declared to his mother that he would become a hero just as amazing as All Might. Inko smiled back, confident that he would achieve his dream. The next morning, Izuku was at school, chatting with his friend Bakugo, who asked if he had learned about his quirk yet. Izuku replied that he had and had not, explaining that the doctor had said it was a power without any records and that he might experience severe headaches if he used it. Bakugo, after a moment of contemplation, began to laugh, teasing Izuku about it being as good as having no quirk at all. Izuku stood still, absorbing Bakugo's words, which were laced with arrogance. Bakugo continued, asserting that Izuku was silent because he knew Bakugo was right. Izuku kept his gaze down, listening quietly. As Bakugo insulted him, other children gathered, drawn by the commotion. Bakugo declared that from that day forward, everyone would call Izuku Deku, a name that also meant useless. Laughter erupted among the children, and Izuku, feeling a sense of disappointment, stated that if that was all Bakugo had to say, he would leave. He expressed that it had been a waste of time to think Bakugo would help him discover and control his quirk. With that, he walked away, leaving everyone surprised as they had expected him to cry or plead for Bakugo to stop. The next day at school, Izuku faced the consequences of not knowing his quirk, enduring mockery and sometimes even physical bullying. Thus began the journey of how Izuku would strive to become the greatest hero in the world, perhaps even in history. The next morning, Izuku went to school as he usually did. However, upon entering the classroom, he was met with a sudden explosion in his abdomen from Bakugo, causing him to fall backward in pain. Bakugo, filled with anger, confronted him about their previous encounter. Izuku, regaining his composure, responded calmly yet with a hint of irritation, stating that he wouldn't let Bakugo mock him just because he didn't have a quirk. This unexpected reply left Bakugo momentarily speechless, as Izuku had not called him by his usual nickname. But once Bakugo recovered from his surprise, his anger flared even more, and he began to attack Izuku with his quirk. Izuku attempted to fight back, but it was clear he was outmatched. He lacked experience and strength, and Bakugo's quirk only intensified the beating he received. The fight continued until their teacher intervened. Despite the rough treatment he had just endured, Izuku did not lower his gaze or cry over his injuries. Instead, he picked up his backpack, which had been knocked away, and returned to his seat. Thus began the life of our protagonist. At first, only a few kids, primarily Bakugo's friends, teased him. They believed that if Bakugo's quirk caused him so much harm, it must be incredibly powerful, and once Izuku awakened his own quirk, he would seek revenge. However, those thoughts faded over the months as Izuku still had not awakened his quirk. 2 years later, Izuku stayed a bit late after school to assist his teacher with some tasks. He was quite intelligent for his age and had dedicated himself to both physical and mental training. At just 6 years old, he had a surprisingly fit physique and intelligence that could impress even his teachers, matching that of a child 2 years his senior. After leaving school, he decided to relax at a nearby park. While walking, he noticed Bakugo and his gang bullying a blonde girl with 2 pigtails who appeared to be the same age as him. Seeing this, he rushed over to stand in front of the girl, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Bakugo. He firmly told Bakugo to stop, questioning how cowardly he must be to attack a girl alone with his friends. The girl was taken aback, her tears halting as she realized someone was standing up for her. Bakugo, irritated, warned Izuku to stay out of it, claiming the girl would become a villain in the future and that they were only preventing that. Izuku, confused, asked why the girl should be labeled a villain simply because of her quirk. Bakugo retorted that the girl's quirk activated only when she drank blood, mocking her in the process. The girl lowered her gaze, feeling faint from her injuries. Izuku, instead of joining in the mockery, began to laugh, surprising the girl who expected him to ridicule her as well. He then declared that it was foolish to judge someone based solely on their quirk. He believed that regardless of her abilities, she had the right to choose her own path, and if she wanted to be a hero, he would support her. The girl, moved by his words, started to cry but with a smile, before fainting. Bakugo, still angry, dismissed Izuku's optimism, questioning how anyone could think the girl could be a hero while drinking blood. Izuku, undeterred, confidently stated that he believed she could become a great hero one day. With a smile, she approached Bakugo. At that moment, a fight began between Izuku and Bakugo. They exchanged blows, but Izuku had the advantage. Even without a quirk, he had trained in a fighting style that allowed him to attack and block Bakugo's strikes. Flashback. Izuku had arrived home and greeted his mother. She noticed he was injured and, concerned, asked how it happened. He decided to be honest and explained that since he hadn't awakened his quirk, his classmates had been bothering and hitting him. This upset Inko, and she asked her son if he wanted to learn a martial art to defend himself. Izuku, confused, asked what kind. Inko suggested Taekwondo, where he could use his hands and feet for defense. Thus, Izuku began to train his body, mind, and Taekwondo skills. In flashback, after a tough battle, Bakugo lay semi-conscious on the ground, while Izuku was injured. He urged Bakugo to give up, stating that he wouldn't be able to win and hoped he wouldn't be such a poor sport as to have his friends attack him. Bakugo, frustrated, declared that one day he would defeat Izuku and unleashed one last explosion. Izuku barely managed to dodge the blast and turned back to Bakugo, intending to deliver a final blow, but found him lying unconscious. He sighed and addressed the other children who had been watching. He told them to take Bakugo away and not to return, which startled them. Without hesitation, the children grabbed Bakugo and ran off. Once they were gone, Izuku sighed again and approached the girl, who was unconscious and injured. He tried to help her, but exhaustion made it difficult to move. As a last resort, he attempted to use his quirk, hoping it would be healing to assist her. However, despite his efforts, he couldn't activate it, leading to frustration and tears as he questioned how he could be a hero if he couldn't save the girl in front of him. With one final effort, he focused intently and placed his hand over her, waiting for his quirk to awaken. After a few moments, his hand began to glow, filling him with joy as he noticed her wounds starting to heal. However, that happiness quickly turned to indescribable pain, which he endured to continue healing her. Tears streamed down his face from the pain of using his quirk, and once he finished, he collapsed, unconscious. In the previous chapter, the two children were left unconscious on the ground. After about 30 to 40 minutes, the girl began to wake up. The first thing she saw was the green-haired boy who had protected her. She felt fear, thinking that the children who had been bothering her had left her badly hurt. However, upon closer inspection, she realized he didn't have many injuries, so she dismissed that thought. The girl decided to stay with the green-haired boy to take care of him and later thank him for protecting her. After about 10 minutes, Izuku began to stir. Noticing this, the girl approached him and, leaning over, simply expressed her gratitude. Although Izuku was still a bit confused, he remembered everything that had happened and smiled at her. He reassured her that it was what a hero would do. The girl felt sad, saying that it was her fault he got hurt. Izuku insisted she shouldn't worry about it, explaining he wasn't too injured, just a few scrapes and fatigue. He then shifted the conversation, asking why the other kids had started to hit her. She explained that she had been walking and saw them playing, so she asked if she could join. They agreed, but then one boy suggested they play heroes and villains. When they asked her about her quirk, she hesitated, fearing they would mock her. Izuku, confused by her pause, prompted her to continue. She asked him to promise not to laugh, which he did with a reassuring smile. She then revealed that after sharing her quirk, they had insulted her, calling her a villain or useless. She had tried to ignore them, but one boy began to hit her and used his quirk to create small explosions. Seeing her tears, Izuku approached her, but she flinched, closing her eyes in anticipation of a blow. Instead, he surprised her with a comforting hug, which made her start to cry as she embraced him back. After a moment, Izuku released her from the hug, wiped her tears, and reassured her that he wouldn't mock her. The girl brightened, thanking him with a smile. Curious, Izuku asked for her name. She introduced herself as Himiko Toga and asked for his name in return. He smiled and told her he was Izuku Midoriya. He then asked her about her quirk. Toga explained that her quirk allowed her to imitate a person's appearance, including their voice, but she had to drink their blood to transform. Izuku found it fascinating, suggesting that if she were a heroine, she could disguise herself as a villain to gather information. With stars in her eyes, Toga expressed her excitement. This surprised the girl, who fell silent. Izuku, feeling impatient, asked if she could teach him. Toga, still taken aback that Izuku hadn't insulted her, responded that she needed to take blood from someone. Izuku thought for a moment and then smiled, saying he had an idea and asked her to wait. Toga nodded as she watched him walk away. After about 5 minutes, Izuku returned with a needle, which confused Toga. She questioned why he had it, unsure of his intentions. Izuku explained that since her quirk activated when she drank blood, he thought he would offer his own. Toga quickly stopped him, worried that the boy who had defended her might get hurt. Izuku reassured her, saying he wanted to see her quirk. Toga insisted that she didn't want him to get hurt just to see it. Izuku pondered for a moment and then suggested they both do it so she wouldn't feel bad. Toga, confused, asked how that would work. Izuku explained that she would drink his blood, and he would drink hers. Toga hesitated but eventually agreed, albeit reluctantly. Thus, they both pricked their fingers and drew a little blood. Toga was the first to drink Izuku's blood, and he encouraged her to transform into him. She did, and Izuku was amazed to find that her transformation also changed her voice. Afterward, Izuku took Toga's blood and curiously asked how she activated her quirk. Toga explained that she simply imagined the person she wanted to become. As Izuku thought about her, he unintentionally transformed into her. Toga noticed the change and asked if this was his quirk. Izuku, surprised, replied that he didn't know what had happened. Toga questioned whether it was his quirk, and Izuku clarified that his quirk allowed him to heal others, which was why he had no injuries. They both contemplated this until Toga suggested that perhaps his quirk allowed him to copy others' quirks as well. Izuku agreed that they needed to test this theory and proposed they go to his house. He then asked how Toga deactivated her quirk. Toga, a bit flustered, warned him not to do it yet because when she deactivated her quirk, her clothes disappeared, leaving her exposed. Izuku understood and agreed to go to his house. Just as they were about to leave, Izuku began to feel strange, alarming Toga. Without hesitation, she pricked her finger and offered it to him, urging him to think of her and transform into her. Izuku complied, and Toga explained that this reaction occurred when her quirk was about to deactivate, as it depended on the amount of blood she consumed. Izuku, confused, asked why it hadn't happened to her since they had consumed almost the same amount of blood. Toga speculated that perhaps his copying of her quirk hadn't adapted well to him. They decided it was best to hurry to his house before anything else happened. Upon arriving, they rushed into Izuku's room without greeting his mother, who was engrossed in the television. Once inside, Izuku asked Toga how she could return to her normal appearance. Toga explained that she just had to think of herself again. Grateful, Izuku took some of his clothes and went to the bathroom, leaving Toga alone. When he returned, he suggested that Toga drink more of his blood so she could stay transformed while he accompanied her home. Toga looked down and asked if he could lend her some clothes first, her tone serious yet sad. Noticing her sadness, Izuku complied and showed her where the bathroom was. When Toga came back, she still seemed downcast and mentioned that she guessed he wanted to know why she was sad. Izuku expressed his concern but reassured her that if she didn't want to share, it was okay, understanding that it might be something heavy. The green-haired boy spoke a bit seriously. Toga expressed that she needed to share her feelings, even if it meant revealing her struggles. She explained that her parents had insulted her upon discovering her quirk, calling her useless and saying she would never be a hero. The 2 years she spent with them were torturous, culminating in her abandonment in an alley after they had hurt her, leaving her in tears. Izuku remained silent, unsure of what to say, so he simply embraced her. Feeling his warmth, Toga began to cry heavily, prompting Izuku's mother to rush upstairs, concerned about her son. When Inko entered the room, she was surprised to see her son holding a small girl who was sobbing uncontrollably. After a few minutes, Toga calmed down but continued to hold on to Izuku until she noticed Inko's presence, causing her to pull away quickly, her cheeks flushed. Inko greeted them with a smile and asked if Izuku would introduce his friend. Seeing his mother's smile eased Izuku's nerves as he introduced Toga, explaining that he had met her at the park. Inko expressed her happiness that Izuku had made a friend, but then her expression turned serious as she inquired about Toga's tears. Both Izuku and Toga felt nervous, but they shared everything that had happened, including the incident at the park. Inko was taken aback and approached Toga, who, feeling distrustful, hid behind Izuku. Izuku reassured Toga that his mother was kind and meant no harm. Toga stepped out from behind him, closing her eyes in fear, but opened them when she felt Inko's warm embrace. Inko comforted Toga, assuring her that they did not judge anyone based on their quirk. This gesture brought tears of happiness to Toga, who expressed her gratitude to both of the green-haired individuals. Once everyone had calmed down, Toga mentioned that she should leave so as not to impose. Inko, still smiling, asked if she could ask Toga something. Toga, a bit nervously, agreed. Inko then asked if Toga would like to live with them. Toga froze for a moment before politely declining, not wanting to be a burden. Inko insisted that Toga was not a burden, as she was Izuku's friend, which made her special. Izuku added that their home was spacious enough for all three of them. Toga agreed but stated she had one condition: she wanted Izuku to be her friend. Surprised, Izuku responded that they had always been friends. Toga then asked Inko if she could live with them, to which Inko happily agreed, requesting that Toga call her Aunt Inko instead of Mrs. Midoriya. Toga smiled through her tears and agreed. After this heartfelt moment, the three embraced until Inko reminded them that lunch was ready. Later, the new family gathered at the dining table, enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Izuku excitedly announced that he had awakened his quirk. Inko, thrilled, asked what it did. Toga chimed in, calling him Izuku, to which he requested she simply call him Izuku. Toga agreed, suggesting she would call him Izuku instead. Inko, amused by their new nicknames, prompted them to share more about Izuku's quirk. Toga explained that it allowed Izuku to heal others' wounds without leaving scars. Inko was impressed, and Izuku proudly added that he believed his quirk could also allow him to copy the quirks of those he healed. Toga elaborated that they were unsure if the copying was permanent or temporary, and that it might not be perfect as his body would need to adapt. Inko listened intently, processing the surprising information. Toga continued, explaining that they were still figuring out the full extent of Izuku's abilities. Inko was left in awe, realizing just how remarkable her son's quirk truly was. Izuku expressed his excitement with a big smile, eager to test his ability to copy people's quirks. Inko, his mother, looked at him with a hint of confusion and asked how he planned to do that. Izuku explained that it would hurt a lot since using his quirk often caused him severe headaches. He then suggested a plan to his mother. She could make a small scratch, and he would heal her afterward to see if he could use her quirk. Inko agreed but cautioned him not to overexert himself. After their conversation, Inko went to the kitchen, took a knife, and made a small cut on her finger. As they had discussed, Izuku healed her, but the effort caused him to faint afterward. Inko and Toga carried the unconscious boy to his room for him to rest and recover. After settling him in, Inko returned to the kitchen, but Toga expressed her desire to stay and watch over Izuku. Inko smiled and told her to let her know when he woke up, to which Toga happily agreed. About 20 minutes later, Toga noticed Izuku beginning to stir and rushed to inform Inko. The two women quickly made their way to Izuku's room, where they found him sitting up in bed. Inko asked how he was feeling, her concern evident. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, smiling brightly. Toga, still a bit worried, asked if he was in any pain. He insisted he was okay and then shifted the topic, asking his mother how to activate and control her quirk. Inko, now more relaxed, explained that her quirk was telekinesis, which activated when she thought about moving an object. Izuku concentrated, and to his delight, one of his all-might toys began to float, showcasing the power of his quirk. Toga, impressed, remarked on how incredible it was that Izuku could copy quirks, while she could only transform into someone else. Izuku pondered for a moment before proposing an idea. He suggested that since Toga's quirk activated when she consumed blood, perhaps it could also allow her to use the quirks of those she transformed into, as she would be taking in their DNA. Toga considered this, her expression a mix of hope and uncertainty. Izuku reassured her that even if it didn't work, her quirk was still amazing. Inko encouraged Toga to take a bit of her blood to try using her quirk. After a small cut on her finger, Inko offered Toga some of her blood. When Toga drank it, she transformed into Inko and, with a mix of nerves and excitement, attempted to make another toy float. To everyone's surprise, it worked, and Toga was overwhelmed with joy, realizing her quirk was not useless after all. Izuku beamed at Toga, celebrating her success. Toga, filled with happiness, hugged him tightly. Inko, with a maternal smile but a slightly ominous tone, reminded them that it was time to eat and that Toga needed to bathe before bed. Both children, startled, hurried to follow her instructions. Later, as they sat in the dining room, Izuku asked Inko where Toga would sleep, noting their limited space. Inko explained that Toga would stay with him until they could prepare a room for her. Izuku was fine with this, but he felt it was important to check with Toga first. After a few moments, Toga emerged from her bath and asked Inko the same question. Inko shared her plan, and Toga expressed that she didn't mind, but wanted to confirm with Izuku. Inko assured her that he had no objections. Thus, the day ended with the two children sharing a room while Inko slept in hers. The next morning, Toga woke up, realizing with joy that she truly had a new family. Overcome with emotion, a single tear fell onto Izuku, who had been sleeping beside her. The gentle touch stirred him awake, and he looked at Toga with sleepy eyes, wondering if he had accidentally hurt her in his sleep. Toga quickly reassured him that it was nothing to worry about, simply expressing her happiness about having a new family. Izuku wiped his face and smiled widely, feeling happy to have a new friend. He expressed his joy, glad to see Toga in high spirits as well. After that, the two of them got up and changed clothes, with Toga wearing Izuku's outfit. They headed down to the kitchen for breakfast, but when they found nothing prepared, as Inko had not yet woken up, they decided to try cooking. Unfortunately, their attempt ended in disaster, as they managed to burn the water. Inko woke up to the smell of smoke and rushed to the kitchen, only to find a mess that made her angry at first. However, her frustration quickly turned to laughter when she saw the two children with their faces covered in black soot, the result of their cooking mishap. Hearing Inko's laughter, the two kids turned to look at her, feeling nervous as they began to tremble and apologize for the mess they had made. Inko, still smiling, told them that they would need to clean everything up, assuring them that she wouldn't be angry. The two children responded enthusiastically, striking a military pose as they agreed. After their conversation, which felt more like a playful threat, they cleaned the kitchen thoroughly and returned to Inko to let her know they were finished. Toga, feeling tired but accomplished, informed Inko that they had completed the cleaning. Inko smiled sweetly and told them that they would be going shopping for clothes for Himiko, encouraging them to get ready. Excitedly, Toga and Izuku responded as they headed to the green-haired boy's room. An hour later, the scene shifted to the mall, where two green-haired kids and a blonde girl entered a children's clothing store. Inko instructed Himiko to pick out some clothes while she and Izuku waited on a nearby bench. Toga happily agreed and went off to explore the store. After shopping for Toga's clothes, the trio left the mall and made their way to Izuku's school. Confused, Izuku asked his mother why they were heading to his school. Inko explained that they were there to enroll Toga so she could be in his class. Toga beamed, excited at the thought of spending the whole day with Izuku. After a conversation with the principal, they successfully enrolled Toga in the school and placed her in Izuku's class. On Sunday they only watched movies. Monday. Izuku woke up and remained still until he remembered it was Monday and time for school. He quickly got up, nudged Toga, and told her it was time for breakfast. Toga, still half asleep, pleaded with him to let her sleep for 10 more minutes, pulling the blankets over her head. Izuku responded that he would eat her breakfast if she didn't hurry and went down to the kitchen. Hearing this, Toga jumped out of bed and rushed to the kitchen, only to find Izuku halfway through her breakfast. With an intimidating aura behind him, Toga confronted Izuku. He slowly turned to her, smiling, but before he could say anything, Toga playfully punched him. Before she could continue, he quickly explained that it was just a joke and that he had saved her food in the microwave, rubbing his head with a tear in his eye. Grateful, Toga smiled at him. After this comedic moment, Izuku and Toga waited for the school bus. Once it arrived, they boarded and sat at the back, chatting until a classmate approached Toga with a smile, asking for her name. Toga introduced herself, still smiling, but continued her conversation with Izuku. The classmate, with a slightly arrogant grin, questioned why she was with that useless guy and suggested she should join them instead, assuming she was new. Toga firmly replied that Izuku was her friend, though a slight tick appeared on her face at the mention of useless. No one could do anything since they were on the bus. Upon arriving at school, Bakugo and his friends were waiting for Izuku, remembering the encounter from Friday. As Izuku and Toga got off the bus, they didn't notice Bakugo's presence and walked past him. Bakugo, feeling ignored, shouted at Izuku, demanding to know who he thought he was to ignore him. Izuku, surprised, greeted Bakugo and explained he hadn't seen him because he was talking to Toga. He added that if Bakugo had nothing else to say, he would be on his way, inviting Toga to join him. Toga agreed, smiling. Bakugo laughed, mocking Izuku for befriending a villain, suggesting it made sense for two useless individuals to be friends. Hearing this, Izuku stopped and approached Bakugo without saying a word. Bakugo arrogantly questioned if Izuku was upset by the truth. Izuku stood in front of Bakugo and, in a swift motion, knocked him down. Izuku expressed that he had already told Bakugo on Friday that Toga could be whoever she wanted, and her quirk was fascinating because she could use the quirks of those she transformed into. Bakugo dismissed this, arguing that her quirk required her to drink blood, questioning who she would transform into if it meant hurting someone, stating that wasn't the behavior of a hero. Izuku declared that he would give Toga his blood so she could use his quirk. Toga, hearing this, hugged him from behind and thanked him, suggesting they move on since it wasn't worth it. Before Izuku could respond, other students began laughing at him, claiming his quirk hadn't even awakened and doubting it would be of any use. As the insults continued, Toga started laughing, defending Izuku by explaining that his quirk was the best. She highlighted that not only could he heal people, but he could also copy the quirks of those he helped, calling it a quirk worthy of a great hero. The crowd fell silent, surprised by the strength of Izuku's quirk, but one student began to mockingly call Toga a liar, insisting that Izuku's quirk couldn't be that impressive. Suddenly, Izuku demonstrated his quirk by making their backpacks float. He revealed that he had copied his mother's quirk on Friday. The students were left speechless, but the same student continued to doubt him, insisting that he couldn't heal anyone or copy quirks. Izuku told him to wait while he rummaged through his backpack, leaving the student confused. Izuku finally produced a needle and asked Toga for help. She agreed but reminded him that he would need to call his mother for a new uniform afterward. Izuku cheerfully agreed, and the other students watched in confusion as Toga pricked her finger with the needle. She offered her injured finger to Izuku, who thanked her and began to drink her blood. The students were taken aback but were astonished when Izuku transformed into Toga. He playfully declared that this was Toga's quirk. The crowd fell silent, realizing he had proven his point. Izuku then stated that if they had nothing else to say, he would head to the office to talk to his mother. As he walked away with Toga, the other students no longer bothered him, and the classes proceeded normally since most had accepted Toga as a new student. On the bus ride home, Izuku and Toga were chatting when the bus suddenly braked, causing concern among the passengers. Izuku approached the driver to ask what had happened. The driver explained that they had collided with someone and needed to call an ambulance quickly. Izuku felt a wave of concern wash over him. He approached Joselito, expressing his eagerness to help. He explained that his quirk allowed him to heal wounds and offered a reassuring smile. Joselito, though hesitant, agreed to accompany him. Toga observed Izuku with uncertainty, having missed their earlier conversation. As soon as she saw him getting off the bus, she rushed to join him. Upon exiting, Izuku noticed a man standing in front of the bus who appeared injured but maintained a neutral expression. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked if the man was in pain. The man greeted Izuku warmly, explaining that he didn't feel any pain due to his quirk, which nullified discomfort. He admitted that while it could be somewhat useless at times, it was comforting in situations like this. Izuku was impressed and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. He expressed his desire to heal the man and asked for permission to copy his quirk, clasping his hands together as if in prayer. The man was taken aback and asked if Izuku could really copy quirks. Izuku explained how his quirk worked, including the headaches it caused him when he used it. The man was amazed and agreed to let Izuku copy his quirk, jokingly requesting an autograph once Izuku became a hero. Izuku thanked him enthusiastically as he approached to begin the healing process. Toga, noticing Izuku's fatigue, urged him to rest and offered to carry him. Grateful, Izuku accepted her help. As he focused on healing, he endured the pain it caused him, but ultimately, he couldn't hold on any longer. He let out a loud cry and fainted. Joselito expressed his concern for Izuku, while Toga reassured him that Izuku would be fine and would wake up in about 20 minutes. The man, now healed, marveled at Izuku's quirk, noting that he had no remaining scrapes. Toga proudly affirmed Izuku's abilities and asked for help carrying him back onto the bus. Afterward, Izuku lay unconscious on Toga's lap as she watched over him. When they arrived at Izuku's home, he miraculously woke up just as the bus came to a stop. Toga greeted him playfully, relieved that he was awake and jokingly suggesting she might have to drag him. Izuku responded with a sarcastic laugh. They both got off the bus and recounted their day's events to Inko, including the details about Izuku's new quirk. I was astonished, realizing that Izuku's quirk now had no weaknesses. Izuku expressed his desire to test its effectiveness, recalling the man's assurance that his quirk wouldn't deactivate. Toga, with a hint of doubt, asked if he would heal her finger. Izuku confirmed that was his plan and began the healing process. To his surprise, it worked perfectly. Toga felt no pain and didn't faint. Overjoyed, Izuku celebrated the success, embracing both Toga and his mother. They shared in the happiness of this new development. Thus, a Monday came to a close for our protagonists, marking the acquisition of a new quirk that resolved Izuku's greatest challenge. What surprises await our hero? Only time will tell. After the events of the previous chapter, 5 years had passed. During this time, Izuku and Toga had focused on improving their taekwondo skills. Toga had also developed a new ability to erase her presence, which she had demonstrated during the licensing arc while transformed into Kami. She kept this ability a secret from Izuku, wanting to surprise him, as she believed he was much more powerful. However, that was not entirely true. Although Izuku could copy others' quirks, he only did so with their permission, which did not apply to villains. This was why he had not copied any other quirks. He had discovered that while healing others, he could see and even alter their memories. In a flashback, Izuku and Toga sat at a table, chatting while waiting for Inko to finish cooking. Izuku explained that he had not copied any quirks because he felt it would be wrong to do so without permission, scratching his cheek with a smile. Toga began to respond but was interrupted by a scream from the kitchen. The two children quickly rushed to the kitchen, their concern growing as they saw Inko with a significant cut on her hand. Toga asked if Inko was okay, her voice filled with worry. Izuku approached his mother, his expression serious and silent. Inko reassured them, saying she had just been distracted. Izuku insisted that she should be more careful and asked what had been on her mind. Inko maintained her smile but seemed to be in pain. As Izuku healed her, he couldn't help but wonder what had been troubling her. To his surprise, he began to see some of her memories, including what had distracted her while cooking. After finishing the healing, he looked into her eyes and told her not to worry, assuring her that her friend did not hate her for the incident that had occurred. Izuku had seen a memory of Inko's coworker getting upset because she had taken her lunch during their break, leading to the coworker ignoring her afterward. Inko was taken aback by Izuku's insight, asking how he knew. He explained that while healing her, he had been curious about what had distracted her, and memories had come to him. Inko found this surprising and a bit unsettling. Toga chimed in, expressing that the ability to see someone's memories could be frightening, as it meant a lack of privacy. Izuku reassured them that he would never misuse his ability in that way, smiling to ease their concerns. Toga, still a bit anxious, asked Izuku not to read her memories, not wanting him to know about her feelings for him. Izuku promised her and his mother that he would never invade their privacy, which made them relax a little. Once they calmed down, they returned to the table to eat and began discussing lighter topics. Toga asked Izuku how he would heal someone without seeing their memories. He hoped he could choose whether to see them or not, similar to how he used his quirk without copying others. Toga found this reassuring and smiled. After this conversation, Izuku trained his quirk further and discovered he could modify memories. Returning to the present, Izuku and Toga walked home from school, chatting about trivial matters. They noticed a group of people gathered around a bench and, driven by curiosity, approached to see what was happening. To their shock, they realized it was not an event but a villain attempting to rob a bank. The situation escalated when they saw that the villain had taken a hostage, and their hearts sank when they recognized the hostage as Inko. Izuku's voice trembled as he called out to his mother, filled with fear. Toga stood silently, her gaze lowered. Izuku questioned why the heroes were not intervening, looking at a hero who was keeping people at a distance. The hero explained that the villain's quirk was powerful and that they had limited options due to the hostage situation. Izuku's concern for his mother grew as he saw her frightened expression, and before he realized it, he was moving toward the villain. The hero warned him to return, concerned for his safety. The villain mocked Izuku, pointing a weapon at Inko's head. Without hesitation, Izuku activated his mother's quirk and swiftly disarmed the villain. As the weapon turned toward him, the villain released Inko and attempted to grab the weapon back, but Izuku was quicker. He threw the weapon to the hero and prepared to confront the villain. Izuku told his mother to step back and assured her he would be fine. Inko urged him to leave it to the heroes, but she was taken aback when the villain suddenly collapsed, unconscious. Confused, Izuku asked what had happened, and Toga revealed that she had taken advantage of the villain's distraction to knock him out. Izuku was surprised as he hadn't noticed when Toga had moved. However, when he saw her pull out a small blade, he approached her cautiously. He expressed his concern, urging her not to harm anyone. Toga reassured him with a smile, indicating that he shouldn't worry. The others were confused, including the heroes, as two children had taken matters into their own hands. They were taken aback when Toga began to stab the villain with the blade, punctuating each word with a move, expressing her anger for him messing with her family. As the heroes snapped out of their shock, they rushed to intervene, but Izuku stopped them, sensing the intensity of the moment. Years passed since that incident, and now Izuku and Toga, both 14, were strolling through the park. Toga suggested they prepare for the UA entrance exam, but Izuku, confident in their abilities, dismissed her concerns. Toga playfully reminded him of the wind quirk he had copied from a villain, questioning why someone with such power would choose to be a villain instead of a hero. Izuku shrugged, acknowledging that people have different aspirations. Toga insisted they head home since the next day was the last day of classes, playfully tugging at Izuku's hand. He protested, insisting he could run on his own, but he kept pace with her. In class, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the teacher, prompting Toga to return to her seat. The teacher announced that it was the last day of classes and that everyone needed to choose what they would study moving forward. The students remained silent and serious until the teacher noted that everyone wanted to be great heroes, tossing the brochures aside. Excitement filled the room as students began to use their quirks, except for 3, one of whom spoke up, declaring his superiority. This provoked the ire of the other students, who called him arrogant. The teacher reminded him to calm down and acknowledged that he wanted to enter UA, prompting surprise from some students about the school's low acceptance rate. The arrogant student dismissed the others, claiming he was the only one capable of getting in. The teacher pointed out that Izuku and Toga also aspired to join UA, which led to some classmates expressing their belief in their potential. Toga proudly reminded everyone that Izuku was her boyfriend, asserting her claim. Just then, Bakugo erupted in anger, confronting Izuku about attending the same academy. Izuku calmly stated his desire to be a hero, but Bakugo's frustration led him to attack. However, Izuku created a shield of air, preventing the assault. The teacher intervened, warning Bakugo to sit down or face consequences, which finally calmed him. After class, Izuku and Toga walked under a bridge, engaged in conversation, when a villain attempted to grab Toga, thinking she was vulnerable. She easily dodged him, laughing at his foolishness. The villain threatened her, but before he could finish, he was blasted away by a strong gust of wind created by Izuku, who expressed his anger at the villain's intentions. Afterward, Toga and Izuku collected the remnants of the villain, who had been scattered across the bridge. Toga smiled at Izuku, telling him he didn't need to intervene, as she could handle herself. Izuku replied that he couldn't stand the way the villain spoke about her, returning her smile. Suddenly, All Might appeared, stopping in surprise at the sight of the 2 children subduing the villain. They excitedly asked for his autograph, and he inquired if they had defeated the villain. Toga credited Izuku for the victory, while Izuku acknowledged his use of his quirk without permission. All Might decided to overlook it this time, understanding it was in self-defense. Izuku thanked All Might and handed him the captured villain. After a brief exchange, All Might took off with a powerful leap, leaving Izuku and Toga in awe of his strength. Toga confidently stated that she believed Izuku would surpass him one day. Toga expressed her gratitude to Izuku with a smile, thanking him for defending her. Izuku, returning her smile, reassured her that he would do anything for her. As they continued their walk home, they were startled by an explosion nearby. Curiosity led them closer, and they were shocked to see the same villain Izuku had defeated before. Izuku approached cautiously, questioning why the villain was back. Toga, equally surprised, pointed out that the villain had taken a hostage. They soon recognized the hostage as Bakugo. Before Toga could react, Izuku dashed toward the villain. A nearby hero attempted to intervene, warning Izuku of the danger. Toga, however, calmed the hero, insisting that Izuku was strong enough to handle the situation. The heroes could only watch as Izuku took action. The villain, furious, taunted Izuku, claiming that with his new quirk, he would seek revenge. Izuku remained silent and swiftly launched a blast of air at the villain's eye, catching him off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku rescued Bakugo from the villain's grasp. With determination, Izuku declared it was time to end the confrontation. He used his telekinesis quirk to immobilize the villain, then requested a bottle to contain him. After successfully trapping the villain, Izuku handed the bottle to the astonished heroes. One hero thanked Izuku but cautioned him not to put himself in danger again. Another hero, smiling, expressed admiration for Izuku's abilities and invited him to join their agency when he became a professional hero. As the crowd praised Izuku, he felt nervous, but Toga came to his rescue, pulling him away. Later, as they walked home, they were stopped by All Might, who struck a peculiar pose in front of them. Izuku was surprised to see All Might spitting blood and transforming into his true form. Toga, confused, asked who he was. All Might introduced himself and explained his injury, the limited time he could be a hero, and his power. Izuku, processing the information, realized All Might wanted him to be his successor. All Might confirmed that he saw the potential of a true hero in Izuku. However, Izuku politely declined, explaining that while he wanted All Might's power, he had another way to obtain it. Curious, All Might asked how. Izuku explained his quirk, which allowed him to permanently copy other quirks. All Might was impressed but noted that One for All could not be copied. Izuku confidently argued that his quirk was powerful enough to heal injuries, even suggesting he could heal All Might's wound. Though skeptical, All Might agreed to let Izuku try. In a surprising turn of events, Izuku successfully healed All Might and copied One for All. All Might was amazed, noting that there was no trace of his injury left. Izuku, excited, remarked that he could now copy any quirk. However, Toga pointed out that Izuku's arm was broken from the strain of using the power. All Might expressed concern, but Izuku reassured him that he could heal himself and felt no pain. All Might then scheduled a training session for the next morning. Izuku declined the offer for himself but suggested that All Might train Toga, who was eager to learn. All Might agreed and left, leaping away before Toga could respond. Izuku watched as All Might disappeared, then turned to Toga, who approached him with a smile but an ominous aura. Hearing Toga call his name, Izuku instinctively ran, praying for his safety. Toga chased after him, playfully questioning who told him she liked waking up early during vacation. Izuku laughed, reminding her that she had training with All Might the next day. Izuku stumbled and fell to the ground, intending to get back up when he felt someone stop him. A chilling voice echoed in his ears. Toga, with a teasing grin, declared that he would accompany her the next day, whether he liked it or not. She playfully liked the blood from her knife, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Izuku, filled with fear, shouted his reluctant agreement. Toga, satisfied, urged him to hurry as they needed to wake up early for their plans. He followed her, trying to calm his nerves by stealing a quick kiss, which she returned with ease. The next morning, the couple set off for the beach to begin their training. Izuku complained about having to go, expressing his reluctance to train, while Toga simply shrugged it off, reminding him that it was his fault. As they arrived at the beach near their home, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The beach was littered with trash. Izuku expressed his shock at the state of the beach, recalling that it had not been this dirty when he first gained his air powers. Toga agreed, equally surprised. While they walked along the shore, pondering how such a vast beach could be so polluted, they were approached by AM, who greeted them in his civilian form. Izuku pointed out the mess, questioning what they would do about it. AM smiled and revealed that cleaning the beach would be their training for the next 10 months leading up to the UA entrance exam, and they would not be allowed to use their quirks. Izuku protested, boasting about their strength, but AM explained that this training would focus on building their endurance. Toga expressed her desire to learn some form of combat or martial arts. AM promised her that if she completed the beach cleanup, he would arrange for Gunhead, the hero who trained Uraraka, to teach her his fighting style. Excited, Toga immediately began cleaning, with Izuku eagerly following her lead. After 5 months of hard work, they sat atop a large pile of trash, discussing Toga's upcoming training with Gunhead when AM appeared, praising them for their impressive progress. Toga reminded AM of his promise to bring Gunhead for her training, and he confirmed that he had already spoken to him, assuring her that she would meet him the next day. Toga then turned to Izuku, asking if he wanted to join her. He replied that he would stay behind to train his air quirk, hoping to learn to fly. AM informed them that they were free to leave now that their task was complete. Izuku revealed that they had brought their swimsuits and planned to enjoy the water. Toga excused herself to change behind the pile of trash. After a brief exchange, Toga emerged, asking Izuku how she looked. He complimented her, and she thanked him with a bright smile. The young couple spent the rest of the afternoon playing in the ocean, celebrating the completion of their first training. Following that day, they began their new training regimen. Izuku focused on mastering his quirk to fly, while Toga honed her combat skills, determined not to rely solely on Izuku's blood. After 5 months of training, the day of the UA entrance exam finally arrived. Izuku called out to Toga, reminding her that it was time to go. She quickly descended from her room, and they bid farewell to his mother, Inko, who encouraged them to do their best. Dressed in sports attire, they made their way to UA, knowing they would face both written and physical exams. The events unfolded similarly to the anime, except for the initial fall where Izuku met Uraraka, who did not pass, and the moment when Ida scolded him for talking to Toga, which he ignored. During the physical exam, they were fortunate to be assigned to the same field. Izuku asked Toga if she was nervous, to which she responded with excitement, eager to finally become heroes. Izuku smiled as he expressed his concerns about the 0-point robot. Toga reassured him, claiming their strength would be enough to defeat it, and she playfully kissed him on the cheek. Izuku, wanting to ensure her safety, offered her a vial of his blood, suggesting that she could use it to heal herself or anyone in trouble if needed. Toga agreed but stated she would only use it in case of a major problem, pouting slightly. As the doors opened, they dashed out, surprising the other participants. Present Mike urged everyone to hurry, reminding them that in a hero's life, there is no countdown. The contestants rushed out like the wind, while Izuku and Toga separated to keep their scores a surprise. In a dark room, some heroes discussed the students. Nizu observed the screen, noting they had a promising group this year. Cementos expressed interest in the young man with explosions, while Midnight favored the girl with knives. Aizawa surprised everyone by mentioning the boy who was flying. Nizu remarked on Aizawa's unusual interest, turning his attention to the green-haired student. Back with Izuku, he had already destroyed several robots and accumulated 141 points. He thought it was easy and decided to check on Miko-chan. Meanwhile, Toga was also taking down robots, slicing through their circuits with her knife, and had 63 points. She found the task more challenging than expected and considered using Izuku's quirk to keep up. Just as Toga was about to drink Izuku's blood, a loud scream startled her, causing her to spill it. Curious about her score, Izuku asked how she was doing. Toga explained that she was about to use his blood to gain more points but was interrupted. Izuku, feeling a bit nervous, suggested she could make a small cut on him if she wanted. Toga agreed but playfully warned him that she would punish him later for scaring her. After drinking Izuku's blood, Toga was about to leave when a strong tremor shook the ground, surprising both of them. Izuku questioned what had happened, and Toga pointed out the giant robot behind them. Izuku marveled at its size and wondered where they got the funding for such machines. Toga suggested they should move before it stepped on them, but Izuku heard a cry for help and hesitated. Toga warned him not to go, but Izuku took off running. Toga smiled, appreciating his bravery as she followed him. Izuku flew toward the robot, determined to save a brown-haired girl trapped under debris. Toga quickly freed the girl and began to heal her. Toga shouted at Izuku, urging him to destroy the robot in one blow. Swallowing his fear, Izuku activated his quirk and shouted, delivering a powerful blow to the robot's head. The impact caused the robot's head to explode, and it toppled backward. Izuku, still nervous, celebrated his success, while Toga approached him, relieved. The girl they saved thanked Izuku, though she was startled to see Toga stab him with a knife. Confused, she asked why Toga was hurting him if he had just saved her. Toga explained that she needed his blood to maintain her appearance. Izuku reassured the girl that he couldn't feel pain, smiling through the situation. Just then, Recovery Girl arrived, concerned about Izuku's injury. He assured her he could heal himself, demonstrating his quirk. Recovery Girl recognized him and praised his abilities, believing he would make a great hero. Toga, eager to leave, reminded Izuku that she needed to drink his blood again to stay transformed. Once home, Izuku suggested they reveal their scores to see who had more points. They counted down together and shouted their scores: 141 for Izuku and 63 for Toga. Izuku laughed, celebrating his victory, while Toga looked down, feeling defeated. He comforted her, reminding her that the exam was tough and she hadn't been able to showcase her combat skills. Toga acknowledged his words but still felt disappointed. Izuku reassured her that they just needed to wait a week for their admission results, confident they would both succeed. Toga agreed, sharing his optimism. A week later, Izuku remarked that it was time to check their results, feeling anxious about what they would find. Toga expressed her impatience. She mentioned that it was time for something important, but her words were interrupted by a knock at the door. Izuku opened the door to find the mailman standing there. The mailman explained that he was looking for Izuku Midoriya and Himiko Toga, reading from a paper. Izuku confirmed his identity and introduced Toga as his girlfriend. The mailman handed over the letters, wishing them luck with their applications to UA. Izuku thanked him with a smile before closing the door. Toga, curious, asked who it was. Izuku revealed that the mailman had brought their letters from UA. Toga was excited to see her letter first, already knowing her score. Izuku smiled and opened Toga's letter, from which a hologram of AM emerged. AM cheerfully announced that he was there to inform Toga of her admission exam scores. He revealed that she had scored 85 points on the written exam and 90 points on the practical exam. He explained that she earned 63 points for her attacks, but her 27 points for rescuing a classmate boosted her score. He concluded by welcoming her to the school for heroes. Izuku congratulated Toga, celebrating her success. Toga, equally excited, insisted on seeing his results next. When she opened Izuku's letter, another hologram appeared, this time featuring Nizu. The principal of UA. Nizu introduced himself and shared that Izuku had scored 76 points on the written exam and an impressive 200 points on the practical exam. He welcomed Izuku to UA with open arms. Izuku embraced Toga, both thrilled by their acceptance. They shared the news with Inko, who congratulated them and expressed her pride. After this, the scene shifted to the protagonists having breakfast together. Izuku wondered what UA would be like, while Toga confidently stated that all the teachers would be heroes. Izuku shared his curiosity about who their teacher would be, and Toga expressed her hope that it wouldn't be Midnight, describing her as overly revealing in her attire. Izuku, imagining Midnight, commented on her outfit, but Toga playfully threw a knife at him, reminding him to be careful with his words. After breakfast, they each went to change into their UA uniforms. Toga called out to Izuku, urging him to hurry so they wouldn't be late. Izuku, adjusting his tie, complimented Toga on how well her uniform fit, though he felt the skirt was a bit short. Toga teased him about being jealous, and when Izuku tried to explain, she kissed him, assuring him that she was only his. Feeling flustered, Izuku took Toga's hand, and they left for UA. Upon arriving, they faced a challenge in finding their classroom but eventually located it. Izuku expressed relief at finally finding their classroom, while Toga speculated about its size, wondering if it was meant for students with mutation quirks. As they entered, they found Bakugo engaged in a heated argument with a boy wearing glasses and blue hair. The boy, Ida, admonished Bakugo for disrespecting the desk, emphasizing the legacy of the heroes who had used it before. Bakugo, in his usual manner, responded defiantly, and Ida introduced himself, standing tall. Bakugo threatened to take down Ida, who questioned Bakugo's aspirations of becoming a hero. Their attention shifted to Izuku and Toga, with Bakugo dismissively clicking his tongue, while Ida approached them. He introduced himself again, but Izuku interrupted, acknowledging Ida's previous introduction. Ida apologized for his earlier behavior during present Nick's explanation, bowing slightly. Izuku reassured him that it was no problem, waving his hands dismissively. Ida expressed gratitude and admitted that Izuku had outsmarted him regarding the exam's purpose. Izuku adjusted his glasses, feeling a bit nervous. He had been interrupted when he was about to speak. Uraraka approached him, expressing her gratitude for saving her from the giant robot. She introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, smiling warmly. Toga, standing next to Izuku, asked Uraraka for her name. Just as Uraraka introduced herself, Aizawa, their teacher, interrupted with a bored expression, telling them to leave if they were there to make friends. Once everyone settled into silence, Aizawa introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their teacher for the next 3 years. He instructed them to put on their uniforms and head to the courtyard. In the courtyard, Izuku searched for Toga, calling out for her. Toga raised her hand, catching his attention. When he reached her, he complimented her on her uniform, which she agreed was comfortable but not very cute. Aizawa then announced that they would be doing a quirk assessment test. He called Bakugo forward, asking about his score from the entrance exam. Bakugo, irritated at being third, revealed his score of 65 meters. Aizawa instructed him to throw the ball again, this time using his quirk. Bakugo unleashed his explosive power, sending the ball flying over 700 meters. Mina expressed excitement about using their quirks, but Aizawa added a twist: the last student remaining would be expelled. The students protested, claiming it was unfair. Aizawa reminded them that the real world was filled with injustices and that they needed to be prepared for the challenges ahead in the hero course at UA. Izuku whispered to Toga, wondering if Aizawa would really expel the last student. Toga shared her research on Aizawa, revealing that he had expelled an entire class the previous year. Izuku chuckled, impressed by her quick investigation, and affectionately patted her head, causing her to blush. The quirk assessments began with a 50-meter race between Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku playfully wished Bakugo luck, who angrily threatened him. Aizawa signaled the start, and Bakugo took off, using his explosions to propel himself. However, a gust of wind allowed Izuku to finish the race first. Aizawa noted their times, with Izuku finishing in 2 seconds and Bakugo in 4.13 seconds. Bakugo, furious, tried to retaliate with explosions, but Izuku immobilized him with his telekinesis. Izuku teased Bakugo, but Aizawa warned him to calm down or face expulsion. He then wished Toga luck as she prepared for her race. Toga, unable to use her quirk without risking exposure, relied solely on her physical abilities and still achieved impressive results. During the strength test, Izuku used his telekinesis to break the machine, impressing Kaminari. In the long jump, he soared through the air, astonishing everyone. Kaminari questioned how many quirks Izuku had, and Toga explained that he had 5 but could potentially have more. In the lateral jumps, Izuku struggled as he wasn't sure how to utilize one of his quirks. Mineta boasted about his performance, but Izuku ignored him and moved on to the ball throw. He attempted to use his aerokinesis, but it failed, and the ball only landed 75 meters away. Confused, he checked his hand, realizing something was off. Aizawa informed him that he had erased his quirk for the test, emphasizing the importance of showcasing their full potential. Toga, watching Izuku, smiled confidently, believing in his abilities. Aoyama remarked on the seriousness of Aizawa's warning, but Toga reassured him that Izuku would surprise everyone. Izuku, feeling determined, addressed Aizawa with a smile, acknowledging him as Eraserhead. He activated One for All and threw the ball, enhancing it with his aerokinesis. However, Aizawa declared him expelled, explaining that using his strongest quirk and then becoming incapacitated meant he wasn't fit to be a hero. Izuku, unfazed, insisted he could continue, claiming he wasn't hurt. Aizawa, surprised, asked how that was possible. Izuku revealed that his original quirk allowed him to heal himself or others, a remarkable ability he named the Hands of God. Aizawa remained still, contemplating how impressive the boy was. Upon arriving where his classmates were, Izuku was met with a barrage of questions about how he had multiple quirks, as they had not overheard his conversation with Aizawa. Ignoring them, he walked over to Toga, only to receive a light punch. Izuku feigned pain, expressing surprise at her action. Toga informed him that she had heard his conversation with Aizawa and thought the name was cool, whispering the last part. Izuku smiled in response, appreciating her compliment. After that exchange, Aizawa called everyone to form a horizontal line and revealed their scores through a holographic display. Scores: Midorilla Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki, Todoroki Shoto, Yaoyorozu Momo, Toga Himiko, Minoru Mineta, Hagakure Toru. Mineta wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. Toru expressed her disappointment at not making any friends, her aura heavy with sadness. Aizawa then clarified that the expulsion rumor was false. He mentioned that, despite Izuku's attitude, he wouldn't expel him due to his potential, all while settling back into his sleeping bag. Everyone fell silent before erupting in disbelief. Momo pointed out that it was obvious Aizawa couldn't expel anyone on the first day. Izuku teased Miko-chan, prompting Toga to remind them that Aizawa had expelled his entire class the previous year for lacking potential. Aizawa acknowledged Toga's knowledge but asked her not to call him Caterpillar. He admitted that he had expelled his class last year but reassured them that their potential was not zero. Izuku laughed, noting how Miko-chan had researched everything while Aizawa explained the quirk's practice. Afterward, everyone headed to their class, and the day continued normally until they left the academy. Izuku and Toga were walking outside when they were approached by Uraraka, who asked if she could join them on their way to the train station. Izuku recognized her and welcomed her with a smile. Just then, Ida joined in, asking if he could accompany them as well. Izuku agreed, happy to have more company. Toga playfully warned Uraraka not to get too close to Izuku, which made him tease her back. Toga denied any jealousy, while Uraraka inquired about her relationship with Izuku, curious about the nickname Deku-kun. Izuku explained that while Bakugo used it to imply he was useless, Toga had redefined its meaning. Uraraka was surprised but noted that she had thought it meant, "You can do it." Toga confirmed this with a smile, and Izuku shared that he didn't mind being called Deku, as it reminded him of Miko-chan's childhood. Uraraka pressed Toga for clarification on her relationship with Izuku, to which Toga proudly stated that Izuku was her boyfriend. Ida expressed surprise, reminding them that relationships were prohibited at the academy. Izuku shrugged off the concern, stating that they had been together for years and wouldn't let that change just because they were at UA. Ida was astonished to hear they had been together for so long. Toga added that they lived in the same house, which shocked Uraraka even more. Izuku playfully kept the details a secret as they boarded the train. Toga bid farewell as they took different trains, and Uraraka and Ida echoed their goodbyes. Later, Toga and Izuku returned home, where they recounted their day to Inko, who playfully scolded Izuku for disrespecting his teacher. He smiled, knowing it was all in good fun. Toga teased him about the situation, and soon they went to bed, preparing for the next day. The following morning, the couple found themselves in English class with present Mike. Izuku whispered to Miko-chan, expressing his boredom. Toga, with a smile, asked him a question unrelated to the class, curious about why he scored lower than her on the entrance exam. Izuku explained that he had focused on improving his quirk after it awakened, leaving him less time to study. Before Toga could respond, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Izuku stretched in relief, while Toga reminded him that they still had more classes ahead. As she hugged him, Izuku teased her about being extra affectionate lately. Toga declared that she wanted everyone to know he was hers, and Izuku, amused, assured her that it didn't bother him at all. She turned and gave Toga a quick kiss. After that moment, they waited for a few minutes for their next teacher to arrive, and to their surprise, it was AM. He entered the classroom like a regular person, leaning against the doorframe. Everyone exclaimed in unison that it was AM. Kirishima smiled and remarked that it was great to have a real UA teacher. Tsuyu noted that his outfit was from the Silver Age, touching her chin in thought. Ojiro, the boy with the tail, commented that his style was so cool he could hardly process it. M announced that he would be their basic hero training instructor and pointed to the board to reveal the day's lesson. The class shouted in unison that it was combat training. M confirmed this and indicated that they would need something special. He pressed a button, and several briefcases emerged from the wall. He explained that these were their costumes based on their quirks and the specifications they had submitted to the academy. Once they changed, they were to head to the testing area, all while wearing a smile. After hearing A.M's instructions, everyone went to change. The atmosphere was quiet until Mineta broke the silence, pointing at a hole in the wall. Kirishima questioned what was so special about it. Mineta claimed it was a gift from their predecessors, revealing that behind the wall was the girls' changing room. Ida warned Mineta to stop, calling it a criminal act, while Kirishima added that it wasn't honorable behavior. Mineta, undeterred, began fantasizing about the girls, but he was interrupted when someone struck him. Mineta rubbed his cheek and wondered what had just happened. Izuku, with a fierce expression, warned Mineta not to mention Miko-chan and threatened to take action if he tried to spy on the girls again. The class was taken aback by Izuku's intensity. Even Bakugo had never seen him so furious. Izuku demanded to know if Mineta understood, and in fear, Mineta shouted that he did. Meanwhile, the girls were blushing, impressed that one of the most handsome boys in class had defended them. Jiro remarked that just when she was about to use her jacks, Midoriya had come to their rescue. Mina teased Toga about having a great boyfriend, to which Toga shyly agreed. Mina then asked if they were dating, and Toga proudly confirmed that they had been together for years. The girls expressed their surprise, albeit with a hint of sadness. Afterward, everyone gathered in the testing area wearing their costumes. M stated that he believed everyone was present and began to explain the training. However, he was interrupted by Uraraka, who pointed out that Himiko and Midoriya were missing. M acknowledged this and suggested she go find them, but Izuku quickly interjected that it wasn't necessary, as he had just been looking for his katana. Toga chimed in, saying she had helped him. Uraraka complimented both Izuku and Toga on their costumes, and they both responded with smiles. M then explained that the tests would consist of 2v2 battles, with one group acting as heroes and the other as villains. He asked if there were any questions. Ida raised his hand to ask how the groups would be chosen, while Uraraka nervously inquired about the risk of expulsion if they lost. Aoyama, with a flamboyant smile, commented on how bright his costume was. M noted that there were many questions and clarified that the teams would be chosen by lottery, assuring them there would be no punishment for losing this test. Ida questioned the fairness of a random selection, suggesting it would be better to team up with people they knew. Izuku countered that as heroes, they would sometimes need to collaborate with heroes from other agencies, even those they didn't know. M agreed with Izuku, smiling at his insight. Toga pointed out that there were 21 students in the class, asking if one group would consist of 3 members. M confirmed that one group would indeed have 3 members. From that point, the story followed the same path as the anime, with Toga being placed in a group with Ida and Bakugo. M instructed Toga's team to enter the building and prepare. Inside, they began to strategize. Ida suggested they come up with a plan, noting that Midoriya was the most troublesome. Toga agreed, saying Izuku's quirk would indeed be a challenge. Bakugo, growling like a dog, declared he would take down Midoriya. Toga teased him, saying he wouldn't even touch Izuku, let alone defeat him. Bakugo retorted angrily, and Toga shot back with confidence about Izuku's strength. Ida intervened, urging them to calm down. Toga stood confidently among her teammates, suggesting a strategy. She smiled as she proposed that Bakugo would focus on fighting Izuku while they devised their plan. Outside the building, Ida and Toga were strategizing, while Izuku and Uraraka were also brainstorming their approach. Izuku understood that Bakugo would likely come after him due to their rivalry, so he planned to defeat him quickly. He instructed Uraraka to sneak around and find the bomb, promising to be ready when she contacted him through their communicator. Uraraka expressed her doubts about Izuku's ability to take down Bakugo, to which he confidently replied that it would be easy, hiding his arrogance behind his mask. Uraraka playfully noted that his confidence seemed a bit excessive. The announcer signaled the start of the match, and as Izuku and Uraraka entered the building, Izuku pushed Uraraka aside to dodge an explosion. Bakugo shouted at Izuku, frustrated that he had avoided the attack. Izuku encouraged Uraraka to follow their plan and find the bomb while he faced Bakugo. Bakugo, determined to engage Izuku, charged at him, but Izuku deftly dodged and countered, pinning Bakugo to the ground. Izuku taunted Bakugo, noting that he hadn't even used his quirk yet. Bakugo, irritated, retaliated with an explosion to break free from Izuku's hold. Izuku laughed and continued to evade Bakugo's attacks effortlessly. Bakugo, growing increasingly frustrated, demanded that Izuku use his powerful quirk, insisting that he would defeat him once he did. Izuku mocked Bakugo's insistence, pointing out that Bakugo couldn't even touch him without using his own abilities. Bakugo, determined to prove himself, revealed that his costume was designed to harness his sweat for explosive power. Izuku warned him that this was just a training exercise and using such force could damage the building. Bakugo dismissed the concern and prepared to activate his grenade. The announcer intervened, expressing worry for the safety of the participants. Bakugo insisted that if Izuku dodged, he wouldn't be harmed, and activated the grenade. Izuku quickly combined his aerokinesis and telekinesis to create a protective barrier, ensuring only he and the explosion were affected. Bakugo laughed, claiming superiority, but the observers fell silent, shocked by the potential consequences of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, they were astonished to see Izuku standing unharmed despite the blast. Izuku reassured everyone, stating that he couldn't feel pain. The announcer expressed concern, but Izuku insisted he was fine and began to heal himself, leaving everyone in awe as his injuries vanished. Just then, Uraraka whispered through the communicator that she had found the bomb on the 5th floor. Izuku smiled and promised to join her shortly. Bakugo, frustrated, was about to protest but found himself on the ground, unable to move. Izuku scolded Bakugo for his reckless behavior and pointed out that his actions could have endangered others. He chastised Bakugo for belittling Miko-chan and declared that he had lost and should accept it. Bakugo attempted to retort, but Izuku swiftly knocked him out. With Bakugo dealt with, Izuku rushed to the 5th floor, where he found Toga had already incapacitated Uraraka. Toga smiled, claiming it had been easy. As they began to fight, Esta attempted to intervene, but Izuku used his telekinesis to hold him back, stating that this battle was about proving who was the better fighter. Toga teased Izuku, hinting at a surprise, but before he could react, she struck him with a swift blow. She proudly declared that she could erase her presence. The announcer declared the villains the winners, and both teams exited the building, Toga carrying Izuku while Esta assisted Uraraka and Bakugo. The announcer concluded by asking if they understood why the villains had triumphed. Momo expressed her thoughts with her characteristic smile, noting that Toga and Esta had performed spectacularly. They had devised a plan knowing that Midoriya was the most problematic, even though Bakugo acted out of resentment. On the hero's side, Izuku had done well in preventing the building from being destroyed, but he became overconfident in his abilities, allowing Toga to knock him out with little effort. Finally, Uraraka had let herself get captured and was easily discovered. M reflected on how Momo had said more than he had anticipated. After that, all classes ended, but Izuku pretended to be asleep to avoid returning. Recovery Girl was complicit in his ruse, knowing he was faking but agreeing to let him help in the infirmary. After class, Toga sought out Izuku and upon seeing him lying down, remarked that she knew he was awake, brandishing a knife. Izuku chuckled, admitting that he couldn't fool her and asked if classes were over. Toga confirmed this and threw the knife. Izuku, still smiling, acknowledged that he had lost in training and began to tend to his wound. Toga cheerfully claimed victory was due to her secret technique, which surprised Izuku. She explained that if he got distracted for even a moment, she could erase her presence, almost becoming invisible. Izuku found this amazing and got up from the infirmary bed. Toga urged him to hurry, fearing that Aunt Inko would be angry if they were late. They both trembled at the thought and quickly made their way home, where they were greeted by Inko, who wore a smile that was both welcoming and intimidating. She asked where they had been, holding a slipper in her hand. Toga stammered that she had gone to see Izuku because she had knocked him out during training. Izuku apologized, explaining that Miko had shown him a secret technique that had taken him by surprise. Inko remarked that it seemed he had finally decided to use it, lowering her slipper. Izuku was surprised to learn that Inko already knew about the technique. Toga smiled, revealing that Inko had helped her perfect it. Izuku found this astonishing, and after that, they all went to bed, preparing for the next day. The following morning, Izuku and Toga walked to UA, engaged in conversation. Toga questioned whether it had been too harsh for Izuku to humiliate Bakugo like that. Izuku calmly replied that Bakugo needed to learn the world didn't revolve around him, especially after he had insulted Toga. Toga considered this and agreed that Bakugo should mature. Izuku noted that since awakening his quirk, Bakugo had become arrogant, carried away by compliments, and Toga reassured him that one day Bakugo would reflect on his actions and change his attitude. Izuku agreed, lifting Toga onto his back. Toga playfully asked if they could fly to the academy, clinging to him as he took off into the air. They arrived early and sat waiting, with Izuku commenting that flying might not have been the best idea since they were too early. Toga found it good that they were alone and pulled out a couple of blades. Izuku nervously asked what she was doing with them, and Toga reassured him that he couldn't feel pain, approaching him with a smile. Before he could respond, Toga began to chase him playfully. They ran around for a few minutes until they were interrupted by Esta, who greeted Izuku and questioned what they were doing, noticing the cuts on Izuku's face. Toga greeted Esta cheerfully, assuring him they were just playing as she tucked away her blades. Izuku added that they were indeed just playing, while tending to his wounds. Esta reminded them that relationships were prohibited at the academy and that they shouldn't behave too closely. Soon, the rest of the class arrived, including Aizawa. He announced that they would have another activity, which caused concern among the students since they had just had one the day before. Aizawa silenced them and explained that they would be electing a class president. The students reacted with surprise, realizing it was a normal activity. Aizawa instructed them to organize their voting before the hour was up and promptly fell asleep. The students began to shout out their desires to be president. Kirishima raised his hands, declaring he wanted to be president, while Kaminari and Mina joined in, each expressing their enthusiasm. Mineta, with his usual antics, suggested that if elected, he would make the girls' skirts shorter. Izuku was about to comment when Toga playfully sat on his lap, asking what he was going to say, her smile carrying a hint of mischief. Izuku hesitated, feeling a bit nervous. Esta called for silence and suggested that the best way to choose a president would be through voting. Tsuyu raised a concern about their lack of familiarity with one another, questioning how they could trust each other. Esta explained that the person with the most votes would be the most suitable for the role. After the voting concluded, the results were as follows. Izuku received 7 votes, Momo 3, and Mineta 2. Bakugo, furious, demanded to know who had voted for the nerd. Kaminari teased him, suggesting that voting for Bakugo would have been worse. Bakugo retaliated with a display of his explosive quirk. Esta calmed everyone down, announcing that Midoriya would be their president and Yaoyorozu their vice president. Izuku expressed his disappointment at not receiving a single vote. He decided to reject the position of president and offered it to Esta, standing in a military pose. The others were taken aback, questioning why he would do such a thing. Izuku explained that being president meant filling out reports and attending meetings, which he found quite dull. He believed Esta, who respected the rules, was the best choice to represent them in front of the other classes. The room fell silent before erupting into applause. Kirishima agreed, stating that Esta was indeed the best candidate for the role, and the others echoed his sentiment. Esta accepted the position, declaring it his duty to take on the role if the president asked him to. Thus, Esta became the president, with Momo as the vice president. Toga approached Izuku, complimenting his speech but teasingly suggesting that someone had voted for Mineta, suspecting it might have been him. Izuku, feeling nervous and sweating, insisted he would never vote for the pervert. Toga, leaning closer, questioned his honesty, and Izuku, frightened, reaffirmed his stance. Toga warned him that if she found out he had lied, the consequences would be severe, all while smiling and putting away her knives. Aizawa interrupted, asking if they had chosen a president. The students confirmed in unison that Esta was the new president and Momo the vice president. Aizawa instructed them to take a break before their next practice, retreating back into his sleeping bag. The students headed to the cafeteria, where Izuku, Esta, and Uraraka discussed the recent events. Esta asked Izuku if he was sure he didn't want to be president, to which Izuku replied that he found the role too boring. Toga laughed, pointing out that Izuku had given a speech just to avoid the position. Izuku admitted that while he believed Ida was the best fit for the role, he simply preferred to stay out of it. Their conversation was interrupted by an alarm announcing a level 3 breach, prompting immediate evacuation. Izuku was confused but quickly learned from Toga that it meant someone had infiltrated UA. He urged Ida, as president, to take charge and prove they had made the right choice in electing him. Ida took action, demonstrating his leadership, which boosted the confidence of their classmates. Aizawa commended Ida for maintaining order and informed them that they would be participating in a rescue training exercise outside the academy, instructing them to meet in the courtyard. After changing into their hero costumes, the students gathered outside to find a bus waiting for them. Aizawa explained that 3 teachers would oversee the practice, including a surprise hero. As they settled into the bus, Tsuyu directly asked Izuku about his quirk. He decided it was time to share, revealing that he called it the Hands of God. The others were intrigued, and Tsuyu pressed for details about what his quirk could do. Izuku explained that he could heal himself and others, even regenerating lost limbs. He also had the ability to see and modify memories, and perhaps the most powerful aspect of his quirk was the ability to permanently copy others' quirks. The group was astonished, questioning if that made him nearly invincible. Toga added that while it should, Izuku was reluctant to copy quirks without permission, as he felt it was rude. Kirishima remarked that Izuku's quirk was impressive, while his own merely allowed him to harden his body. Izuku encouraged him, saying it was a great quirk for offense and defense. He offered to copy Kirishima's quirk, but Kirishima was curious about how it would work. Without further ado, Izuku took out his katana and made a small cut on Kirishima's arm, causing everyone to gasp. However, they were soon amazed as Izuku quickly healed the wound. Kirishima, still confused, asked if he had copied his quirk. Izuku confirmed that he had, explaining that he needed to heal a person to copy their quirk, even if it was just a minor injury. Kirishima, unfazed, asked Izuku to activate his quirk so he could see the results. Izuku agreed, asking how Kirishima activated his quirk. Kirishima expressed his thoughts with a smile, noting that the part he wanted to harden became very resilient. Izuku remained silent, focusing intently as he activated Kirishima's quirk. Everyone was surprised, as some still had doubts about whether he could truly copy quirks. Aizawa, with a serious look, instructed everyone to stop talking as they had arrived. They all disembarked the bus and found themselves facing a giant marshmallow. Tracy introduced himself with a wave. Uraraka, excited, exclaimed that she was a fan of Tracy. Izuku smiled as he explained that she was a hero who had rescued countless people from disasters. Tracy then urged everyone to stop chatting and head inside the USJ. Upon entering, they were amazed to see a training ground divided into various sections, featuring fire, storms, landslides, and more. Tracy asked if they knew what his quirk was. Izuku answered that his quirk was a black hole, which had allowed him to save many people from disasters. Tracy confirmed this but added that while it saves lives, it could also easily be used to harm others, just like their own quirks. The students pondered his words until Tracy reassured them that the training was meant to ensure their quirks were used for saving, not harming. Aizawa then inquired about AM's whereabouts. Tracy replied that AM had mentioned being a hero but would arrive later. Aizawa remarked on the responsibilities of being the symbol of peace, but he was interrupted when the lights suddenly went out. Izuku wondered if it was a short circuit, but Toga, with a serious expression, pointed out it. Purple portal appearing in the midst of everything. Izuku asked Aizawa what it was, but Aizawa remained serious, admitting he didn't know. Before Izuku could finish his thought, a figure emerged from the portal, obscuring their view. In the previous chapter, a blue-haired figure had started to emerge from the portal. The students watched in confusion, while the 2 teachers remained alert. Moments later, several individuals stepped out of the portal, introducing themselves as the League of Villains. Kirishima, with a grin, commented on how UA even had fake villains. Aizawa quickly corrected him, stating they were real villains. Izuku, with a serious look, asked if he could copy Aizawa's quirk, anticipating he might need it. Aizawa agreed but urged him to be quick, making a small scratch on his arm. Izuku inquired how to activate it, still maintaining his serious demeanor. Aizawa instructed him to focus on the person whose quirk he wanted to erase, warning him that if he blinked, the subject would regain their quirk. Aizawa left, instructing his students not to assist him and telling Tracy to look after them. Meanwhile, Shigaraki questioned Kurogyari about the information they received regarding AM, wondering if they had been misled. Kurogyari expressed doubt but offered to investigate. Shigaraki ordered him to act quickly and also to incapacitate Tracy. Back with the students, Izuku expressed concern for Aizawa, suggesting he could help. Tracy reassured him that they should seek reinforcements instead. Toga, eager to help, suggested they hurry to find assistance for AM. As they prepared to leave, a purple mist enveloped them, and Kurogyari announced their intentions to annihilate the symbol of peace, questioning if there had been a change regarding AM. Without hesitation, Kirishima and Bakugo charged at the mist, only to pass through it harmlessly. Kurogyari remarked on how close that was, while Tracy commanded everyone to retreat, activating his quirk. However, Kurogyari quickly opened a portal in front of him and another behind Tracy, catching him off guard. Izuku, noticing this, swiftly deactivated Kurogyari's quirk and healed Tracy in seconds. He then shouted for everyone to attack. The students rushed at Kurogyari, ready to subdue him, but to their misfortune, Kurogyari's quirk reactivated, scattering some students across different areas of the USJ. Izuku found himself confused as he fell into a lagoon but soon discovered he could fly. A villain taunted him, challenging him to come down and play, questioning if he was afraid. Izuku asked who he was, and the villain arrogantly declared himself one of the recruits sent to take down AM. Izuku confidently replied that they wouldn't succeed. He landed on a boat where he saw Tsuyu and Mineta. Tsuyu greeted him with a wave, while Mineta exclaimed that they were saved upon seeing him. Izuku urged them to focus on escaping quickly, as the villains were trying to destroy the boat. Tsuyu asked how they would do that, and Izuku requested to know their quirks so they could devise a plan. Tsuyu explained that her quirk allowed her to perform all the actions of a frog, such as jumping high, sticking to walls, and extending her tongue up to 20 meters. Mineta added that his quirk enabled him to produce sticky ball from his head, which could adhere for an entire day depending on his mood. Tsuyu and Izuku exchanged glances, speechless at Mineta's admission. Mineta acknowledged that his quirk was not very useful. Izuku shouted, a few tears escaping as he explained that he was thinking of a plan and wanted to try something. He wore his characteristic smile as he declared his intention to repair the boat. Mineta, filled with doubt and tears, questioned the timing of such an endeavor. Izuku reassured him that he would attempt to fix the boat, placing his hands on it. Tsuyu expressed her uncertainty, reminding him that his quirk was not just for healing people. Izuku confirmed that he wanted to see if he could repair objects, activating his quirk. To everyone's surprise, the boat began to repair itself, leaving Tsuyu, Mineta, and even the villains bewildered. Izuku joyfully announced that it worked and shared his plan. He explained that he would fly over the lake and strike the water to create a whirlpool, gathering all the villains together. At that moment, Tsuyu would use her tongue to lift Mineta so he could throw his ball into the water, immobilizing the villains. Tsuyu requested that he call her Tsuyu-chan instead of Azui. With a serious look, Izuku confirmed he would call her Tsuyu-chan and asked if Mineta was ready. Mineta, with tear-filled eyes, shouted that he was. Izuku took to the air, activating his one-for-all quirk just on his finger, knowing that using his whole hand could be too powerful. He shouted for Tsuyu to act now. Tsuyu lifted Mineta with her tongue, and he began to throw his ball into the water, successfully immobilizing the villains. Izuku noted that it worked and suggested they help Eraserhead, who was fighting several villains and might need assistance. Tsuyu nodded, but Mineta cried, insisting they wait for reinforcements. Izuku firmly stated that if Mineta wanted to be a hero, he needed to take risks, but he wouldn't force him. Mineta reluctantly agreed to go but insisted he wouldn't fight any villains. Izuku warned him not to get in the way, feeling frustrated with Mineta's attitude. The two followed Izuku as he flew ahead. Meanwhile, Toga had been sent with Momo and the others, proving to be a great help as Kaminari was not in his usual foolish state, allowing them to defeat all the enemies before heading to where 13 was. When Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta arrived, they were shocked to see their teacher being overwhelmed by a steroid-enhanced creature. Izuku cursed their late arrival and rushed to help Aizawa. Shigaraki taunted Eraserhead, claiming they would destroy his pride. He moved quickly toward Tsuyu, but an invisible barrier stopped him. Izuku felt a wave of relief as he realized he had narrowly avoided disaster. Shigaraki accused Izuku of being the cause of the barrier, but before he could finish, Izuku prepared to strike. He was surprised to see that he had not hit Shigaraki but instead had struck the creature. Confused, he wondered how it had gotten there so quickly. Shigaraki ordered the creature to attack Izuku, who barely managed to dodge its swift strike. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Izuku instructed Tsuyu and Mineta to take Aizawa to 13 and give Miko a vial of his blood. They quickly complied, carrying the unconscious Aizawa away. Izuku then turned his attention back to the creature, launching a series of punches that seemed ineffective. Frustrated, he questioned why he couldn't leave a mark. Shigaraki laughed, explaining that the creature was designed to defeat heroes, possessing quirks like impact absorption, super strength, and advanced regeneration. Izuku felt a surge of determination, realizing he needed more power. As he fought, he noticed that his body was sustaining injuries, even without being hit. Confused, he began to heal himself but continued to hurt. Determined to find a solution, Izuku dodged and landed a stronger blow on the creature, sending it crashing into a wall. He wondered why that hit felt more powerful. As he began to fly again, he deduced that the damage to his body was due to a physical enhancement that he couldn't handle. Realizing he needed to lower the intensity of his quirk, he focused and managed to stabilize himself. With renewed confidence, he charged at the creature, landing a swift blow before considering how to inflict a significant injury. He decided to use his katana to cut off one of its arms, knowing that a small wound would heal instantly. As he attacked, he found that his strikes were not deep enough. Frustrated, he pondered how to make a more effective attack while dodging the creature's blows. Finally, he decided to use his telekinesis to immobilize the creature, realizing he could wrap his katana in the same power to enhance its effectiveness. Izuku covered his katana, leaving only the sharp edge exposed. The Nomu struggled to free itself, and with great effort, it succeeded, but Izuku had anticipated this outcome. He focused intently on his katana and began to run toward the Nomu, swiftly severing one of its arms. Shigaraki, scratching his neck in disbelief, exclaimed that he couldn't understand how Izuku had managed to injure his Nomu. Without wasting any time, Izuku healed the Nomu by copying its quirk of impact absorption. Both Shigaraki and Kurogiri were astonished to witness this unexpected turn of events. Izuku clarified that he was not on the side of the villains. Rather, this ability meant that the creature could no longer harm him, and he laughed as he spoke. Shigaraki, frustrated, shouted that the Nomu was supposed to kill. Izuku stood his ground, allowing the Nomu to strike him, making the villains believe they had won. However, when Shigaraki saw Izuku unscathed, he fell silent. Izuku taunted Shigaraki, asking if he was finished. Kurogiri, astonished, questioned how Izuku could still be alive after taking a direct hit from the Nomu. Izuku chuckled, stating that he wouldn't share any information with villains. In a swift motion, he decapitated the Nomu, which fell lifeless to the ground. Surprised, Izuku realized that the creature's weak point had been its head. Kurogiri urged Shigaraki to leave, acknowledging their defeat as he opened a portal. Shigaraki, with a tone of disappointment, agreed to retreat. Izuku declared that they were not going anywhere and charged toward the two villains, but was interrupted by a shout. Jumped in, assuring everyone not to worry because he was there. Izuku turned back to confront the villains, but it was too late, they had already escaped. Frustrated, he made his way to surprised, asked what had happened. Izuku began to explain everything, including his newfound abilities. Expressed his astonishment but questioned why Izuku had killed the creature. Izuku replied that it was not human, possibly a homunculus, and it had tried to kill him. Decided to consider it an act of self-defense and returned to his cheerful demeanor. Afterward, they headed back to where 13 and the others were. Toga, concerned for her boyfriend, asked if Izuku was okay and if he had been hurt. Izuku reassured her that he was fine and that he had gained a new quirk with more abilities. Toga expressed excitement about going to the beach later to see his new powers, playfully hitting him. Izuku feigned pain, questioning why she had hit him. Toga scolded him for worrying her, reminding him that even if he didn't feel pain, he was not invincible and needed to take better care of himself, tears welling in her eyes. Izuku apologized, stating it was not his intention to cause her worry, and he kissed her. Toga stopped crying and returned the kiss until they were interrupted. Nizu, with a serious tone, reminded them that relationships were prohibited at the academy. Izuku acknowledged the rule but insisted that they had been a couple for years and he wouldn't end it for the sake of the academy's regulations. Nizu, conceding, allowed them to be a couple as a special case, grateful for their assistance to the teachers and students. Toga cheerfully credited Izuku for giving her his blood, which had allowed her to heal everyone. Izuku, confused, asked how she was still in her hero costume after transforming into him. Toga explained that Momo had made her a new outfit. Izuku thanked Momo, who blushed at his compliment. Toga then hugged Izuku tightly, playfully demanding that he show her his new abilities. As she climbed onto his back, holding a knife playfully against his neck, they prepared to leave together. Izuku, smiling nervously, agreed to go. Afterward, everyone returned home, given a few days off to rest and recover. The next morning, Izuku woke up feeling refreshed. He was grateful for the 3 days off, allowing him to relax without worrying about classes. He headed down to the kitchen, where he found his mother cooking. Inko, with a small smile, pointed out that it was already 2 in the afternoon, and it was he who had slept in. Confused, Izuku asked where Miko-chan was. Inko informed him that she had gone to the store for milk. With nothing else to do, Izuku decided to go to the beach to investigate his quirk further, hoping to discover more abilities. Inko was intrigued and asked what new skills he had found. Izuku excitedly explained that he could repair objects and enhance his physical capabilities, but if he pushed himself too far, he would end up injured. Inko was impressed and asked if he had named his quirk yet. Izuku proudly revealed that he had decided to call it the Hands of God, as most of his abilities activated through his hands. Inko found the name fitting and amusing. As he prepared to leave, Inko reminded him to return home at a reasonable hour. Just as he was about to step outside, he encountered Toga, who greeted him with a smile and asked where he was going. Izuku replied that he was heading to the beach to explore his quirk, and Toga insisted on joining him. He agreed, waiting for her to catch up. After Toga gave Inko the milk, they both left her house to investigate Izuku's quirk. Toga suggested that they visit a doctor to examine Izuku's quirk, hoping to find someone with the ability to analyze quirks. Izuku agreed but expressed his concern about doctors keeping his quirk a secret. Toga then proposed that if they found someone with the right quirk, Izuku could copy it. Izuku hesitated, stating that he didn't like to copy quirks without permission, but decided this time would be an exception. They began visiting hospitals, asking doctors about quirks under the pretense of a school project. After searching for over 2 hours without success, Izuku felt disheartened. Toga encouraged him to keep going, reminding him that if they couldn't find what they were looking for, he would have to discover his quirk on his own. As they approached a hospital, an explosion occurred around the corner. Izuku urged Toga to help, and she agreed, but only if they were needed. Upon arrival, they realized a villain was attempting to rob a small store. Izuku pondered the situation, intrigued that the villain had not used his quirk. Toga noted that he might be quirkless or that his quirk was ineffective in battle, adding that the heroes couldn't intervene because he had a hostage. Izuku, without thinking, immobilized the villain and approached him, asking why he chose to be a villain. The villain revealed that he once wanted to be a hero, but after being told his quirk was useless, he decided to embrace villainy instead. Izuku reassured him that no quirk was truly useless, and the villain explained that his quirk only allowed him to know the quirks of others. Izuku encouraged the villain, stating that he could have been a great hero if he hadn't given up. The villain, feeling emotional, lamented that he couldn't see how he could be a hero with his quirk. Izuku explained that not all heroes needed offensive quirks, citing Eraserhead as an example. The villain fell silent, contemplating Izuku's words, and admitted that if someone had told him that years ago, he might have become a hero. Izuku gently told the villain that he could still choose to be a hero after serving his time in prison. The villain thanked him and quietly offered that Izuku could copy his quirk. Izuku smiled and used his aerokinesis to create a small cut on the villain's arm, healing it discreetly. Toga urged Izuku to leave quickly before the heroes arrived. He agreed, playfully carrying her like a princess. Toga laughed, enjoying the moment, while Izuku affectionately called her his princess. A hero approached, intending to arrest Izuku for using his quirk without permission. Izuku confidently stated that he had helped the former villain and took off into the sky with Toga. As they flew away, Izuku expressed excitement about discovering the qualities of his quirk, and Toga teased that he would need her help. Once home, Izuku and Toga went to his room, where Inko playfully teased them about not wanting grandchildren yet. Both Izuku and Toga blushed but continued to his room. Izuku jokingly asked if she would draw blood, and Toga confirmed she would, sitting on him with a knife. After taking his blood, Toga went to the bathroom to change, wanting to avoid ruining her clothes. When she returned, she was ready to see Izuku's quirk. Izuku asked if she could activate it, and Toga nervously admitted she wasn't sure how. He suggested she focus on him, just as the villain had done. As Toga concentrated, she began to see letters appearing next to Izuku. Excitedly, she confirmed that she could see the abilities and weaknesses of his quirk. Izuku eagerly asked what the weaknesses were, and Toga informed him that he had two, headaches and energy depletion. Izuku smiled as he realized how his quirk allowed him to nullify pain. He felt as if he were cheating, since he didn't feel the first injury and regained his energy when he healed. Toga, grinning, commented on how amazing his quirk was, saying it felt like cheating. Curious, Izuku asked about the abilities his quirk granted him. Toga explained everything she knew about it, and Izuku was excited to try it out the next day. Toga, eager to show off her own quirk, suggested they test it together. Izuku playfully warned her that if she transformed into him, he would only see his own quirk. Toga rushed to change, and when she returned, she was ready to reveal her abilities. Izuku focused intently as Toga asked if she had any new skills. He gently told her that, unfortunately, she only had the abilities they had already discovered. Toga's spirits dipped, but Izuku quickly cheered her up with the idea of a date to have some fun together. Toga was thrilled, realizing they had never gone on a proper date before, always focusing on training instead. The next morning, Izuku waited for Toga, contemplating where to take her for their first date. He decided on the amusement park, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. Toga appeared, ready to go, and Izuku complimented her on her outfit, which made her blush. As they walked hand in hand, Toga expressed her excitement about visiting the amusement park for the first time. Izuku promised her it would be the best day ever, though Toga playfully insisted that the best days were when they met or when they became a couple. When they arrived at the park, Toga was amazed by its size. She pointed to the roller coaster, eager to try it first. Izuku hesitated, feeling a bit intimidated, but Toga teased him about being scared. Despite his protests, she pulled him toward the ride. Once on the roller coaster, Toga raised her hands in excitement while Izuku held on tightly, feeling nervous. Toga reassured him that everything would be fine, but he couldn't shake his fear. After the ride ended, Toga was ecstatic while Izuku looked a bit shaken. She laughed, teasing him about his fear, but he tried to play it off, claiming he was just reminded of a scary movie. To change the subject, he suggested they get ice cream, and Toga eagerly agreed, asking for strawberry. As Izuku went to buy the treats, a group of boys approached Toga, trying to flirt with her. She firmly stated that she was not alone, as her boyfriend was just buying ice cream. The boys insisted she should join them instead, but Toga laughed, asserting that Izuku was much better than they were. One of the boys attempted to grab her hand, but she warned him not to touch her. Just then, Izuku returned, noticing the tension. The boys confronted him, activating their quirks. Izuku confidently introduced himself as Toga's boyfriend, and she defended him, insisting he was the best. The boys planned to humiliate him, but Izuku was unfazed, activating his own quirk to free himself from the ice that had been used to trap him. As the confrontation escalated, Izuku noted the boy's quirks with interest, ready to defend Toga and himself. Izuku activated his quirk, which allowed him to create threads from his fingers, feeling a surge of determination. He observed the 4 opponents before him, noting their strong quirks and the arrogance that accompanied them. With a playful smirk, he activated his air manipulation quirk, generating a powerful gust of wind that effortlessly dispelled their attacks. He dodged several strikes from one of the boys, feeling confident. The second boy shouted in frustration, insisting that the fight was just beginning as he launched a fireball. Izuku nimbly avoided it, causing it to collide with the third boy instead. The first boy, angered, shot ice arrows at Izuku, but he countered with blasts of compressed air that shattered the arrows and knocked the second boy unconscious. With a chuckle, he remarked that 2 were down, leaving only 2 more to go. The fourth boy, desperate, tried to ensnare Izuku with his threads. However, Izuku used his telekinesis to immobilize him, tightening his grip until the boy fainted, causing the threads to vanish. The first boy attempted to curse but fell unconscious before he could finish. Toga laughed, commenting on their lack of creativity in insults. Izuku, with a hint of sweat on his brow, noted that they wouldn't respond even if asked. Toga then smiled, asking if he planned to copy their quirks. Izuku confirmed that their quirks were impressive, but they didn't know how to use them effectively. After copying their abilities, he used the thread quirk to bind them securely. With a nervous smile, he suggested they go get ice cream, as the ones he had brought were already melting. Toga eagerly agreed, taking his hand as they spent the afternoon enjoying various rides, though Izuku often declined to join. After a fun-filled day, Izuku remarked on how enjoyable the afternoon had been. Toga, hugging a plush toy she had won, seemed a bit down. Concerned, Izuku asked if something was wrong. Toga explained that the day had been so much fun that she didn't want it to end. He reassured her that they could return another day, and they made a pinky promise to do so. Later, they returned home and excitedly recounted their day to Inko. She expressed her amazement at Izuku's new quirks, joking that he would soon be invincible. Izuku smiled nervously in response. Toga announced that they were going to sleep, as they planned to go to the beach the next day to train with Izuku's new quirks. Izuku bid his mother good night, and Inko returned the sentiment with a smile. 3 days had passed since the students were given time to recover, and Izuku and Toga were chatting in class. Izuku asked Toga what subject they had next, and she checked her notebook, revealing they had tutoring with their teacher. Siro questioned whether their teacher should be recovering in the hospital, but Izuku recalled that Toga had healed both their teacher and another classmate, so he didn't think it would be an issue. Toga confirmed that she had indeed healed them both. Mina curiously asked Toga about her quirk, to which Toga explained that it allowed her to transform into anyone, but she needed to ingest their blood first. This transformation also granted her access to the person's quirk. Mina remarked that while it was a frightening ability, it was also quite effective, especially if Toga could transform into Izuku whenever she wanted. Toga smiled, stating that she tried to be strong on her own and not rely solely on Izuku. Izuku chimed in, praising Toga's skills in martial arts. Their conversation continued until Aizawa entered the classroom, demanding silence. The students quickly settled into their seats. Aizawa warned them not to relax, as the battle was not over yet, and informed them that the sports festival was approaching. Mineta expressed his fear of more villains, but Aizawa reassured them that security had been significantly increased compared to the previous year. Izuku added that the event could serve as a statement to the public that UA would not be deterred by a villain attack. Aizawa instructed them to prepare for the festival, emphasizing that they needed to showcase their abilities to attract hero agencies. Kirishima expressed excitement about the upcoming event, while Aizawa reminded them that they only had 3 opportunities to shine, urging them not to waste them before dismissing the class. After class, Izuku felt relieved that the day was finally over. Toga teased him about being lazy, but she understood that he spent most of his time training. As they left the classroom, they noticed several students gathered in front of Class 1A. Bakugo declared that they were just extras scouting the competition, while Shinso remarked on the arrogance he perceived in Class 1A. He spoke in a lifeless tone. This led to a similar discussion between Shinso and Bakugo. Shinso declared that he would make them his subordinates at the festival, while Bakugo retorted with irritation. Shinso remarked that everyone was the same, ending the discussion. Izuku expressed that if they were coming to declare war on his class, he hoped they wouldn't be a disappointment, as he believed he could have fun with them. He then took Toga's hand, and they left, ignoring everyone else. 2 weeks later, we find our favorite class in their dressing room, so to speak. Mina lamented that she wanted to wear her costume. The guy with the ponytail reminded everyone that to keep things fair, they couldn't wear hero costumes. Ida shouted that everyone was ready and they would be entering soon. Todoroki called out to Izuku, who approached him. Todoroki admitted that he believed Izuku was stronger but still intended to defeat him at the festival. Kaminari commented on the rivalry, while Kirishima questioned why Todoroki was starting a fight so suddenly. Todoroki stated he wasn't there to make friends, pushing Kirishima's hand away. Izuku challenged Todoroki, asserting that if he only used 50% of his power, he wouldn't even be able to touch him. He encouraged everyone to give their best to be recognized, hoping Todoroki wouldn't disappoint. After this brief scene, a screen lit up in the stadium. Present Mike excitedly announced the start of the UA Sports Festival, asking if the audience was ready. The crowd erupted in cheers. Present Mike introduced Class 1A, the miraculous new stars who survived a villain attack, with Izuku and Toga leading the way. He then introduced Class 1B, with Monoma and Kendo at the forefront. Following that, he announced the general studies classes and the support and business courses. Izuku joked that it seemed a bit discriminatory, while Toga laughed in agreement. Midnight announced that they would begin the festival after the words of Class 1A's representative, Izuku Midorilla. Izuku was surprised to be called, and Toga teased him about delighting them with his words. He approached the platform, took the microphone, and declared that he would be the winner of the festival. He urged everyone to give their best, reminding them they were there to be heroes and to go beyond their limits with a spirited plus ultra. The audience echoed his words. Midnight praised his strong yet encouraging words before announcing the first game. Izuku realized it was an obstacle race. Midnight explained that all 11 classes would compete in a 4-kilometer race filled with challenges. She instructed everyone to take their positions, and with a whip crack, the race began. As the students ran, they jostled for position until a chilling breeze swept through, freezing part of the area. Todoroki began to speak but was interrupted by Izuku, who noted that Todoroki's strategy wouldn't work against him. Izuku took to the air, increasing his speed. Todoroki noticed more students had escaped than he expected, while Mineta boasted about surpassing Todoroki, only to be hit by a robot. Present Mike announced the appearance of the first obstacle, Robo Inferno. Izuku recognized the robots from the entrance exam and easily froze one before destroying it with fire. Todoroki was surprised and questioned when Izuku had copied his quirk. Izuku explained that he hadn't copied it. His abilities were more powerful, allowing him to control ice and fire at will. Todoroki was about to respond, but Izuku flew off, leaving the other classes astonished. Some students whispered about the number of quirks he possessed. Toga noted that Izuku was showing off, clarifying that his quirk was controlling air, not just flying. The others pondered whether they could truly defeat him. Present Mike praised Izuku's performance, highlighting his elegance and superiority, which was expected from the top student in the entrance exam. Inspired by his words, the other students resumed running, determined to give their all to catch the hero's attention. Present Mike announced that most had managed to surpass Robo Inferno, but now they faced the second obstacle, the fall. Students began to navigate a precipice using ropes, while Izuku flew over it effortlessly. Present Mike remarked on how easy it was for him and asked Eraserhead about Izuku's quirk. Eraserhead explained that Izuku had named his quirk the Hands of God, which allowed him to heal wounds and even regenerate lost body parts, with the most notable ability being to permanently copy quirks. Present Mike expressed his disbelief, stating that the name of the quirk was fitting but seemed like cheating. Izuku, feeling frustrated, exclaimed that it was supposed to be a secret and questioned how anyone could reveal it during a worldwide event. Aizawa, with a smirk, reminded Izuku that he never mentioned it was a secret, so he would have to deal with the consequences. Izuku, resigned, decided it was time to finish the race and increased his speed as he approached the final test. Present Mike, with enthusiasm, announced that this was the last challenge, a minefield. Toga, determined to focus on not being eliminated, reflected on how she would later scold Izuku for being careless. She mimicked Izuku's earlier actions from the anime, gaining an advantage over the other participants. Present Mike marveled at Toga's performance, noting that she hadn't used her quirk throughout the race yet was still surpassing everyone. Izuku, noticing Toga, playfully commented that she would likely finish in second place. Toga, not one to back down, stepped on Izuku's foot, causing him to stumble into the mines. He pretended to be in pain but quickly resumed flying. Present Mike was thrilled to announce that Toga had overtaken Izuku, suggesting she was on track to win. Midnight, in a surprising twist, declared Izuku the winner, prompting a collective gasp from the audience. Midnight then announced Toga as the runner-up. Izuku, relieved, wiped the sweat from his brow, while Toga, feeling a bit down, admitted she thought she could win. Izuku encouraged her, reminding her that finishing second without using her quirk or fighting styles was impressive. As they moved closer for a tender moment, they were interrupted by Bakugo's angry shout, declaring that Izuku was still a nerd and not better than him just because he won. Todoroki coldly echoed Bakugo's sentiment, vowing to defeat Izuku. Meanwhile, in another location, All for One cackled to himself, claiming that Izuku's quirk would soon be his. Back at Izuku's home, Inko expressed her pride in both Izuku and Himiko, tears of joy in her eyes. As the sports festival continued, Midnight announced the results of the race, listing Izuku as the first-place winner, followed by Toga, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Shiozaki Ibara, with Aoyama in the 42nd position. Midnight warned the 42 students who passed not to relax, as the real competition was about to begin. She raised her whip and pointed to the screen, revealing the next game, a cavalry battle. Izuku was surprised, while Kaminari expressed his lack of confidence in such events. Midnight explained that participants could form teams of 2 to 4 people, and each student would receive a score based on their previous performance. Uraraka noted that each team would have different scores depending on its members. Midnight clarified that the points ranged from 5 for the last place to 10 million for the first place. Izuku was astonished by the high score. Toga, with a mischievous grin, pointed out that defeating the first place would guarantee victory, regardless of previous standings. Midnight confirmed this with enthusiasm. Izuku, feeling a bit down, lamented that no one would want to team up with him. Toga, however, cheerfully declared that she would join him. Izuku welcomed her, stating they only needed 2 more team members. Mei, from the support course, approached Izuku, eager to team up with the first-place winner. Izuku, slightly taken aback, asked who she was. Mei introduced herself and insisted that her inventions would shine if she was on his team. Toga interjected, asking Mei to step back from her boyfriend and questioned her use of the term babies for her inventions. Mei explained that her course created gadgets to assist heroes. Toga, intrigued, moved closer to Mei's briefcase, which contained her inventions. Mei enthusiastically claimed she had many gadgets that would impress them. Izuku, eyeing a jetpack, agreed to let Mei join but expressed skepticism about how much her babies would stand out. Mei assured him that being on a team with the first-place winner would guarantee their success. Izuku then mentioned they still needed 1 more member and suggested Tokoyami, whose shadow quirk could cover their blind spots. Toga reminded him that she could create a shield with the wind to help them pass without much effort. Izuku, however, wanted to showcase Mei's inventions. Toga agreed to the plan but warned that if they lost due to Izuku's overconfidence, she would hold him accountable. Izuku, sweating a bit, reassured her that they would win. Midnight called for the teams to begin, and as the signal was given, all teams rushed to attack Izuku's group. Izuku, filled with excitement, shouted to Toga that this would be fun. Toga activated her jetpack, and Tetsu encouraged others to follow their lead. Hagakure pointed out Toga to Jiro, who acknowledged her presence. Izuku and his team were preparing for the next phase of the tournament when they noticed an incoming attack. Toga, trying to dodge, saw Mineta launching his ball, but Dark Shadow quickly intervened, blocking the attack. Izuku expressed his excitement for Tokoyami's quick thinking, while Tokoyami reminded Dark Shadow to keep an eye on their blind spots. Mei announced their descent as she activated her air-propelled boots, and Izuku complimented her inventions, which made her blush slightly with pride. Mineta, in his usual dramatic fashion, joked about their strategy, but Izuku was confused when he couldn't see him. Suddenly, Toga warned everyone about an incoming projectile. Izuku swiftly created a small air shield, suspending Mineta's ball in midair. Tokoyami urged the team to distance themselves as they were being surrounded by Tetsutetsu's group. Izuku agreed, encouraging Miko-chan to follow him. Toga activated her jetpack, and just as they were about to escape, an explosion nearly hit them. Bakugo shouted at Izuku, telling him not to get distracted as he attempted to snatch Izuku's band. Dark Shadow stepped in to block Bakugo's attack. Present Mike noted that Bakugo had separated from his teammates, which was allowed, while Midnight added that if he fell, the game would end. Toga pointed out that Bakugo had lost points, which made Izuku realize they couldn't focus on him if they wanted to avoid elimination. Toga teased Izuku for his overconfidence, but their attention shifted when Todoroki prepared to fight. Todoroki called out to Esta, and Toga warned Izuku that they were not alone, as multiple teams were closing in. Izuku decided it was time to show off, raising his hands just as the four groups prepared to attack. A powerful gust of wind erupted, sending 3 teams flying. Izuku grinned, impressed with Todoroki's performance, while Todoroki expressed his frustration about the time running out. Esta informed Todoroki that he could only use his technique once before being incapacitated, urging him to secure the points. As Esta launched into action at incredible speed, Izuku attempted to react but was caught off guard. Todoroki managed to take Toga's band, leaving Izuku shocked. Toga, feeling nervous, asked what they should do with less than a minute left. Tokoyami reminded Izuku that Bakugo was also approaching. Izuku confidently activated his telekinesis, stealing all of Todoroki's bands, which would have eliminated him, but he decided to taunt Todoroki instead, giving him some bands back. Bakugo, annoyed, declared he would be the one to defeat Izuku, launching himself forward with explosions. Izuku greeted Bakugo while shielding himself with air. Just as Todoroki and Bakugo prepared to attack again, Present Mike announced that time was up, halting the fight. Toga scolded Izuku for making her worry about elimination, while Izuku playfully insisted that it had been easy. Tokoyami pointed out that he never said that, but Izuku brushed it off, celebrating their advancement. Mei expressed her excitement about showcasing her inventions in the final battles, and Izuku smiled in response. Present Mike then announced the 4 teams advancing to the next round, listing them off. After a brief break, Izuku and Toga headed to the cafeteria, but their path was interrupted by Todoroki. He admitted feeling overwhelmed and breaking his promise not to use his father's fire, warning Izuku not to underestimate him in the upcoming fights. Izuku confidently reminded Todoroki that if he only used half of his power, he wouldn't be able to touch him. After lunch, Izuku and Toga were on their way back to the stadium when they encountered Endeavor. Izuku felt a sense of foreboding and told Toga to go ahead while he spoke with the number 2 hero. Endeavor arrogantly requested that Izuku ensure his son used his fire, claiming he was the perfect weapon to surpass All Might. Izuku challenged Endeavor's view, asserting that Todoroki was not a weapon but an individual with his own goals. He resolved to help Todoroki understand that he was not just Endeavor's son. Endeavor remained silent as Izuku walked away, wanting to avoid further conflict. Present Mike announced the end of the break and mentioned some recreational games for students who did not advance. Izuku searched for Toga but couldn't find her, so he asked his classmates if they had seen her. Kirishima informed him that Mina had gathered all the girls and left with them, which made Izuku realize what they were up to. Kirishima pointed towards the stadium courtyard, where he spotted Toga dressed as a cheerleader. Izuku stood frozen, captivated by the sight. He approached Toga, curious about her outfit. Toga explained that Momo had mentioned that Mineta and Kaminari had said Aizawa instructed the girls to dress as cheerleaders. Izuku remained silent for a moment before heading over to Mineta and Kaminari, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Surprised, Kaminari asked if he wasn't angry. Izuku replied that the uniforms suited Miko-chan well, making it a treat for the eyes. Toga blushed at the compliment. After that, the events unfolded similarly to the anime. Present Mic announced the end of the recreational games and the return to the tournament, revealing the upcoming battles. The matchups included Izuku against Shinso, Todoroki against Shiro, Bakugo against Toga, and others. Izuku chuckled, excited about facing someone he had declared war on, while Ojiro warned him about Shinso. As the tournament progressed, Present Mic introduced Izuku with enthusiasm, highlighting his impressive quirk. Izuku took to the air with a big smile, while Shinso appeared with a confident grin. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Shinso attempted to provoke Izuku, but Izuku remained silent, having taken Ojiro's advice to heart. Shinso continued to taunt him, disparaging his classmates, but was abruptly knocked out of the ring. Midnight declared Izuku the winner, and he took a moment to defend Miko-chan, sharing her painful past and expressing his anger at Shinso's insensitive remarks. The audience fell silent, reflecting on his words, before Aizawa addressed them, urging them to understand the context of Shinso's comments. Present Mic agreed, insisting that the tournament must continue. The battles resumed, leading to the highly anticipated match between Toga and Bakugo. Midnight announced the start of their fight, and Bakugo charged at Toga with explosive attacks. Toga skillfully dodged and countered, pushing Bakugo back. As the fight escalated, Bakugo prepared a massive explosion, while Toga realized she needed to tap into Izuku's blood to gain an advantage. With determination, Toga decided to use Izuku's power just this once. She consumed a vial of his blood and transformed, just as Bakugo unleashed his explosive attack. Present Mic announced the outcome, but as the smoke cleared, everyone was shocked to see Izuku standing on the platform, shielded from the blast. Midnight, surprised, stated that interference was prohibited, and both would be disqualified. Izuku quickly clarified that it was Miko-chan who had transformed. Midnight, astonished, asked how this was possible, and Toga proudly revealed that it was her quirk. The shield deactivated, and Bakugo scowled as he attempted to unleash an explosion at Toga. With a serious expression, Toga declared that it was time to end the match. Bakugo launched his explosion, but it missed, and before he could react, he found himself floating helplessly. Frustrated, Bakugo struggled to free himself. Midnight announced with excitement that Katsuki Bakugo was out of the platform, declaring Himiko Toga the winner. The crowd erupted in cheers, showering Toga with compliments. Izuku smiled at Momo, suggesting she create some clothes for Miko-chan. Momo agreed and began crafting the outfit. Gratefully, Izuku accepted the clothing and went to the platform, where he formed an ice capsule around both of them. The audience watched in confusion as Izuku appeared flustered while Toga beamed with joy. Izuku complimented Toga on her performance, handing her the clothes with a smile. Toga giggled, thanking him and embracing him warmly. However, Izuku reminded her that she had only taken a little of his blood, warning her about her transformation. Before he could finish, Toga began to change, playfully exclaiming her surprise. Izuku covered his eyes, his face turning as red as Kirishima's hair. Toga teased him, calling him adorable when he was embarrassed, and playfully kissed him. After this sweet moment, Toga released Izuku and got dressed. Izuku shattered the ice capsule, revealing their flushed faces to the audience, who looked on in bemusement. Midnight announced the end of the first round, stating that after a short break, the next matches would begin. Following the break, Izuku and Todoroki approached the platform with serious expressions. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Without hesitation, Todoroki unleashed a massive pillar of ice, which Izuku countered with a powerful blow, shattering it. The two continued their exchange, with Todoroki launching ice pillars and Izuku destroying them, despite the strain on his fingers, which healed instantly. Todoroki, exhausted, questioned why Izuku wasn't attacking. Izuku replied that if Todoroki wasn't going to use his full power, neither would he. He urged Todoroki to counterbalance the strain on his body with his fire side, or the match would end quickly. Todoroki stubbornly insisted he wouldn't use his father's power, determined to prove he could be the best with just his mother's quirk. Izuku challenged Todoroki's mindset, arguing that if he faced a villain he couldn't defeat with ice, he would be risking lives for his own pride. Todoroki shouted that he would be a hero using only his mother's power. Izuku countered, emphasizing that it wasn't about his parents' powers but about his own. He urged Todoroki to embrace his abilities and rise to the expectations of those who believed in him. In that moment, memories of his childhood flooded Todoroki's mind, leading him to ignite his fire side. Izuku praised Todoroki's newfound attitude, taking a combat stance. Endeavor cheered for his son's acceptance. Izuku suggested they finish the match with one final attack, and Todoroki agreed, gathering a fierce flame. Izuku charged his one for all to 100%, determined not to underestimate Todoroki. With gratitude, Todoroki thanked Izuku, and they unleashed their attacks, resulting in a massive explosion that filled the arena with smoke. Present Mike expressed excitement over the final showdown, wondering who would emerge victorious. As the smoke cleared, a silhouette appeared on the platform, while another was embedded in the wall. Midnight announced that the match was over, revealing that Todoroki was out of the platform and declaring Izuku Midoriya the winner. The crowd erupted into louder cheers. As the smoke dissipated, the audience saw Izuku without the top of his uniform, causing the women to blush and shout compliments, which irritated Toga. Ignoring the attention, Izuku rushed to Todoroki, healing him, but finding him unconscious, he carried him to the infirmary for rest. Toga had also won her fight against Tokoyami and Kirishima, swiftly taking them down. Izuku froze Ida, securing his victory. Present Mike announced the final match of the tournament, excitedly revealing that it would feature the favorite couple of UA. The audience wondered how Himiko would manage to win this battle. Midnight eagerly signaled the start of the match. Izuku smiled at Toga, reminding her that they were not using attack quirks. Toga laughed, saying that if she won while limiting her abilities, she would cry. Izuku reassured her that second place was still commendable as he charged to attack. Toga declared she wouldn't be satisfied with second place and rushed toward Izuku. They exchanged blows, dodging some while others landed, with Toga connecting more hits. Izuku admitted she was better at close combat but was determined not to lose. Toga teased him for focusing solely on training his quirk. Izuku playfully stated that he would win in 5 seconds if she let him give her a hug. Toga, knowing his tactics well, laughed and evaded him. They continued to trade blows until Izuku managed to catch Toga. Realizing she was trapped, Toga saw an opening and attempted to strike Izuku's neck. However, he activated his fire quirk, causing her to recoil in pain. Izuku drained Toga's energy, leaving her exhausted and on her knees. Toga called him a cheater before falling asleep. Midnight announced that Toga could not continue, declaring Izuku Midoriya the winner of the sports festival. The crowd cheered even louder, showering the arena with confetti. Present Mike concluded that all events of the festival had ended, proudly announcing that the champion of this year's festival was Izuku Midoriya. Midnight then stated that the awards ceremony would commence. A platform began to rise from the ground, where the top 3 competitors stood calmly. Midnight expressed her excitement as she announced that the medal presentation would be conducted by a particular individual. M landed gracefully after a significant leap, proudly declaring that he had brought the medals for the festival's best participants. He handed the 3rd-place medal to Tokoyami, acknowledging his strength. Tokoyami graciously accepted the medal, bowing his head slightly. Next, M congratulated Toga, recognizing her potential and suggesting that she would excel even more with a weapon. Toga thanked him, also bowing her head for the medal. Finally, addressed Midoriya, praising him for fulfilling the promises he made during the oath. He commended Midoriya for being the best in the festival, having secured 1st place in all events, and presented him with the medal. Midoriya, however, expressed his doubts about deserving the accolade, admitting that he had won through unfair means. M encouraged everyone, reminding them that they could strive for victory next year and to push their limits together. The audience erupted in a spirited cheer of plus ultra. M raised his fist in appreciation for their hard work, but the crowd playfully reminded him to shout plus ultra back at them. He defended his stance, explaining that they had all put in tremendous effort. After the sports festival, the students were given a few days of rest. During this time, Toga and Izuku trained together with their weapons. Izuku practiced with his katana, enhancing his speed by combining sword techniques with his wind quirk, while also improving the power of his strikes by integrating his fire quirk. Toga trained with her blades and her blood suction machine. As they returned to their usual routine, Izuku felt a sense of monotony on the train, voicing his discontent. Toga playfully scolded him, giving him a light tap. A fellow passenger recognized Izuku and complimented him on his performance at the festival, expressing admiration. Izuku thanked the passenger with a smile, while another praised Toga for her impressive achievements without using her quirk. The journey continued with the couple receiving compliments, which began to overwhelm them. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and Izuku took a deep breath of relief. Toga agreed, appreciating the recognition they received. Esta rushed over to greet them, reminding them to hurry so they wouldn't be late. Izuku pointed out that they still had 5 minutes before the first bell rang, but Esta insisted that UA students should always arrive 10 minutes early. Toga teased Esta about his strict adherence to rules as they all ran to school. Upon arriving, they were exhausted. Izuku, concerned for Esta, asked about his brother's condition. Esta reassured him that his brother was out of danger but would never be able to be a hero again due to an attack by a notorious villain. Toga expressed her concern, and Izuku offered to help heal Esta's brother, reminding him of his unique ability to restore lost limbs. Esta, hopeful, asked Izuku to cure his brother if possible. Izuku encouraged him to stand up, emphasizing their friendship. Toga, eager to get to class, reminded them that they were running late. They rushed into their classroom, relieved that their teacher had not yet arrived. Esta expressed gratitude to Izuku for his willingness to help. Mina, curious about their plans, prompted Izuku to tease Toga about the train incident. Toga approached Izuku with a smile, and he felt a chill run down his spine. She decided to let him off the hook for now since Aizawa had entered the room. Aizawa greeted the class, and they all responded in unison. He announced that they would have a special class on hero-related technology. Some students expressed their concerns about exams, while others worried about their knowledge of hero laws. Aizawa informed them that they would be choosing their hero names today, which excited the class. However, he quickly silenced them with his intimidating presence, instructing them to wake him when they were finished. Just then, Midnight entered the classroom, announcing that she would assist them in selecting their hero names, as some names were well known in society and could lead to professional hero careers. Midnight walked in a captivating manner, catching the attention of all the boys, who blushed slightly, except for Todoroki, Bakugo, and Izuku. Todoroki and Bakugo were indifferent, while Izuku was focused on survival. Midnight instructed everyone to write down the names of heroes they wanted on small boards, and she would decide if they were acceptable. After about 10 minutes, she spoke again, encouraging those who had finished to present their names. Kirishima felt nervous about the presentation and expressed his embarrassment. None of the students seemed eager to go up, but Aoyama stood up at the desk, ready to present. He announced his hero name, I Cannot Stop Twinkling, proudly raising his board. The class reacted with surprise at his choice. Suggested a small adjustment to his name, and the class was impressed by her feedback. Mina then excitedly presented her hero name, Alien Queen, but Midnight quickly advised her to reconsider, looking surprised. Izuku noted that since the first names had been unusual, they should try to make it fun. Tsuyu raised her hand to go next, and Midnight happily called on her. Tsuyu revealed that she had thought about her name since childhood and decided on Froppy. Midnight smiled, appreciating the friendly name, and the class celebrated Tsuyu's choice. As the tension eased, more students found the courage to present their names. Some were still odd, but most were accepted. Toga had already shared her name, but Izuku was still pondering his. To tease him for having flirted with Mina, Toga decided to play a prank. She approached Izuku with a mischievous smile, asking why he hadn't chosen a name yet. Izuku admitted that it stressed him out to think of a hero name in such a short time, especially since it had taken him 8 years to name his quirk. Toga playfully suggested some of the names he had thought of as a child, making sure everyone could hear. Izuku felt embarrassed and tried to stop her, but Toga continued to joke about names like Captain All Might and Super All Might, laughing at his flustered expression. The class erupted in laughter, including Midnight and even Aizawa, who chuckled in his sleep. Izuku kept his head down, feeling embarrassed about Toga exposing him. He quietly told Toga that it was cruel of her, but she just laughed, saying he had brought it upon himself by making her angry. Izuku acknowledged that she had a point but felt it was too much. Midnight then called on him, asking what name he would use. Izuku confidently approached the desk and declared that his name would be Deku. The room fell silent until Kirishima pointed out the meaning of the name, which surprised everyone. Kaminari added that while Izuku's childhood names were ridiculous, calling him useless seemed unfair given his abilities. Izuku explained that he initially hated the nickname because Bakugo had used it to mock him when his quirk had awakened later than expected. However, he had met someone who changed its meaning for him, telling him that Deku could mean you can do it. This inspired him to improve every day, and he smiled as he shared this story. Midnight found his name simple yet meaningful and accepted it with enthusiasm. Izuku beamed and returned to his seat, asking Toga what she thought of his name. Toga avoided eye contact, feeling guilty for having embarrassed him in class, especially after he had revealed that she was his inspiration. Izuku noticed her discomfort and asked if something was wrong. Toga apologized for embarrassing him earlier, and he reassured her that it had lightened the mood. He embraced her, telling her not to worry, as it was also his fault for trying to tease her when they entered the classroom. Their conversation shifted back to normal as they continued with their classes until the end. Izuku gathered his things and called out to Ida, who responded with gratitude for Izuku's help. They headed to the hospital where Ida's brother was. Tensei greeted Ida with a smile, and Ida excitedly shared that he had found a way for Tensei to continue being a hero. Tensei asked about the method, and Ida explained that a friend of his had an incredible quirk. Izuku introduced himself and proudly stated that his quirk was called the Hands of God. Tensei, hopeful, asked if he could be cured, and Izuku assured him it would be easy. He approached Tensei's bedside, placed his hand on his chest, and began the healing process. After a brief moment, he announced that Tensei could move again. Tensei began to walk, and at that moment, his parents and a doctor entered, surprised by the scene before them. Tensei's father expressed his astonishment, noting that the doctors had said Tensei would never move his legs again. His mother remained silent, too shocked to speak. The doctor confirmed the father's disbelief, stating that according to the examinations, all of Tensei's ligaments were torn, and a healing quirk shouldn't have been enough for recovery. Tensei happily explained that it was thanks to Tenya's friend's quirk that he could walk again. The doctor recognized Tensei as the boy who had won the sports festival and was amazed that the rumors about his quirk were true. Ida expressed his gratitude to Izuku for helping his brother, bowing respectfully. Tensei thanked Izuku, saying that because of him, he could continue being a hero. Izuku, feeling modest, insisted it was nothing and mentioned he had to leave, fearing his mother would be upset if he was late. Toga chimed in, saying they should hurry home or Aunt Inko would be angry. Ida waved goodbye, looking forward to seeing Izuku at school the next day. As Izuku and Toga flew home, they found Inko waiting for them with a spoon, ready to scold them for disappearing without notice. Izuku explained they had been helping a friend who was injured, while Toga nervously mentioned their phone had run out of battery. Inko decided they would still face consequences for their absence, pulling them inside the house. Inside, the sounds of playful chaos echoed, but the neighbors, familiar with Inko's de-esping, chose to ignore the commotion. Later, Izuku and Toga were chatting in class with some of their classmates. Kirishima wondered why they hadn't received their internship applications yet, while Kaminari hoped they would get them that day. Izuku cheerfully mentioned that their teacher would inform them about the internships. Toga agreed, sharing in the optimism. Mina teased them about always smiling, questioning if their faces ever got tired. Just then, Izawa entered the room, looking weary and demanding silence. The students quickly settled down to pay attention. Izawa explained that he had forgotten to discuss the internships yesterday and that they would choose today. He displayed the total applications on the board, noting the significant difference in numbers compared to previous years, particularly highlighting Midorilla and Toga. Midnight added that the applications came from various heroes, emphasizing the importance of choosing wisely. Izawa instructed them to make their decisions before the week ended, leaving the classroom. Kirishima was surprised to learn they only had 2 days to decide. As the students reviewed their applications, Mina asked if anyone had chosen an agency. Mineta proudly announced he would be going with Mount Lady. Tsuyu playfully questioned Mineta's intentions, while Ojiro noted Mina's impressive performance at the sports festival and wondered why she hadn't received any requests. Mina felt a bit down about it. Uraraka turned to Izuku, asking if he had made a decision, but he and Toga were too engrossed in their conversation to notice. Tsuyu advised Izuku to focus on the internships, while Uraraka declared her choice to go with Gunhead, surprising Izuku since she had previously wanted to be like Tracy. Uraraka explained that after watching Toga fight, she realized that becoming stronger would increase her chances of being a hero. Toga excitedly said they would be teammates, which confused Uraraka, who thought Toga would also go with Gunhead. Toga clarified that she had trained with him before and wanted to learn more techniques. Uraraka was thrilled by the idea. Izuku, feeling uncertain about which agency to choose, expressed his dilemma. Mina suggested it was tough to decide among so many applications. Toga proposed asking AM, the number 1 hero, for advice, which brightened Izuku's spirits. He resolved to seek AM during lunch. The classes continued normally until lunchtime, when Izuku set out to find AM, while Toga joined Momo and her friends. Izuku was walking, lost in thought about where AM could be, when he accidentally bumped into someone. He quickly apologized as he got back on his feet. The other person, Mirio, also stood up, admitting he had been distracted as well. Confused, Izuku asked who he was. Mirio introduced himself with a smile, revealing he was a third-year student in the hero course. Izuku realized Mirio was his senior and introduced himself as a first-year student in the same course, returning the smile. Mirio expressed his pleasure at meeting Izuku. Izuku then mentioned he was looking for AM to ask an important question. Mirio revealed he was also searching for AM and believed he was in the teacher's lounge. They both headed there and found AM waiting. Izuku approached AM with a question about which agency he should join. M explained he was about to recommend a hero named Gran Torino, who had been his teacher, and he seemed a bit nervous mentioning him. Izuku jokingly remarked that Gran Torino must be very strong if AM was trembling. M confirmed that while Gran Torino was indeed fast, he was also very strict. Mirio interrupted, stating he had made his decision but suggested they discuss it later. M agreed, inviting them to his office, and noted that since Izuku already knew, it wasn't a secret anymore. Izuku felt he could guess what it was about and urged them to hurry before the break ended. The 3 of them entered a room where Mirio began to explain his choice to AM. Mirio expressed his acceptance of AM's power, stating he wanted to save as many people as possible, and with AM's power, he could increase the number of lives he could save. M encouraged him, offering him a strand of hair to consume. Mirio was taken aback and confused by this request. M clarified that to inherit his quirk, Mirio needed to acquire his DNA, and the best way was by eating a strand of his hair. Despite his hesitation, Mirio took the hair and quickly consumed it, commenting that it tasted like chicken. M then told Izuku that he could give Mirio some advice. Izuku explained that one for all was like an accumulation of power and advised Mirio to think of it in percentages to avoid injury. Mirio was surprised to learn that Izuku also had one for all and expressed his desire to fight him someday. During the rest of the break, Izuku continued to explain how to use one for all until it was time to return to class. Once back in class, Toga whispered to Izuku, asking if he had chosen a hero. Izuku replied that AM had told him to go with Gran Torino. Toga was confused about who that was, and Izuku laughed, mentioning how M trembled at the name, making it sound like it would be fun. Aizawa then called Izuku out into the hallway, and despite Izuku's sad expression, Aizawa insisted he go outside. Toga teased Izuku for interrupting the class, and Aizawa, using his quirk, sent her outside as well. The class laughed, but Aizawa quickly silenced them, demanding they leave. After they exited, the two waited until classes ended. As Monday arrived, everyone had chosen their agencies, but the focus remained on Izuku. He lamented that if Ahem had told him Gran Torino's house was so far away, he might have chosen another hero. Toga encouraged him to hurry as his train had arrived, waving goodbye. Izuku pretended to be sad, but Toga laughed, saying goodbye with a smile. He boarded the train, setting off on a long journey. By the time Izuku arrived at Gran Torino's house in the afternoon, the moon was already visible in the sky. He opened the door, expecting to find A.M's instructions were correct, but instead, he encountered an elderly man who appeared to be asleep. Izuku apologized for arriving late, joining his hands as if to pray for the man's peace. To his surprise, the old man suddenly declared he was not dead, startling Izuku. The man then asked who Izuku was, and Izuku introduced himself as a student from UA. The old man seemed confused, prompting Izuku to repeat his name more forcefully. The man continued to ask who he was, shaking his head in disbelief. Izuku thought to himself that he knew the man was old, but this was excessive. As they stared at each other, Izuku decided to make a call. He pulled out his phone, but when he looked back at the old man, he saw him opening a suit. The old man instructed Izuku to use one for all against him to see how well he could handle it. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden request. The old man commented on the suit, closing the case it was in. Izuku tried to respond, but the old man interrupted him again, asking who he was. Frustrated, Izuku thought it was pointless to keep repeating himself. Just as he was about to leave, he had to dodge a kick from the old man. The old man revealed he had seen Izuku at the sports festival and noted that he seemed to struggle with one for all. He decided to spend the days training him to control it better and told him to put on his suit. Izuku protested, claiming he could control one for all by percentages. The old man was puzzled as to why Izuku hadn't used it during the festival. Izuku laughed, admitting he wasn't sure. The old man then declared that their training would change. Izuku pointed as he spoke. He felt a mix of confusion and excitement about what he was going to do. G.T smiled at him, explaining that he understood Izuku had several quirks, and they would work on enhancing their power with the one for all. Izuku was thrilled at the idea and quickly agreed to start. G.T instructed him to put on his suit and prepare for a fight, gesturing towards the briefcase. Once dressed, Izuku began to spar with G.T, launching various air-based attacks, but he struggled to land a hit. G.T encouraged him to use one for all simultaneously while dodging the attacks. Izuku focused, channeling his energy into his air quirk, and when he unleashed an attack, it became stronger and faster, nearly hitting GT. G.T acknowledged the impressive attack but noticed something behind him. Izuku apologized, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away after seeing the damage he caused to the wall. G.T reassured him that it wasn't difficult to increase the power of his attacks, and they planned to head to Hosu the next day for Izuku to face some villains. After Izuku repaired the wall, G.T was surprised but soon understood after an explanation. As night fell, Izuku pondered how to combine one for all with his katana. He attempted to merge one for all with his pyrokinesis, but the katana melted upon contact with the flames. Izuku realized he needed to ask Hatsum-san for a new, more durable katana. He returned to G.T's house, and after a call with Toga, explaining his day, he fell asleep. The next morning, Izuku woke up and headed to the room where he had trained with G.T the day before. He greeted G.T enthusiastically, asking when they would go on patrol. G.T replied that they would patrol at night, but for now, Izuku should practice controlling his attacks. Curious about a package G.T had opened, Izuku pointed it out. G.T explained that his blender had broken, so he ordered a new one. They began preparing breakfast, but Izuku couldn't take his eyes off the blender. G.T, puzzled, asked what was wrong. Izuku excitedly declared that he was the blender, pointing at it. G.T, confused, questioned his sanity. Izuku clarified that he had activated both of his quirks simultaneously the day before, and to improve their effectiveness, he needed to merge them. G.T smiled to himself, realizing it took Izuku less time than expected to grasp the concept. Izuku, still seeking confirmation, asked if G.T understood him. G.T assured him they would train until he mastered the technique. Izuku responded with a military pose, ready to begin. G.T suggested they have breakfast first, and Izuku agreed, returning to cooking. After finishing their meal, they started Izuku's training. Izuku expressed frustration, saying he couldn't figure out how to unify his quirks. G.T reassured him that he had all day to train and activated his quirk to engage Izuku in combat. As Izuku dodged several attacks, he began to understand why A.M. feared GT. Their training continued, with Izuku trying to merge his quirks while G.T attacked. Izuku had taken some hits and was starting to feel the effects. G.T, concerned for him, suggested they take a break. Izuku insisted he could heal himself, demonstrating his quirk. G.T marveled at Izuku's ability, acknowledging its power and danger. He reassured Izuku that he had mentors to help him, not to mention the girl he liked. Izuku smiled, recalling how she had supported him even before he developed his quirk. G.T encouraged him to share more about her, and Izuku obliged, sitting on the ground to recount his childhood and the evolution of his quirks. G.T listened, impressed not only by Izuku's power but also by his unwavering desire to be a hero despite being excluded by society. Izuku chuckled, recalling how he thought everything was normal until he met Miko-chan, which changed everything. G.T admired Izuku's humility, noting that he sought to help others rather than fame or fortune. Izuku affirmed that helping others brought him joy. Just then, Toga entered G.T's house, expressing her belief that he would save as many lives as possible. Izuku was surprised to see her, wondering why she wasn't with Gunhead. Toga explained that Gunhead had sent her to G.T for training while he focused on Uraraka. Izuku smiled, teasing her about her happiness. Toga embraced him, excited to spend the internship together. G.T, observing the reunion, noted that Gunhead hadn't mentioned anything to him. Toga insisted that Gunhead had approved her joining Izuku. G.T stepped outside to make a call, leaving the two to discuss Izuku's training. He shared details with Toga, who offered him advice to improve. Meanwhile, G.T was on the phone with Gunhead, questioning why he had sent Toga to him for training. Gunhead explained that training the other student had become difficult, and since G.T was patrolling, he thought it would be a good opportunity for Toga to gain experience. G.T tried to calm G.T down. G.T understood but asked to be informed next time before hanging up the call. He returned to the room, surprised to see how Izuku had changed his training, shaping his flames. G.T asked why Izuku had altered his training, feeling confused. Izuku explained that he had told Miko-chan that his katana had broken, and she had given him the idea to shape his flames into a katana. He then showed G.T a flaming katana. G.T inquired if it worked, and Izuku admitted that while he could create an ice katana, a fire one was impossible to hold, as it felt like liquid. G.T suggested they forget about it and prepare to head to Hosu, smiling as he spoke. Izuku and Toga responded enthusiastically and went to Izuku's room. Once there, Toga commented that G.T's house was a bit small, to which Izuku chuckled and said that since Toga would be staying, this would be her room while he would sleep in the living room. Toga insisted that he would sleep with her, moving closer to him. Izuku hesitated, saying it would be uncomfortable since the bed wasn't very big. Toga reassured him that they used to sleep together when they were kids, and it wouldn't be much different now. Izuku argued that it would be awkward since they had grown up, but Toga interrupted him with a kiss, expressing her desire to sleep with him. Izuku reluctantly agreed, but only until their internships were over, hiding his face in embarrassment. After changing, they left with G.T and boarded the bullet train. As they traveled, Izuku pointed out an explosion outside the window, suggesting it might be a fire. He stood up to see what was happening when suddenly a hero burst into the train, causing chaos. The hero was interrupted by a powerful blow. From a Nomu, and Izuku realized what they were facing. T instructed them to stay put while he went to confront the Nomu. Toga, however, insisted on following T, stating that those creatures were strong. Izuku, confused by the smoke billowing from outside, decided to follow T and Toga. As they pursued T, Izuku noticed the heroes were also in trouble. Just then T knocked a Nomu away, reminding the pair that he had told them to stay on the train. Toga apologized, explaining that they needed to help because the Nomus were dangerous. Tensei approached Izuku, relieved to see him, and asked if he had seen his brother, who had disappeared moments before. Izuku thought to himself that Esta might be seeking revenge on the hero killer. Tensei called out to Izuku, who remained silent and began to run. Toga, noticing his sudden movement, chased after him, asking what was wrong. Izuku revealed his suspicion that Esta was after the hero killer. Toga, unable to fly, urged Izuku to wait for her. Izuku suggested they split up and send their locations if either of them found Esta. Toga wished she could fly as they separated to search. After 5 minutes of searching with no sign of Esta, Toga wondered where he could be, thinking that since Izuku had healed his brother, Esta wouldn't want revenge. Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout from Esta, who was in distress. Stain was about to attack the hero native when Toga attempted to strike him, but he dodged and countered. Toga checked on Esta, who was on the ground but assured her he was okay. She was confused by his actions, thinking he wouldn't seek revenge after Izuku healed his brother. Esta clarified that he wasn't there for revenge, he had seen native in danger and rushed to help. Stain, revealing his weapons, taunted them. Toga complimented Esta on his growth while preparing for a fight. Esta warned Toga to be careful, as he had only received a scratch but couldn't move. Toga acknowledged the warning but was determined to fight. Esta insisted she leave to find help, but Toga refused, stating that if she left, people would die, and she had already called Izuku for backup. Stain, frustrated, charged at Toga, who barely managed to evade his attack while trying to strike back. The two exchanged blows, and after a moment, Toga threw her blades while Stain did the same, having sheathed his katana. Their attacks collided, but Stain's damage was less severe. He quickly grabbed Toga's blade and licked her blood, rendering her unable to move. He declared that she fought well but would have to die for interfering. Toga struggled against her paralysis, realizing it was due to her blood. Just as Stain aimed to stab her, he froze in place as Izuku approached angrily, warning him not to touch her. Esta expressed relief at seeing Izuku. Izuku questioned why Esta sought revenge after he had healed his brother, while he healed Toga. Toga thanked Izuku, still lying on the ground. Esta clarified that he had come to help native, not for revenge. Izuku praised Esta for his actions, and Esta thanked him with a smile. Stain, still struggling against his immobilization, demanded to be released, but Izuku explained that his telekinesis was the reason for Stain's inability to move. Izuku struggled as he deactivated his telekinesis quirk. Stain, confused, questioned why Izuku had chosen to let him go instead of turning him over to the heroes. Izuku explained that he needed an excuse to fight him, summoning a katana made of ice. Stain, drawing his own katana, taunted Izuku, believing that he could not defeat him. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with Stain initially holding the advantage but unable to land a hit on Izuku. Izuku acknowledged Stain's skill but lamented that he was a villain. Stain insisted he was an anti-hero and continued his relentless attacks. Izuku countered that hurting innocent people made Stain a villain, regardless of their status as heroes. As the battle progressed, both fighters found themselves evenly matched, with Izuku only utilizing 10% of one for all. Stain declared that it was time to end the fight, managing to make a small cut on Izuku. Toga shouted a warning, urging Izuku not to let Stain drink his blood, as it would activate his quirk. Izuku reassured her, smiling as he prepared for the next move. Stain, filled with overconfidence, drank Izuku's blood, believing it would immobilize him. However, Izuku revealed that he had deactivated Stain's quirk and swiftly knocked him out with a single blow. Toga admired Izuku's strength, praising him for his impressive feat. Izuku suggested they wait until their companions could move again. Esta soon stood up, ready to assist. Izuku instructed Ida to carry Native while he took Toga on his back. Ida expressed concern about Stain, but Izuku assured him he would handle it with his telekinesis, making Stain float behind them. The group exited the alleyway and encountered Endeavor and Todoroki outside. Todoroki, puzzled, asked what they were doing there. Izuku explained that they had been training with GT when they encountered Stain. Endeavor was astonished to learn they had defeated the hero killer, especially when Ida pointed out that Izuku had done so with a single strike. Before they could celebrate, a Nomu appeared, attempting to take Toga, who was still unconscious. Izuku swiftly intervened, launching a series of air attacks that severed the Nomu's head. The creature fell, and Toga was caught safely in Izuku's arms as she began to descend. Some heroes, who had doubted Izuku's ability to defeat Stain alone, were left speechless by his actions. Izuku checked on Toga, ensuring she was awake. Toga playfully remarked that she felt like a princess, causing Izuku to blush and hide his face. Endeavor approached Izuku, praising his abilities but reminding him that he did not have a license to use his quirk. Izuku acknowledged this but insisted that he would credit GT for his actions. Endeavor challenged Izuku, grabbing him by the collar and questioning his reasoning. Izuku retorted that he would not allow anyone to be harmed simply because he lacked a license. Angered, Endeavor activated his flames, but Izuku calmly extinguished them, asserting that he could control fire. GT intervened, advising Izuku to calm down and informing him that he had spoken with the police chief, who agreed to the proposal. Izuku complied, returning the flames to Endeavor, who begrudgingly warned that they would meet again. With that, Endeavor and Todoroki departed, while Ida left with his brother. And Izuku, Toga, and GT returned to GT's home. 5 days passed since the previous chapter, during which Izuku had successfully combined his aerokinesis with One for All, allowing him to fly faster and enhance his attacks. Toga had also trained with Izuku's quirk, gaining better control. Izuku expressed his gratitude to GT for the week of training, acknowledging that he had improved significantly. GT downplayed his role, stating that Izuku had great potential regardless of his help. Izuku credited GT for enabling him to face the hero killer, to which GT humorously claimed he had done nothing but take the credit. Toga curiously asked GT about his name, which was relatively unknown. GT explained that he had never been interested in being a hero and preferred to use his quirk freely, which led him to obtain his license. Toga found this admirable, and GT wished them well with a small smile. As they prepared to leave, GT jokingly questioned who they were, prompting Izuku to introduce himself as Deku. Toga playfully declared herself the Bloody Queen, eliciting a smile from GT before he waved goodbye and entered his house. Later, Izuku and Toga headed to their classroom, discussing training strategies for Toga. Upon entering, they burst into laughter at the sight of Bakugo, who was visibly upset and threatened them. Izuku teased Bakugo about his new look, while Toga joined in the laughter, suggesting that Bakugo's time with Best Jeanist had changed him. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted for them to be quiet, signaling that things were back to normal. Kaminari smiled as he watched Bakugo's hair return to its usual style. He then changed the subject, asking what everyone had done during their internships. Tsuyu mentioned that she had been on patrol and had even captured some smugglers. Mina expressed her excitement about her own patrol, then turned to Uraraka, who was lost in her own world, throwing punches in the air. Kaminari noted that it was quite a change in just 1 week. Mineta interjected, claiming that women were like demons hiding their true personalities, nervously biting his nails. Kaminari tried to calm him down, asking about his experience with MT Lady, while Kirishima pointed out that the 3 who had faced the most challenges were Izuku, Toga, and Ida. Kaminari referred to the infamous hero killer, and Kirishima expressed relief that they were safe, having heard that a retired hero had saved them. Izuku nervously agreed, praising GT. M entered the classroom, announcing their upcoming training session. Toga commented that A.M's entrance was anything but normal. M explained that they would be testing their improvements from their internships in a rescue race, dividing everyone into groups. The groups were chosen, including Toga, who would not win but also would not come in last. As the first group prepared to start, Kirishima asked who everyone thought would win, and they all agreed it would be Midoriya. Shouted for them to begin, and while the others took off, Izuku hesitated at the starting line. Kaminari was surprised to see him lagging behind, while Momo speculated that he might be injured from his previous battle. Toga suggested that Izuku was just being overly confident, giving the others a head start. Kirishima remarked that it was a bit too much bravado. Izuku finally decided it was time to move, and Momo pointed out that he seemed ready to take action. Suddenly, Izuku vanished from sight, leaving everyone shocked. Toga spotted him on the screen, and declared the race over. Kaminari was astonished to see Izuku had already crossed the finish line, while Todoroki noted they hadn't even seen him move. Thanked Izuku for saving her and presented him with a band. Izuku smiled in response, and Ida congratulated him on his victory. Shiro expressed his frustration at how fast Izuku was, and Mina couldn't believe it, bouncing on her feet. Praised the group for their significant improvements since the beginning of the year. As the day progressed, Aizawa announced that next week would bring exams, including a practical test, reminding everyone to study both mind and body. Kaminari panicked about not having studied, and Mina admitted the same, while Mineta boasted about the difficulty of the upcoming quarter exam. Kaminari was surprised to learn he was ranked 10th in the semester. Izuku encouraged Kaminari and Mina to work hard so they could all go to camp together. Kaminari teased Izuku about his high ranking, and Toga reassured them that they had a week to prepare. Mina pointed out Toga's top rank, and Todoroki remarked that it was hard to fail if they paid attention in class. Momo offered to help them study, which excited Kaminari and Mina. However, she lamented that she couldn't assist with the practical part. Jiro asked to join in, mentioning her struggles with equations, and Shiro requested help with classical language. Ojiro also expressed his confusion about many topics. Momo eagerly agreed to help, and Mina looked forward to seeing her house. Momo suggested they hold a study session at her place. As the lunch hour approached, Izuku noticed that everyone seemed to be forming study groups, even Bakugo. Toga suggested they skip studying and go to the beach instead, and Izuku affectionately ruffled her hair. The classes continued smoothly until lunchtime, where Izuku sat with Toga, Ida, Tsuyu, and Uraraka. Uraraka expressed her anxiety about the practical exam, while Ida reassured her that the written exam would cover what they had learned in class. Izuku pondered what they would face in the practical, looking up at the ceiling, while Uraraka shared her own concerns about the written test. Tsuyu looked at the ceiling as she spoke, mentioning that Aizawa-sensei would only say that the written exam would cover everything they had learned in the first semester while munching on an apple. Toga chimed in, listing the subjects: combat classes, rescue training, and the basics. Izuku added that aside from studying, they needed to maintain good physical condition, but he was interrupted by a sudden bump. Monoma, holding a tray of food, apologized, claiming he accidentally hit Izuku because his head was so large. Izuku, with a serious expression, told him not to worry but to leave. Monoma laughed, saying he heard they had fought against the hero killer and that their class seemed to attract trouble, which made him nervous. Izuku replied that if Monoma was so scared he should stay away. If a villain frightened him, he shouldn't aspire to be a hero. Monoma, unable to handle the pressure, fainted. Kendo, grabbing Monoma by his shirt, apologized for him, saying his heart was a bit different. Izuku remarked that it was more his brain than his heart as he stood up from the table. Kendo then reminded everyone they had been discussing what would be on the practical exam, noting it would likely involve battles against robots. Izuku thanked her, guessing she learned it from a senpai, but mentioned he knew one of the top 3 students and would ask him directly as he left the cafeteria. Toga, eager to join him, expressed her desire to meet this student as well. Uraraka, confused, asked about the top 3 students. Kendo explained they were the best students in the academy and were in their 3rd year, which surprised her. Tsuyu noted how impressive it was that Midoriya knew so many people, while Ida agreed. Lunch passed normally, with Izuku and Toga meeting Mirio, who informed them about the different practical exams: fighting robots, battling teachers, and a rescue exam. Kaminari excitedly declared that fighting robots would make the exam easy, while Mina boasted about her ability to melt them with her acid. Shiro suggested they ask Yaoyorozu for help studying, but Izuku cautioned them not to get too confident, explaining there were 3 types of exams, and any of them could be assigned. Mina, losing her smile, asked how he knew. Izuku replied that a third-year friend had told him. Kaminari remained hopeful, insisting they could face the robots. Toga laughed, reminding them that studying was not the only thing they needed to prepare for. Bakugo, asserting his strength, claimed he would defeat Izuku in the exam, pointing at him. Izuku, serious, doubted Bakugo could beat him in anything other than written tests. Bakugo, frustrated, threatened Izuku as he left the classroom. Kirishima commented on the intensity of the situation, while Kaminari wondered if it was impatience or hatred. The week passed normally, with Momo helping Kaminari, Shiro, Jiro, Mina, and Ojiro study. Izuku studied and trained a little but spent most of his time with Toga. Mina thanked Yaoyorozu, raising her hands in gratitude. Kaminari smiled, saying he had answered everything, while Jiro expressed happiness that they had passed thanks to her. Shiro and Ojiro echoed their thanks, with Ojiro bowing respectfully. Momo, happily, replied that they were friends after all. Izuku announced that the 3 days of written exams were over, and now the practical exam would begin, feeling excited. Toga smiled, noticing his enthusiasm, and Izuku expressed his hope to fight against the teachers. Kaminari, trembling, reminded him that if they lost, they wouldn't be able to go to camp. Izuku insisted they just needed to defeat the teachers. Mina, pretending to cry, pointed out that it was easy for him since he had more than one quirk, urging him to consider them. Izuku pointed out that Toga was also excited to fight the teachers. Toga, smiling, revealed she preferred to fight robots because it would be easier. Izuku, confused, asked why, and Toga simply said it was more straightforward. Izuku found it boring, pretending to yawn. As he walked, Izuku maintained hope that they would get to fight the teachers. Toga playfully remarked on his confidence, giving him a light punch. Aizawa gathered everyone, announcing they would begin the practical exam. Izuku excitedly declared that they would be fighting the teachers, prompting a collective groan from the others. Aizawa silenced them, warning that it was possible to fail the exam, so they should not make mistakes. Nizu explained they would form teams of 2, but since there were 21 students, one group would consist of 3. Izuku confidently offered to go solo, but Nizu advised him to temper his excessive confidence, looking at him seriously. Toga laughed, teasing that even the principal was scolding him. Nizu announced the teams, which included Yaoyorozu and Todoroki against Aizawa, Midoriya, Toga, and Bakugo against All Might, and several others paired against various teachers. Izuku was pleased to be with Toga but worried about Bakugo's attitude. Toga agreed that Bakugo might not help them. Bakugo shouted that he didn't need their help and would defeat All Might on his own. Izuku suggested Bakugo should hurry and get defeated so he and Toga could assist him afterward, turning his back on Bakugo. Bakugo angrily attempted to strike Izuku, but he simply created a wall of air and continued walking, leaving Bakugo fuming. Nizu announced that the exam would last 30 minutes. Aizawa added that the teachers would be using special devices, revealing some wrist and ankle weights. Momo, confused, asked what they were. Aizawa explained they were ultra-compressed weights that would increase their mass and limit their movements, maintaining his usual monotone. Nizu clarified that all the teachers would wear them except for All Might. Aizawa expressed his concerns about AM being the most problematic, suggesting that he should take on more of the weight. Nizu quietly agreed, indicating that if those 2 were in trouble, they would have to work together. Aizawa acknowledged this and returned to his usual expression. As the fights were set to unfold like in an anime, Aoyama had asked Uraraka if she liked Ida. The focus shifted to the upcoming battle involving Izuku, Toga, and Bakugo. Toga announced that it was their turn and urged everyone to stop fighting and work as a team, as AM would be fighting with all his strength. Bakugo dismissed her, insisting he didn't need anyone getting in his way. Izuku confronted Bakugo, challenging him on his insults. Toga sighed, realizing that this would be more challenging than she had anticipated. Present Mike excitedly called for the last group to start. Izuku encouraged Toga, gently patting her head, and she agreed to join him. Bakugo charged ahead to the field, followed closely by Izuku and Toga, all on high alert for A's appearance. Toga broke the silence, stating they needed a plan. Bakugo retorted that he didn't need a plan and just wanted them to stay out of his way. Toga pointed out that AM would fight with all his strength, and they couldn't defeat him separately. Bakugo, frustrated, attempted to strike Toga but was interrupted by Izuku, who warned him not to touch her. Bakugo insulted Izuku, calling him an insect, and charged at him with explosive energy. Toga, irritated, demanded they stop fighting. Izuku moved toward Toga, while Bakugo distanced himself, grumbling about not wanting to be bothered. In the observation room, Recovery Girl doubted that the two could work together effectively. Mina expressed her hope to hear everyone's camp stories, while Izuku reassured her that Aizawa often had surprises in store, hinting that they might still get to go. Kaminari pointed out that failing their exams would mean missing the camp, and he criticized their lack of understanding. Aizawa entered the classroom, signaling for silence. Once everyone settled, Aizawa delivered the news that, unfortunately, some students had not passed the final exam, but everyone would still attend the camp. The students who had failed were surprised and excited, but Aizawa clarified that while they had passed the written exam, they had failed the practical one. The camp would be an opportunity for them to improve their physical skills, and he promised a much stricter training regimen. The 4 students who had failed were initially frightened by Aizawa's manic smile but soon felt relieved that they could still attend the camp. Aizawa reminded Siro that he would also have extra classes, which would be more intense than usual. Siro lamented that he had only fallen asleep during the exam. Classes continued without incident, and Siro noted that they would all be going to camp. Ida read from a brochure, emphasizing that it would be a week of training. Izuku realized they would need to bring a lot of supplies, while Kaminari mentioned he didn't have a swimsuit. Mineta chimed in, saying he needed night vision goggles for nighttime exploration, which puzzled Izuku. Hagakure suggested they go to the mall to buy what they needed since they had no classes the next day, and everyone agreed it would be fun to go together. Kirishima encouraged Bakugo to join them, but he refused, stating he would never do something so silly. Izuku then approached Todoroki, asking if he would come along, but Todoroki declined, mentioning he would be visiting his mother during his days off. Mineta complained about how boring everyone was. The scene shifted to the mall, where Mina excitedly announced that it was the place with the most shops. A group of girls recognized Izuku from UA and rushed over to ask for a photo, inadvertently pushing Toga aside. Confused, Izuku asked who they were, and the girls excitedly revealed they were his fan club. As they requested a photo, Izuku, feeling flustered, joined them but noticed Toga's threatening smile, which made him uneasy. He quickly excused himself, claiming his girlfriend was waiting for him, and left the girls looking disappointed. Toga, still smiling, questioned Izuku about his interaction with the girls, making him sweat nervously. She decided it was best to discuss it later, brandishing a knife playfully. Just then, Jiro intervened, changing the subject by mentioning her need for a new backpack. Momo agreed and they decided to go together. Kaminari and Hagakure chimed in with their own shopping needs, and Kirishima suggested they set a time to meet up later. Mina agreed, and the group continued their shopping adventure. Kirishima suggested that they meet at 3 o'clock, pointing to a clock. Everyone split into small groups to do their shopping. Izuku observed his friends and remarked on how quickly they moved away. Toga approached him slowly, indicating that they needed to have a serious talk. Izuku, feeling the pressure, excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom and hurried off. Toga, smiling, mentioned that she needed a new knife and said she would see him later. Izuku found himself alone in the shopping mall, reflecting on how they had all come together but now he was by himself. Suddenly, Shigaraki appeared, expressing excitement at encountering a UA student and asking for his autograph while attempting to get closer to Izuku. Izuku, maintaining a serious demeanor, distanced himself and questioned Shigaraki's intentions. Shigaraki suggested they grab a drink and continued to approach Izuku, who warned him that he could easily capture him and hand him over to the authorities. Shigaraki acknowledged this but added that he could harm a few people before being caught. As a purple mist began to swirl around Shigaraki's hands, Izuku instinctively released him and stepped closer, demanding to know what he wanted. Shigaraki expressed his disdain for the hero killer, revealing his jealousy of the attention the hero killer received despite their similar goals of eliminating what they disliked. Izuku countered, explaining that while he did not condone the hero killer's actions, they were driven by a purpose, unlike Shigaraki's destructive tendencies. Shigaraki, with a mocking smile, blamed Izuku and Am for his hatred of the hero killer. Izuku, feeling frustrated, turned his back on Shigaraki, who ominously promised to kill him the next time they met before leaving the mall. After this unsettling encounter, Izuku resumed his shopping, determined to find Am. He informed Toga that she could leave without him, as he needed to seek answers. Toga, confused, asked why, and Izuku simply stated he needed some answers. She departed with the other girls, leaving him to head toward the academy. Izuku had to sneak past the guards since it was Saturday and no students were allowed inside. After searching for several minutes, he finally found Am and insisted they needed to talk. Surprised to see him, questioned why he was there. Izuku, maintaining a serious expression, reiterated the need for a discussion. Noticing Izuku's seriousness, Am led him to his office to ensure their conversation remained private. As Am poured some tea, he asked what Izuku needed. Izuku revealed that he had encountered Shigaraki at the mall. Am was surprised to learn Shigaraki had not been alone, as he had been accompanied by the purple mist. Am questioned why Izuku hadn't captured them, to which Izuku explained that he couldn't use his quirk in public without a license and that many people could have been harmed. Am reminded him that he was stronger and could erase quirks, suggesting that his lack of a license wouldn't matter if Am took responsibility. Izuku countered that the mist could have endangered others if he had captured Shigaraki. Acknowledging Izuku's point, Am apologized. Izuku then expressed concern over Shigaraki's intense hatred for Am and pressed for answers. Am insisted he had not withheld any information, stating he had shared everything he knew. Izuku, still skeptical, asked why Am had given him the one-for-all quirk. Am explained it was to enable him to save people. Izuku questioned Am's decision to seek a successor when he was still young enough to save many himself. Am fell silent, unable to respond. Izuku demanded no more lies and pressed for the truth about One for All. Am, feeling defeated, began to explain its origins and the looming threat of All for One. He admitted he hadn't shared this information earlier because he felt Izuku was too young and immature to understand. He mentioned that Mirio was more capable of handling such topics. Am cautioned Izuku that his excessive confidence could ultimately harm those he cared about. Rising from his chair, he emphasized that while Izuku had incredible power, it was not yet his time to fight. Frustrated, Izuku left Am's office, feeling angry and misunderstood. When he returned home, Toga noticed his mood and asked if he was okay. Izuku reassured her, attributing his frustration to Am. Toga suggested they go to the beach to help him relax, and Izuku agreed, realizing he could use some time to unwind. Izuku and Toga walked to the beach, but instead of swimming, they simply watched the sunset. Toga turned her gaze toward the sea and asked Izuku if he would share what was bothering him. Izuku, also looking at the ocean, seemed hesitant and replied that he didn't think it was necessary to discuss it. Toga, holding one of his hands, encouraged him to confide in her about what was troubling him regarding him. Izuku met Toga's concerned eyes and finally expressed his frustration about Am hiding something important from him. Toga, lying on Izuku's lap, listened intently as he explained everything that had happened with Am. She smiled and pointed out that Am was right to be cautious, as he wanted Izuku to grow without worrying about Am's retirement and to be careful against a formidable opponent. Izuku acknowledged her point but felt angered by the implication that his loved ones could be harmed because of him. Toga reassured him that Am didn't mean to upset him, he simply wanted Izuku to take threats seriously to avoid regret later. Izuku remained silent, gazing at Toga, who reminded him that Am cared deeply for him and had likely lost someone due to misplaced trust. Feeling grateful, Izuku thanked Toga, calling her his pillar of support, and gently kissed her. Toga playfully reminded him that he needed to apologize to AM, and Izuku agreed they could go the next day. Toga offered to accompany him, and they decided it was time to head home. Later, Izuku opened the door to find Kaminari and Mineta waiting outside, excitedly inviting him to the pool. Toga emerged from behind Izuku, and Kaminari questioned her presence so early in the morning. Izuku explained that Toga lived with him since her mother had left when her quirk was revealed, and he had known her since they were young. Kaminari thought it was great, and they discussed their plans for the pool. As they prepared to leave, Toga mentioned that she and the other girls would be there to have fun while the boys trained. After validating their permission at school, Izuku donned his swimsuit, and the boys excitedly declared their determination to train hard. Upon arriving at the pool, they were greeted by Esta, who noted they were late. Kaminari asked why everyone was there, and Izuku explained he had invited them to train. Mineta whispered that there would definitely be girls in swimsuits, but when they looked around, they found no one. Confused, Mineta shouted about the absence of girls, and Izuku clarified that he had suggested the beach for those just wanting to have fun. Kaminari lamented inviting Izuku, who was determined to lead their training session. As they began, Izuku took charge, and his friends nervously braced themselves for the challenge ahead. After a rigorous training session, Esta announced a break, offering drinks to everyone. Izuku, however, insisted that Kaminari and Mineta would only rest for a short time, igniting their fears. Esta commented on Izuku's strictness, and Izuku explained that he was only being tough because his friends had initially invited him to gain access to the pool. Esta expressed his surprise at how much Izuku had grown as a person, recalling how he had prioritized saving Uraraka during their practical exam over scoring points. Izuku, feeling proud, reflected on his journey to become stronger, acknowledging that he still had room to mature. Izuku smiled as he reflected on his journey, acknowledging that while others had mentioned his potential, he would not rush his growth. Time would determine his evolution. Esta noted Izuku's determination to win, suggesting that it was precisely that tenacity that led to Bakugo's defeat. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted that he had only lost because he was unwell. Kirishima, with a grin, mentioned that he had received Izuku's message but had found it challenging to convince Bakugo to join them. Izuku turned his gaze toward Bakugo, realizing the situation. Bakugo, eager to settle things, proposed they resolve their issues today. Izuku agreed with a smile. Esta suggested that simply training would be dull, proposing a race to see who could swim the fastest in 50 meters. The group excitedly agreed, looking forward to the challenge. Ojiro raised his hand, suggesting they could use their quirks, to which Esta replied that there shouldn't be any issues since they were at school. Bakugo, with his characteristic intensity, declared he would crush Deku and added a challenge for Kirishima as well. As the first race commenced, Esta shouted the countdown. Mineta, Koda, Kaminari, and Tokoyami swam with all their might, but Bakugo soared above the water, propelled by his explosions, easily winning the race. He taunted his opponents, who pointed out that he hadn't even touched the water. Bakugo insisted it was freestyle swimming. In the second race, Kirishima and Sato swam while Shiro used his tape to propel himself, and Aoyama attempted to use his laser, which unfortunately malfunctioned and caused a collision with Shiro. Todoroki, however, created a path of ice, winning the race effortlessly. Mineta shouted at Todoroki, suggesting he should have swum instead. The third race featured Esta, Izuku, Ojiro, and Shoji. Esta activated his reciproburst to propel himself along the ropes separating the lanes, while Ojiro and Shoji swam fiercely. They were so focused on the competition that they failed to notice Izuku had already reached the finish line. Kirishima, watching with a bead of sweat on his brow, remarked that it was expected. Kaminari continued to praise Izuku's incredible abilities. Esta, acknowledging his defeat, congratulated Izuku as they exited the pool. The final race was set between Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki. Just as they were about to begin, they fell into the water as their quirks were nullified. Aizawa entered the pool, announcing that their time was up. Kirishima complained that they were just getting to the good part. Aizawa silenced him with a stern look. Kaminari pointed out that Izuku was already halfway across the pool, while Todoroki and Bakugo were just starting to swim. Bakugo shouted that he would have won if he hadn't been distracted. Aizawa confronted Bakugo about his comments, while Kirishima dramatically declared that history would remember Bakugo's courage. After a time skip, Aizawa informed the students that the first semester had ended, and they would not have a break due to the upcoming training camp. The students cheered in excitement. Esta instructed everyone to line up and board the bus in an orderly fashion. They chatted amongst themselves as the bus drove to a cliff. Kaminari stretched, relieved to finally have a moment of rest. Kirishima asked if this was a resting area, while Momo inquired about Class B's whereabouts. Mineta expressed his urgent need for a bathroom. Mandalay emerged from a car, asking Aizawa how long it would take. She and Pixie Bob introduced themselves as the Wild Wild Pussycats, a team of seasoned heroes. Izuku explained that they were a 4-person team with over 12 years of experience. Pixie Bob playfully attempted to strike Izuku, who deftly dodged. Kirishima observed that she seemed eager. Mandalay redirected their attention, indicating that the camp would be at the foot of a mountain. Uraraka expressed concern about the distance, while Tsuyu questioned why they had stopped. Shiro doubted they would be staying there. Mandalay informed them that it was 9:30, and if they hurried, they might arrive by 12. Kaminari urged everyone to return to the bus quickly. Mandalay warned that those who didn't arrive by noon would miss lunch. Just as the students were about to board, Pixie Bob appeared and used her quirk to send them tumbling off the cliff. Mandalay reminded them that they could use their quirks since it was private property. Izuku realized this was a test and confirmed it with Mandalay. When she asked why he hadn't fallen, he simply replied that he could fly. Aizawa, anticipating such a scenario, instructed Izuku to also take the test. Izuku agreed, requesting Katsudon for lunch if he reached the camp before the bus. Meanwhile, the other students discussed the situation, with Jiro commenting that UA always had such challenges. Kirishima noted that complaining wouldn't help. Izuku greeted his classmates as he soared through the air. Kaminari lamented that it wasn't fair since Izuku could fly, but Izuku reassured him that this was an opportunity for them to grow. Kaminari, touched by Izuku's words, called him a saint. Izuku then asked if he could help Miko-chan, but Toga declined, wanting to face the challenge alone. Izuku wished her well and flew off, leaving his classmates in awe. The others navigated the forest as they had seen in the anime, while Izuku reached the camp in just 30 minutes. He waited for his teachers, who arrived 20 minutes later. Izuku noted the delay as Aizawa stepped off the bus. Aizawa suggested he ask Mandalay to cook for him, to which Mandalay inquired how he had arrived so quickly. Izuku simply replied that he had flown. As they settled in, the group reflected on their journey, eager for the challenges ahead. Izuku handed Toga a plate of katsudon, and she expressed her gratitude as she took the food. He praised her for her efforts while healing her injuries. Kaminari complained about their hunger, prompting Pixie Bob to mention that since they had worked hard, she and the others had cooked for them, but starting tomorrow, they would have to prepare their own meals. Kirishima expressed his gratitude, while Izuku noted that everyone was healed except for Bakugo, who refused to let anyone touch him. Toga remarked that Bakugo never changed. Curious about a new arrival, Izuku pointed to Koda and asked Mandalay who he was. Mandalay explained that Koda was her cousin's son and encouraged him to greet the others, as he would be staying with them for a week. Izuku introduced himself, but Koda, in a typical anime fashion, made Izuku squirm on the ground. Koda declared that he had no intention of spending time with anyone who wanted to be a hero. Bakugo, unexpectedly, found himself liking Koda, while Toga teased Izuku about his inability to feel pain. Izuku explained that while his quirk nullified pain, it had its limits, and he shed a few tears. Toga reminded him that he had lost limbs and felt nothing. Kaminari pointed out that it was different from a direct hit. Izuku felt a sense of camaraderie with Koda, who seemed to understand him. Aizawa interrupted their conversation, expressing sympathy for Izuku but urging everyone to eat in the cafeteria, shower, and then get some sleep, as they would begin serious training the next day. The group quickly made their way to the cafeteria. After their meal, Mineta made a comment about what was behind the wall separating the bathrooms, which piqued Izuku's curiosity. Mineta declared he wouldn't be stopped and began to climb the wall. Izuku cursed under his breath, and when Mineta reached the top, he was surprised to see Koda there. Izuku urged Koda to kick Mineta down, igniting his hands in a show of power. Koda complied, sending Mineta tumbling down in a comical fashion. Izuku approached Mineta, who tried to brush off his actions as a joke. Kirishima and Kaminari expressed their disapproval, while Koda scolded Mineta for his behavior, suggesting that if he wanted to be a hero he should start by not acting like a pig. Uraraka agreed and Toga thanked Koda. When Koda turned to see who was speaking, he lost his balance and fell, but Izuku activated his wind quirk to keep him floating. However, the shock caused Koda to faint. Izuku decided to take Koda to Mandalay, carrying him in his arms. Upon arriving, he explained the situation to Mandalay, who thanked him for saving Koda and laid him down on a couch. Izuku learned that Koda held resentment toward heroes because his parents, who were heroes, had been killed, leading him to believe they had abandoned him. Mandalay expressed her sadness, noting that Koda also disliked them because they were heroines. Izuku offered to alter Koda's memories to make him think his parents had died in an accident, but Mandalay declined, wanting Koda to overcome his feelings on his own. Izuku resolved to show Koda how great heroes could be during the week. After their discussion, everyone went to bed, including Izuku, who knew they needed energy for the grueling training with Aizawa the next day. The next morning, Kinoko complained about the early training as she was dragged along by Kendo. Vlad King reminded the class that Class A had set a high standard last semester, and they were determined to prove themselves this time. The excitement in Class B was palpable, and they rushed to the training area, only to be met with a grueling sight. Class A was battered and exhausted but still training hard. Vlad King announced the start of training and instructed everyone to pair up with a member of the Pussycats to work on their quirks. Kendo pointed out that they would be a large group, but Ragdoll assured them that they were there to help. After a spirited introduction, the Pussycats explained their quirks and how they could assist the students. Tigray called for those with power-type quirks to join him, and several students followed him to the training area, where they encountered Izuku and Toga in the midst of a sparring match. Toga playfully challenged Izuku, who struggled to land a hit on her. Kaibara attempted to engage with Tigray, but was redirected to train with him instead, feeling intimidated. As the training progressed, Izuku lay on the ground, feeling defeated. Toga reminded him that it was his own fault for not engaging in close combat. Despite his exhaustion, he complimented her determination to become the best heroine without relying on anyone else. Toga expressed her gratitude for his support, and they continued discussing ways to improve their skills, unaware that a small boy with black hair was watching them intently. Later, Pixie Bob reminded the students that they had said they would only assist them the previous day, and today they would have to cook their own meals. Ragdoll playfully pointed out how exhausted they looked, and Izuku cautioned against laughing at others' misfortunes. Izuku stood in front of everyone, a smile on his face. The two Pussycats watched with uncertainty as the green-haired boy prepared to take action. He encouraged everyone to line up if they wanted to recover their energy. Kaminari was the first to step forward, expressing his gratitude to Izuku. Class A formed up quietly, drawing the astonished gaze of Class B, who couldn't understand why they were following Izuku's lead. Izuku began healing each student, moving down the line until he reached Bakugo. He chuckled lightly, surprised to see him there. Bakugo, however, shouted back, insisting he was only using Izuku to regain his strength. Izuku teased him, urging him to tell Aizawa about it. After finishing the healing, Izuku received thanks from everyone, and they began cooking, just like in the anime. Mandalay called out to Koda, letting him know it was time for dinner. Koda heard her but paid no attention, wandering off instead. Izuku noticed and followed him with a plate of food. Koda had climbed a mountain away from the camp to gaze at the stars when he was interrupted by Izuku's voice. Izuku approached him, offering curry and asking if he was hungry. Koda was annoyed and questioned how Izuku had found him. Izuku simply replied that he had followed him. Izuku urged Koda to eat, but Koda refused, reiterating that he didn't want to be with them. Izuku acknowledged his feelings, understanding that Koda believed everyone was just trying to show off their abilities to save others, not realizing the pain it caused their families if they got hurt or died. Izuku reminded Kota that his parents were heroes who had saved people too. This only angered Kota more, as he felt abandoned by them. Izuku shared his own story of loss, explaining that he lost his father when he was very young. He recounted how he learned about his father's heroism through his mother, who described him as an incredible hero who saved people without seeking recognition. When Izuku's quirk allowed him to see into his mother's memories, he witnessed his father's bravery and sacrifice during a battle against a villain. He described the moment vividly, how his father had saved a little girl at the cost of his own life, leaving behind a heartfelt message. The memory brought tears to both Izuku and Kota. Kota, now with tears in his eyes, expressed his sorrow. Izuku reassured him that while he might feel abandoned, he still had his aunt Mandalay, who cared for him deeply. He believed that one day, Kota would meet a hero who would change his perspective. Leaving the plate of curry on the ground, Kota picked it up and began to eat. Izuku bid him good night and headed back to the camp, where he settled into his room to sleep. The next day was similar, with some students on the verge of collapse while others were unconscious, but most were training hard. Pixie Bob praised their efforts and announced that they would have a courage test that night, encouraging them not to get discouraged. Izuku remembered that this was a camp as he dodged a playful attack from Toga, who expressed her love for scary things. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku playfully struck Toga back, claiming victory and teasing her about buying him a new video game after the camp. Toga protested, saying it was unfair since he had hit her while she was distracted, but Izuku argued that they had never set any rules, so he had won. As the meal ended and the dishes were cleaned, Ragdoll announced that they could begin the courage test. Excitement filled the air as Mina cheered, and the others joined in, ready for the challenge ahead. They shouted happily. Aizawa, with a serious expression, informed them that those who failed the exam would have to attend extra classes. He took hold of the 5 students with his bandages and dragged them toward the classroom designated for studying, despite their futile attempts to resist. Pixie Bob explained that Class B would be the first to scare the others, and along the way, there were plaques with their names that they needed to collect to win. Ragdoll laughed as she announced that it was time for the draws. Izuku was paired with Toga, Momo with Todoroki, and Bakugo with Mineta. The bravery test began, and like in the anime, several students from the class were frightened. Bakugo only trembled slightly, but Mineta jumped at Bakugo, crying and hugging him, which earned him a powerful blast to the stomach. Izuku pointed out the smoke, claiming it must be Bakugo, but Toga corrected him, saying it was black smoke and something was burning. In the forest, Dabi ignited a tree, signaling the start of their plan. Back at the camp, everyone was on high alert, fearing a fire. Suddenly, Pixie Bob was pulled away by something or someone. Izuku quickly activated his telekinesis quirk to stop Pixie Bob and bring her back to safety. He spotted 2 villains and focused intently on them. Spinner introduced himself as the one who would carry on Stain's legacy, brandishing a sword with various weapons attached. Kenji declared himself as part of the vanguard squad of the League of Villains, raising a heavy mace. Izuku dismissed them as pawns of the villainous group and used his quirk to immobilize them, drawing them closer. Spinner was surprised and struggled to move, while Kenji cursed under his breath. Toga, following Izuku's lead, struck the 2 villains with her knife, leaving them incapacitated but not in mortal danger. Izuku then urged everyone to help the others and prepared to head into the forest. However, he noticed Mandalay looking worried and remembered Kota. He instructed Miko-chan to move ahead without him and told Mandalay that he knew where Kota was. He asked her to inform the students to defend themselves and use their quirks, assuring her he would take responsibility for any consequences. In moments, Izuku reached Kota, who was in danger from a large silhouette about to strike him. Izuku stepped in front of Kota and stopped the blow by creating ice on his arm. He checked on Kota, who confirmed he was fine, and urged him to return to the camp, pushing the giant silhouette away. Kota was concerned about Izuku's safety, but Izuku reassured him that defeating the giant would be easy. Muscular, the giant, laughed, finding Izuku amusing. Izuku told Muscular to be quiet as he was speaking with Kota, which only angered Muscular further. He increased his muscle fibers and charged at Izuku, who ignited his hand with fire and countered Muscular's punch with one for all, sending Muscular crashing into the mountain. Izuku then turned to Koda, who whispered his admiration. Izuku playfully teased Koda, who tried to hide his face with his cap. Muscular, recovering from the impact, remarked on Izuku's strength and expressed his excitement for the fight. Izuku pressed for Muscular's objective, learning that he was instructed to eliminate any students he encountered but to capture Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku speculated that they wanted Bakugo for his explosive personality. Muscular, dismissing Izuku's questions, prepared to attack again, but Izuku activated one for all, ready for the next round. Muscular taunted him, questioning if he thought he could defeat him. Izuku charged at Muscular, attacking with the same force as before, but this time, he only pushed Muscular back slightly. Muscular explained that his quirk allowed him to enhance his muscle fibers, boasting about his strength. As the fight continued, Muscular landed several blows on Izuku, who seemed to only sustain minor scrapes. Izuku realized that his quirk provided him with significant resistance, allowing him to endure the hits. Muscular, sensing victory, prepared to deliver a final blow, but Koda intervened by throwing a stone at him. Koda, filled with anger and tears, confronted Muscular, revealing that he was related to the heroes Muscular had harmed. Muscular acknowledged Koda's connection, revealing that his left eye was artificial due to the hero's actions. Koda expressed his grief over losing his parents and the pain of Muscular's vengeance. Muscular shouted with a sadistic smile that children always twist things, and he held no grudge for the eye he lost, claiming he only killed for fun. He attempted to strike Koda, but Izuku intervened with a punch. Izuku, with a serious expression, declared that he hated people like Muscular who killed for amusement. Muscular laughed, acknowledging Izuku's punch but dismissing him as weak. Izuku countered that he had let Muscular hit him and remained unscathed, spinning away confidently. Muscular taunted that he was merely playing with them but was growing angry, preparing to strike. Izuku readied himself as well, increasing his one for all to 50%. Muscular scoffed at Izuku's weak punch, stating that while he had great endurance, his attacks lacked power. Izuku challenged him to test it for himself, and their fists collided, creating a powerful gust of wind that sent Koda flying. However, Izuku used telekinesis to catch him and place him safely behind him, smiling as he reassured Koda that heroes were amazing. Koda whispered his gratitude, but Izuku feigned not hearing him, placing a hand to his ear. Muscular laughed again, declaring it was time for the final act as he further enhanced his muscles and prepared to attack. Izuku, remaining calm, noted his surprise at Muscular's resilience. Muscular, now fully powered, proclaimed it was the end for Izuku. Izuku confidently disagreed, deactivating Muscular's quirk. Muscular jumped back in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Izuku expressed his regret at having to end their fun, as he needed to help his friend. Muscular, furious, charged at Izuku despite lacking his quirk. Izuku waited patiently and, with a swift movement, struck Muscular with only 5% of his power, knocking him unconscious. Izuku turned to Koda with a smile, urging him to leave. Koda, feeling shy, mentioned he owed an apology to Mandalay. Izuku reminded him that he wasn't alone and had people who cared for him, like the Pussycats. Koda smiled back, thanking him. Izuku continued to strike the ground in frustration for a few moments until he collapsed from the anger he felt. Later, Izuku was seen sleeping in a hospital bed, not from fainting but due to the injuries he sustained from hitting the ground repeatedly. As he began to awaken, his friends entered the room. Kirishima checked on him, while Kaminari expressed relief that he was finally awake. Mineta cheerfully held up a watermelon as a gift. Izuku thanked them for their concern but immediately asked where Miko-chan was, scanning the room anxiously. The silence that followed only heightened his worry. He raised his voice, demanding to know Miko-chan's whereabouts. Todoroki informed him that the villains had taken her, speaking in his usual neutral tone. Izuku fell silent, recalling the events that had transpired. Kaminari, noticing Izuku's distress, asked if he was okay. Izuku remained silent, simply getting up to tend to his injuries. Kirishima asked what he planned to do. Izuku declared he was going to save his girlfriend, and with that he flew out of the window, shattering the glass. Esta attempted to stop him, but it was futile. As Izuku soared through the air, he cursed himself for not going all out from the beginning, tears streaming down his face. Unsure of where to go, he ultimately decided to return home to change clothes and inform his mother. Upon arriving, he entered through his bedroom window to avoid raising suspicion. After changing, he made his way to the living room, where he found his mother watching the news. He greeted her from behind, causing her to jump in surprise. Once she recognized him, she shed a few tears and embraced him tightly. Inko expressed her worry, and Izuku apologized. She questioned why he felt the need to apologize, and he explained that it was his fault Miko-chan had been captured, tears falling as he spoke. Inko reassured him that it wasn't his fault. Izuku insisted it was, feeling he could have saved her if he hadn't been overconfident. Inko urged him to focus on what he could do next instead of dwelling on the past. Izuku affirmed his intention to rescue Miko-chan. Inko asked how he planned to do that, and Izuku admitted he had no idea where she might be. She suggested he go to the academy, as All Might be able to help. Izuku agreed, realizing All Might could have information on Miko-chan's location. Inko reminded him to listen to All Might and not act impulsively. Izuku promised he would, then left his home. Inko wished him luck as he flew swiftly toward the academy, where he had to sneak in. Inside a room, several heroes, including All Might, Tiger, Gran Torino, Endeavor, and Nizu, were gathered. All Might explained they were there to rescue Toga and the hero Ragdoll. Izuku, unable to contain his curiosity, burst through the window, startling the heroes. He raised his hands to calm them, introducing himself as the one and only Midorilla. Gran Torino questioned what he wanted, noting they were busy. Izuku insisted he wanted to be included in the plan. Endeavor dismissed him, calling him foolish. Izuku argued that he wanted to save his girlfriend and begged to participate in the operation, kneeling before them. The heroes fell silent, observing the determined student pleading to join the rescue. All Might regretfully informed him that it was a secret operation. Izuku protested, reminding All Might of his abilities and how he could be of assistance. Endeavor belittled him, claiming his skills were basic and that he would only be a hindrance. Gran Torino countered that Izuku was stronger than all the heroes present. Endeavor dismissed him again, stating he was just a kid, weak like any novice hero. All Might reluctantly admitted that Izuku had knocked him unconscious with a single blow. He said it in a downcast tone. Endeavor remained silent, and even Tiger, who already knew that Izuku was strong but not strong enough to defeat All Might, was left speechless by the surprise. All Might continued, stating that, aside from that, young Midoriya was involved in a complicated operation. Gran Torino agreed, expressing that while the young man was strong, he was still quite immature. Izuku flew out of the room, determined to ensure Miko-chan would be safe. All Might promised him that they would do everything possible. Tigre expressed his doubts, wondering if All Might was certain about their strength, but All Might reassured him that they had top heroes ready to rescue both Miko-chan and Toga. Meanwhile, Izuku called his mother to inform her about the situation. He explained that while they knew where Miko-chan was, he wasn't allowed to join the rescue effort. Inko urged him to return home, but Izuku insisted he had a plan. Concerned, Inko warned him not to take unnecessary risks, but Izuku hung up and focused on his destination, the hospital. At the hospital, Izuku searched for Yaoyorozu, who was in Hagakure's room. Upon entering, he noticed several of his classmates were present. Kaminari explained they were visiting those injured from the recent camp incident. Izuku offered to help heal them and approached Hagakure, who had been affected by gas exposure. Yaoyorozu asked what Izuku needed from her. He requested a copy of the radar she had given to the heroes, which surprised her and their classmates. Izuku explained he had overheard the teachers discussing it, but Yaoyorozu hesitated, knowing that sharing the radar could jeopardize their mission. Izuku reassured her he wouldn't act recklessly and aimed to save Miko-chan without causing a confrontation. Kirishima suggested they all go together, and Todoroki mentioned they had planned to rescue Toga that night. Izuku learned that Bakugo would also join them, as he felt responsible for Toga's kidnapping. Izuku was eager to leave, but Esta cautioned them that the heroes likely had a plan and they should leave the rescue to them. Izuku, however, felt it was his responsibility to act, as he believed it was his fault Miko-chan was in danger. Tsuyu reminded him that acting independently could lead to breaking rules, similar to the villains. Just then, a doctor interrupted, stating it was time for Hagekyure's examination. Izuku assured the doctor he had already healed her, which surprised him. The doctor acknowledged Izuku's abilities and mentioned he could help with other patients if his healing powers proved effective. After leaving Hagekyure's room, Izuku gathered with Todoroki and Kirishima to discuss their plans for rescuing Toga. They agreed to meet outside the hospital that night. Throughout the afternoon, Izuku helped heal several classmates from Class B and tended to critically injured patients. Meanwhile, Toga was being pressured by Shigaraki to join their cause. Despite the hardships she faced, including rejection from her family, Toga remained steadfast, refusing to betray Izuku and the kindness he had shown her. Later that night, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo waited outside the hospital for Izuku and Yaoyorozu. When they arrived, Kirishima asked Yaoyorozu for her decision. Esta then joined them, insisting he would accompany them to ensure they followed the rules. Izuku agreed to their plan, and Yaoyorozu expressed her willingness to help as well. Bakugo, eager to move forward, urged them to hurry, insisting he wanted to confront the villains. Izuku thanked him, and Bakugo dismissed it, claiming he was only there to settle the score. The group boarded a train, using Yaoyorozu's radar to guide them to their destination. After disembarking, they walked cautiously, aware that they could be recognized at any moment. Yaoyorozu suggested they disguise themselves, and despite Bakugo's reluctance, they entered a costume shop. They decided to use the disguises to ease their nerves and blend in, with Bakugo eventually agreeing to dress as a butler alongside Kirishima. With their disguises ready, the group prepared to move forward with their rescue mission, determined to save their friends and confront the challenges ahead. The situation unfolded much like in the anime. Yaoyorozu suggested they continue on their destined path, indicating that they were at UA. The six of them trembled at the mention of the school, but soon realized it was just an interview with Nizu, Glad King, and Aizawa. Izuku expressed surprise at Aizawa's presence, noting that he usually disliked the press. Aizawa apologized for a previous incident, assuring everyone that all the students had fully recovered. However, he acknowledged a kidnapping had occurred and expressed regret for their failure to protect the students, bowing as he spoke. Izuku urged the group to move quickly, emphasizing the need to not waste time. Yaoyorozu led the way, guiding them through a narrow path. Meanwhile, Toga confronted Shigaraki, refusing to join his so-called league. Shigaraki insisted that the heroes would abandon her, pointing to the television for support. In a press conference, a reporter questioned Aizawa about encouraging students to fight despite the risks. Aizawa explained that he had considered the worst possible outcomes and believed his decision was justified. The reporter pressed further, asking what could be worse than injuries and a kidnapping. Aizawa grimly stated that the worst outcome he envisioned was the death of students. Nizu added that the main issue had been a toxic gas produced by an enemy's Quirk, but assured everyone that the 22 students were in perfect health. The reporter then inquired about the kidnapped girl, highlighting her troubled past and questioning how the villains wouldn't exploit her situation to their advantage. The professors fell silent until Aizawa stood up, his expression serious as he took responsibility for Toga's actions. He expressed confidence in her determination to prove that even those with villainous quirks could be heroes, warning that if the villains thought they could sway her, they were mistaken. Back with the villains, Toga smiled, feeling reassured by the trust her professors had in her. Shigaraki sighed, expressing his disappointment that she wouldn't listen. Toga seized the moment to ask if that meant she could go free, but Shigaraki dismissed her hopes, stating that she was no longer useful to them, as their main target was Bakugo. As Toga continued to stall for time, Twice managed to free himself and positioned himself beside Shigaraki. Toga realized she needed to act quickly. Shigaraki ordered his allies to do whatever they wanted with her, planning to dispose of her afterward. Twice, in a playful tone, asked if they could do anything, to which Shigaraki agreed. As Twice approached Toga, she struggled against her captors. Spinner held her firmly, assuring her that she would enjoy what was about to happen. In a moment of desperation, Toga shouted for help, closing her eyes tightly as tears began to form. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Dabi, curious, asked who it was, and a voice on the other side inquired if they had ordered a pizza. It was definitely Twice, wondering about the pizza ingredients as he opened the door. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room as a punch obliterated the entire wall. In that moment, Kamui Woods seized the opportunity to trap all the villains with his quirk. To prevent Dabi from starting a fire, Gran Torino knocked him out with a swift kick. All Might apologized for his tardiness, acknowledging Toga's fear. Toga expressed her gratitude, adjusting her shirt. All Might warned the League of Villains that they were surrounded, flashing his characteristic smile. Shigaraki commanded Kurogiri to bring as many nomes as possible. Meanwhile, Izuku and his friends were discussing the situation. Kirishima asked what was happening, and Izuku informed him that they were facing nomes. Ida interrupted, pointing out something surprising. Everyone turned to see Empty Lady, who stomped on the warehouse, crushing all the nomes beneath her. Izuku felt sympathy for her, noting she couldn't afford regular shoes. Ida chastised him for being disrespectful. Back with the League of Villains, Shigaraki inquired about Kurogiri's status. Kurogiri regrettably informed him that the nomes meant to be ready had been destroyed. All Might laughed, stating that the villains had underestimated them and their anger would not be easily quelled. Shigaraki demanded Kurogiri to get them out of there, but before he could create portals, Edge Shot put him to sleep. Edge Shot declared it was the end for the League of Villains, stating they would be locked away in Tartarus. FO's laughter echoed ominously, and All Might recognized his voice. FO revealed himself as All Might's old acquaintance, taunting him about the death of his master. Before All Might could respond, he was startled by multiple portals from which numerous nomes emerged. All Might called out to Edge Shot, who clarified that Kurogiri was unconscious and had not summoned the nomes. Suddenly, a viscous mass emerged from the mouths of the villains and Toga. All Might attempted to catch Toga, but the hero's efforts were in vain as both the villains and Toga vanished. In mere seconds, they found themselves surrounded by nomes, even the heroes encircling the building. A couple of minutes earlier, Izuku and his friends were discussing the arrival of heroes. Ida suggested they leave, confident that the heroes would handle the situation. As they prepared to depart, a sinister presence immobilized everyone except Izuku. Todoroki felt the pressure, while Momo expressed her fear. Izuku, able to move, climbed the wall to see a figure in a suit restrained by Best Jeanist threads. AFO warned Best Jeanist to be more careful, but before he could finish, he launched a powerful attack. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the area. FO laughed, claiming he was referring to his own attack. He advanced toward the still-recovering heroes. Gang Orca urged the others to get Best Jeanist to safety, charging at AFO to strike him. AFO prepared a lethal blow, but their attacks collided, only to be stopped by Izuku, who intervened with his telekinesis. Izuku immobilized AFO and then flew toward Best Jeanist to help him. The heroes and police were astonished that a child was present, even more so that he had halted the attacks effortlessly. Izuku checked on Best Jeanist, who was grateful but confused about Izuku's identity. Izuku introduced himself with a smile, turning his back to the hero. Best Jeanist warned him that AFO was no ordinary villain, but Izuku reassured him that he was no ordinary hero either. As the heroes regained their composure, they attempted to restrain Izuku, but to no avail. AFO recognized him as the boy from the festival and expressed excitement at seeing him again. Izuku, with a teasing tone, informed AFO that he wasn't interested and had a girlfriend. AFO retorted, questioning Izuku's confidence. Izuku challenged him, pointing out AFO's immobility. AFO acknowledged the point but insisted it wouldn't be easy to escape. Toga, noticing Izuku's distress, called out to him, warning him of danger approaching from behind. Izuku quickly turned, only to be struck by AFO's powerful blow, sending him crashing into several buildings. Toga tried to rush to his side but was blocked by the League of Villains. In that moment, All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, descended from the sky, preparing a powerful smash that was halted by AFO. All Might declared that today would be the end of their battle. AFO mocked him, suggesting that All Might had weakened or lost his quirk, pointing out that Izuku was his successor. All Might clarified that Izuku was not his successor, launching himself at AFO. Toga seized the distraction to run toward where Izuku had been sent flying. She called out to him, and Izuku emerged from the rubble unscathed, rushing to embrace her. He repeatedly apologized, tears streaming down his face. Toga reassured him, saying it wasn't his fault and that if she were stronger, she wouldn't have been captured. Izuku felt guilty, believing he had enough power but was silenced by Toga's kiss. She urged him not to blame himself and suggested they forget about it and go home. However, Izuku insisted he needed to help All Might, knowing that AFO was stronger than him and that action was necessary to prevent tragedy. Toga understood and offered to help him. Izuku smiled as he spoke. He shook his head to indicate his refusal. He reassured Toga that she had suffered enough and suggested she just observe for the day. Toga hesitated, but Izuku insisted that if she stayed to fight, their friends Kirishima, Todoroki, Momo, Ida, and even Bakugo would be worried about her. Toga expressed surprise at Bakugo's involvement, and Izuku confirmed it, adding that if he rescued her, Bakugo would feel useless for not doing anything. Toga agreed but warned him not to lie, playfully threatening him. Izuku quickly devised a plan. Toga would engage with the League of Villains while he created two large attacks, one of ice and one of fire. When they collided, they would produce a cloud of steam that would obscure the villain's vision. Bakugo would then use his explosions to reach Toga, grab her, and return to the others. If everything went smoothly, they would escape without issues. Toga asked how he would communicate the plan to the others, and Izuku mentioned borrowing Mandalay's quirk without asking for permission, which Toga called him out on, teasingly labeling him a thief. After finalizing their strategy, they set it into motion. Everything seemed to be going well until Magna's quirk began pulling the two blondes closer. Bakugo shouted in frustration as he unleashed powerful explosions, even burning his hands in the process. Observing the situation, Izuku deactivated Magna's quirk, causing the two to drift further apart than anticipated. He reassured himself that they would be fine as he watched the two blondes soar away. Seeing that his friends had successfully executed their part of the plan, Izuku rushed toward the battle between All Might and AFO. With determination, Izuku approached the scene, where All Might and AFO were locked in a tense standoff. He called out to All Might, inquiring about the whereabouts of the League of Villains. All Might informed him that they had escaped. Izuku offered his assistance against AFO, but All Might advised him to focus on rescuing those trapped in the collapsed buildings. Aware that All Might was struggling, Izuku hurried off to help the injured. As he worked to assist those in need, AFO taunted All Might, suggesting that not accepting Izuku's help would be a grave mistake. All Might insisted that he would protect Izuku and everyone else. AFO mocked him, referencing All Might's predecessor, which only fueled All Might's anger. He launched a punch at AFO, who countered by creating a portal that brought Gran Torino into the line of fire, leaving him unconscious from the blow. All Might, furious, moved Gran Torino to safety before resuming his fight with AFO, exchanging powerful blows. Meanwhile, Izuku continued to aid the injured, using Mandalay's telepathy to coordinate with other heroes. He offered his healing quirk to anyone in need, and when a hero called for help, Izuku rushed to the scene. He found a severely injured man trapped under debris. After instructing the hero to step back, Izuku used his telekinesis to lift the rubble off the man's hand and quickly healed his injuries. The grateful hero thanked him, acknowledging that without Izuku's help, the man might not have survived. Izuku assured him that he would be back and moved on to assist more people. Back at the battle, All Might and AFO continued their fierce confrontation, their struggle broadcast live on television. AFO declared that All Might was nearing his limit and warned that his secret would soon be revealed. All Might ignored the comment directed at the helicopter, knowing he had little time and would not waste it conversing with the enemy. He launched a powerful punch that was blocked by AFO, causing All Might to revert to his thinner form. The news anchor reported that it was astonishing, All Might appeared weakened, and the spectators were shocked to see him struggling in the fight. AFO laughed, declaring that it was the end for Toshinori, warning that another blow like that would cost him everything. All Might prepared another strike, determined to defeat AFO with his next move. He focused his strength, but AFO dismissed the attack, claiming it wouldn't even tickle him. All Might unleashed a faster punch, catching AFO off guard, but it only grazed his face as AFO turned away. AFO taunted All Might, calling him weak and suggesting he needed more training. All Might, however, refused to give up, stating that people believed in him and wanted him to win. He vowed to honor their faith and defeat AFO. The crowd, hearing All Might's words from their homes and streets, began to chant his name. All Might pushed beyond his limits, channeling his strength into a final blow that slammed AFO into the ground. The news anchor reported that All Might had managed to defeat the villain, but his appearance was concerning, suggesting it could be the end of the symbol of peace. As All Might raised his arm to conclude the battle, AFO laughed, surprising him by standing up with a grin. AFO admitted that the punch had hurt but was ready to claim victory. All Might, for the first time in a decade, felt fear facing a villain. AFO prepared to strike, and All Might closed his eyes, whispering an apology for not being able to protect anyone. Izuku, stepping in, reassured All Might that he shouldn't apologize, as he had always protected people. He declared that it was time for All Might to retire. AFO expressed his annoyance at the interruption, but All Might insisted that Izuku should not be involved in this fight. Izuku countered that he also possessed one for all, making this battle his as well. All Might insisted it wasn't Izuku's time yet, but Izuku remained confident that he wouldn't lose. The news anchor was amazed as a young boy appeared on the battlefield, stopping AFO's attack. Those unfamiliar with the green-haired boy were both surprised and frightened, while those who knew Izuku felt a sense of hope that the battle was turning in their favor. The anchor noted that this boy could be their last chance to defeat the villain. AFO, growing impatient, began to float and activated several quirks. He launched an attack at Izuku, who remained focused on All Might. Without looking, Izuku caught AFO's punch with one hand, remarking that it was rude to interrupt a conversation. AFO stepped back, annoyed. Izuku quickly healed All Might and placed him beside Gran Torino, who was still unconscious. Izuku instructed All Might to take care of Gran Torino. All Might, knowing Izuku would face AFO regardless, urged him to promise victory. Izuku confidently assured him that he wouldn't lose and returned to confront AFO, challenging him with a smile. AFO charged at Izuku, but he dodged and countered with a punch that sent AFO flying back. Without wasting time, Izuku unleashed several ice projectiles. AFO countered with a wind quirk, shattering the ice, and then attacked with bone spears. Izuku quickly created an ice katana to block the incoming attack. The two began exchanging blows, with Izuku using his katana to strike AFO, who defended himself with his bone quirk. The news anchor marveled at the scene, noting that the boy was holding his own against the villain who had defeated All Might. The spectators were astonished to see the boy matching the strength of such a formidable opponent. As the fight continued, Izuku pressed the attack, landing several hits while AFO sustained minor injuries. However, in a moment of distraction, AFO struck Izuku, sending him back. AFO then drew another bone spear, using it like a sword to attack Izuku. They exchanged similar moves until their weapons broke. Izuku considered creating another sword but found it tedious to continue fighting the same way. He activated One for All at 80% and charged at AFO. They resumed their exchange, but this time Izuku had the upper hand. AFO questioned why Izuku wasted his power protecting others instead of conquering the world. Izuku paused, responding that he wanted to be a hero like his father, wanting him to be proud of his son, even if he was no longer alive. AFO laughed, revealing that he knew Izuku's father, Hisashi Midorilla, and claimed he wasn't his true father. Izuku, confused, demanded to know what AFO meant. AFO proclaimed that he was Izuku's father, leaving Izuku in disbelief. He rejected AFO's claim, insisting that his father was a hero who saved lives, not a villain who destroyed what he disliked. AFO taunted him, suggesting that Izuku had his blood and questioned why he had such power if his father could only spit fire. Izuku kept his gaze lowered as he listened to All for One. All for One remarked that Izuku's father had died saving a girl but left his own family unprotected. Izuku remained silent, still looking down. All for One continued, stating that Izuku's father had never been able to protect anything, not even to have a proper child. He couldn't finish his sentence, as he was suddenly sent flying by a powerful blow. Izuku believed firmly that his father had never been useless. He had always protected the weak, and that was the lesson he had imparted to Izuku. All for One was getting back up, using his healing quirk to recover from the severe injury. Izuku declared that he was proud of the father he had, regardless of whether they shared blood, smiling as he said it. All for One laughed, calling Izuku as foolish as his so-called father. He then threatened that after defeating Izuku he would destroy everything he loved, kill his mother in front of him, and make sure that the League of Villains would torment his girlfriend repeatedly. Izuku's face twisted with anger and pure hatred as he approached All for One slowly. The villain felt a chill at Izuku's intense gaze and began to tremble slightly. Izuku warned that if All for One dared to touch a hair on his mother or Himiko, he would not hesitate to kill him, and it would not be a quick death. With Izuku standing before him, All for One attempted to strike, but Izuku easily blocked the blow. He jumped and delivered a kick that shattered All for One's hand. Without wasting any time, Izuku charged at All for One, unleashing a flurry of punches without pause. After a moment, Izuku stepped back, creating several blue fireballs. The fiery attack left All for One severely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Izuku declared that he would finish this by copying All for One's quirk and taking back everything he had stolen. He grabbed All for One by the head and began to heal him while copying his quirks. All for One laughed, claiming he no longer possessed the All for One quirk. Izuku acknowledged this but insisted that he would still put an end to him, damaging All for One's memories in the process. Izuku altered All for One's memories to make him believe he was just an ordinary villain who had been stopped by All Might while trying to rob a store. With a final blow, Izuku knocked All for One out and left him on the ground. He turned to the helicopter that had recorded the entire fight and raised his hand in victory, smiling. The reporter from Channel 7 exclaimed how incredible it was that a villain who had even defeated All Might was brought down by a child. The viewers watching the live broadcast erupted in cheers. Lowering his hand, Izuku took a photo from his pocket, smiling through a few tears as he expressed pride in being his father's son. After the battle, those who had witnessed Izuku knew he would be the next great hero. There were people who claimed that the hero number 1 only delivered the finishing blow because All Might had already weakened the villain significantly. Toga had to go to the police station to explain everything that the League of Villains had done. Meanwhile, Izuku stayed at the scene of the battle to assist the injured. Although he had healed several people before the fight, there were still a few with minor injuries that needed attention. After tending to almost everyone, Izuku had to go to the police station for using his quirk without proper authorization. At this point, Toga had already gone home with Inko, who had come to pick her up. Izuku felt frustrated as he found himself at the police station. The officer informed him that he was there due to the unauthorized use of his quirk. Izuku insisted that he had permission from All Might, but without proof, the police officer remained skeptical. Despite his protests, Izuku was held for over 2 hours until All Might arrived and confirmed that he had indeed given Izuku permission. After receiving a stern lecture from the officers, they escorted him home for his safety. When Izuku entered his house, he was suddenly tackled by Toga, who embraced him tightly. She exclaimed how amazing his fight had been, and he thanked her with a smile. Toga got up and went to call Inko while Izuku settled onto the couch to watch television. A news report caught his attention, announcing the retirement of hero number 1, All Might. The surprising twist was that many considered the young Izuku Midoriya to be his successor. The reporter emphasized that Izuku, from Class 1A at UA Hero Academy, was viewed by many as the next symbol of peace. Izuku reflected on his newfound fame as he turned off the television. Inko entered the room, expressing her pride in him and mentioning that if his father were alive, he would feel the same way. Curiosity got the better of Izuku, and he asked his mother if he was truly the son of Hisashi Midoriya. Inko, sensing his need for reassurance, confirmed that she knew he already had the answer. He admitted he just wanted to hear it from her. With a sigh, Inko sat beside him and revealed that his true father was named Akiro Shigaraki. Izuku, already aware of the situation, noticed that discussing it made his mother uncomfortable, so he chose not to press further. He assured her not to worry, stating that he wasn't interested in knowing more about Akiro Shigaraki. That night, Izuku fell asleep in his room, and after several hours, he was awakened by his mother calling him for dinner. Inko's calm voice beckoned him, and he made his way to the dining room, where he found her and Toga seated and ready to eat. Izuku felt the need to speak with them about something important. Inko sat down at the table, looking at Izuku with concern. She asked what he wanted to tell them. Izuku announced that he was going to leave UA. The two women were taken aback by his words and fell silent, unsure of how to respond. He asked if they had heard him. Toga, surprised, expressed her confusion about why he wanted to leave UA. She offered to go with him if he was changing schools. Izuku clarified that he wasn't changing schools, he would study online instead. Inko questioned his decision, wanting to understand why he felt this way. Izuku explained that it was for their safety. He revealed that he had become a target for the League of Villains, who would not hesitate to attack his loved ones to extort him. He declared that he would be their protector, putting on a pair of dark glasses. Toga asked about his dream of becoming a hero, to which Izuku replied that helping people was important to him, but if he couldn't protect his family, being a hero would be meaningless. Inko reminded him that he shouldn't give up on his dream, as there were many people he had saved. Izuku countered that he doubted anyone would remember him. Inko insisted he was wrong and went to her room. Toga, concerned, asked if he was sure about his decision. Izuku smiled, acknowledging that Toga was safe at UA, but his mother needed protection. Toga reminded him that they had promised to be heroes together. Izuku apologized, stating he couldn't fulfill that promise. He was interrupted by Inko, who returned with a box. She opened it and revealed a collection of letters that had been sent to him as a form of gratitude before he arrived. As Izuku read through the letters, a smile spread across his face. Inko pointed out the most special letter, which was one Koda had written to him while he was in the hospital. Inko encouraged him, saying his actions had saved many people and he shouldn't abandon his dream. Izuku, however, stood firm in his decision, stating he would protect them no matter what. Inko pleaded with him to reconsider, but he expressed doubt that he would change his mind. After their conversation, they finished their meal and went to bed. A couple of days later, Izuku was watching television when the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find All Might, already aware of the reason for his visit due to a message he had received. Izuku welcomed him inside, and All Might requested to be called Tashinori instead of All Might, as he no longer considered himself a hero. Izuku nodded and led Tashinori to the living room. After settling Tashinori, Izuku called for his mother and Toga to join them. All Might began by stating that he assumed they were aware of the reason for his visit. Inko confirmed that she was aware and had no objections to the dormitories, while Toga agreed as well. However, Izuku stood up and stated that he had a condition for moving into the dorms. All Might asked what it was, and Izuku expressed his desire for his mother to move in with them. This surprised both women. Toga questioned if that was too much to ask, but Izuku insisted that his mother could help maintain order in the dorms and would be safe there. Inko hesitated, stating she had to attend to her job. All Might reassured her, explaining that the director had anticipated Izuku's request and that she could help keep order in the dorms while receiving a salary. Inko was unsure about changing jobs so suddenly, but Izuku encouraged her, promising they would have more time together and she would be safe. Toga added that it would be fun, and after a deep sigh, Inko reluctantly accepted the proposal. All Might confirmed that there were no issues and that they would expect them the following week at the new UA dormitories. After reaching an agreement, All Might left their home. 5 days later, Izuku and his family were moving out with several suitcases. Upon arriving at the dormitories, they were greeted by their classmates. Izuku raised his hand in greeting, and everyone responded warmly. Kaminari pointed out Izuku's mother, but Izuku reminded him not to point, as it was impolite. Kaminari quickly apologized and introduced himself respectfully. Inko introduced herself, and just as their classmates were about to ask why she was there, Aizawa interrupted, calling for silence. He expressed his happiness that the entire class had gathered. The students smiled, explaining that their parents had given permission thanks to Izuku. Izuku was surprised by the attention. Hagakure mentioned that her father had seen Izuku's fight and thought he was amazing, while Jiro added that her parents found it as exciting as a Michael Jackson concert. Izuku thanked them, feeling a bit bashful. Aizawa then explained that Izuku's mother would be living in the dorms for protection and would help maintain order. Mina asked why protection was necessary, and Aizawa explained that since Izuku had defeated a villain that even All Might couldn't, he had become the primary target for the League of Villains. Inko acknowledged this and expressed her hope that they would all get along. Aizawa entered the classroom with a commanding presence, quickly calming the students with a smile. He addressed Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Midoriya, reminding them that they had gone to rescue Toga despite the warnings about the danger involved. The room fell silent, and the students began to sweat nervously. Aizawa noted their reaction, suggesting that they all were aware of the risks. The tension in the room increased as the students averted their gazes. Aizawa stated that if it weren't for All Might's retirement and the defeat of the greatest villain, he would have expelled everyone except for Jiro, Hagakure, and Toga. However, he decided they could have the day off to relax and tidy their rooms. The events unfolded as they did in the anime, leading to the room competition. Mina suggested they start with the first room on the first floor, which belonged to Midoriya. Jiro pointed out that he wasn't there, but Mina insisted that taking a quick look wouldn't hurt. Momo cautioned them that he might be sleeping, but Mina ignored her and opened the door to Izuku's room. They were surprised to find it quite nice, but Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Inko entered, questioning what they were doing in her son's room. The students grew nervous and turned to face her, smiling awkwardly. Mina quickly explained that they were having a contest to see who had the best room. Inko noted that Izuku was not with them, and Hagakure admitted they thought he was in his room but had made a mistake. Inko sighed but allowed them to continue their contest, deciding to join them. The exploration of the rooms continued as in the anime until they reached Toga's room. Inko announced that she needed to leave to prepare dinner and instructed them not to cause any trouble. They all agreed enthusiastically. Once Inko left, they opened Toga's door but froze in fear upon seeing Izuku injured and Toga using her hero suit's device to draw blood from him. The girls were the first to react, pushing Toga away from Izuku. Toga rubbed her head, confused about their reaction. Momo accused Toga of nearly harming Midoriya, to which Toga denied any intention to kill him. Izuku explained that Toga simply liked his blood. The girls were taken aback, stepping back slightly. Mina asked Izuku if he was MCST, to which he replied that he didn't feel pain. Jiro questioned if he allowed himself to be hurt just for Toga's enjoyment, and Izuku confirmed that he did. When Jiro asked why, Izuku explained that Toga's quirk made her have a strong desire for blood, and to avoid hurting others, she drew blood from him. Kirishima chimed in, saying that it was very masculine to let your girlfriend hurt you to make her happy, which caused everyone to sweat nervously in an anime-style reaction. Izuku then asked why they were in Toga's room. Mina explained about their contest, and Toga asked how it was going, pointing out her own room. Hagakure complimented Toga's room, and Toga smiled in appreciation. Izuku asked who had given them permission to enter his room, and Mina awkwardly mentioned that Inko had allowed them. Inko, who had returned, feigned ignorance about granting permission, leading to Mina's embarrassed reaction. Inko reminded them to watch their language. As they prepared to leave for the living room, Hagakure stopped them, pointing out something lovely. Everyone turned to see her holding a photo. Izuku blushed slightly and used his quirk to draw the photo closer. Mina commented on how cute he looked in an All Might costume, causing Izuku to blush even more before he dashed back to his room. The others laughed and then headed to the living room to watch movies. The rest of the day went smoothly, with Sato winning the contest through clever tactics. They enjoyed dinner together and eventually went to bed. As Izuku walked toward the academy, he chatted with Miko-chan. Suddenly, a crowd of people surrounded them, claiming to be his fans. While this made him happy, he felt anger when he saw several girls pushing his girlfriend. In a swift motion, he grabbed Miko-chan and flew away to avoid further disturbances. At the academy, Aizawa entered the classroom, demanding silence. He was pleased to find all the students seated quietly. He announced that the day's lesson would focus on their provisional licenses. Kirishima expressed curiosity about the licenses, and Aizawa explained that they allowed the use of quirks in public when necessary. He cautioned them that obtaining one was challenging, which meant they would be training special attacks that day. Kaminari excitedly responded to the idea of special attacks, and Ectoplasm clarified that a special attack is a move that guarantees victory. Aizawa instructed everyone to get their costumes and head to the Gamma field. The training proceeded as in the anime, with Toga practicing Izuku's quirk while he assisted her and helped their classmates as well. Later, the students of Class 1A boarded the school bus heading to the provisional license tests. Jiro expressed her nerves as they disembarked, and Mineta shared his own anxiety about whether he would succeed. Aizawa encouraged them to give their best effort, and Izuku remarked on Aizawa's motivational speech with a smile. Kirishima suggested they do their usual chant, and Inesa, a student from Shiketsu, joined in with enthusiasm, declaring his school's rivalry with UA. Izuku explained the geographical locations of both schools, and Inesa playfully shouted his school's motto, adding to the excitement of the day ahead. It sounded great as he slammed his head into the ground, causing a crack to form. Aizawa introduced Yorashi Inesa. Hagakure asked if he knew him. Aizawa confirmed that he did, noting that Inesa was undoubtedly strong and had been the best among the recommended students at UA. Kirishima questioned why, if he liked UA and had the best grades, he hadn't attended. Aizawa explained that Inesa had rejected the offer, and the reason remained unknown. Izuku, with a confident and challenging smile, asked Aizawa who was stronger, him or Inesa. Aizawa told him to find out for himself, adding that he didn't want Izuku to assist any of his classmates during the exam. Mineta protested, asking why since Inesa could have been their ticket to obtaining licenses. Aizawa pointed out that they relied too much on Izuku, so this time he wouldn't help any of them. Izuku shrugged, saying he had no problem with that. Aizawa continued giving instructions until he was interrupted. Ms. Joke appeared, teasingly calling out to Aizawa and suggesting they should get married. Aizawa flatly refused. Joke laughed, finding the situation amusing. Izuku explained that Ms. Joke's quirk made villains laugh, causing them to lose their senses. Joke proposed that if Aizawa married her, they could create a family that always smiled. Aizawa countered that wasn't a happy family. Joke laughed again. Aizawa noted that if she was there, it meant others were too. Joke confirmed this and called for her students from Ketsubutsu Academy, encouraging them to get along. Shindo expressed excitement, having seen them on television. Joke introduced her second-year class, mentioning that despite facing many accidents, they were still striving to be heroes. Izuku thanked Shindo while gently pulling him away from Toga. Shindo recognized Izuku as the one he had seen in an incredible fight on TV. Izuku, with a serious expression, told Shindo to stop pretending, feeling that his demeanor didn't match his face. Kirishima apologized for Izuku's behavior, calling him Izubro. Shindo reassured them that it showed Midorilla's fighting spirit. Izuku insisted he always spoke his mind. Someone called out, asking for Izuku's autograph, while another teased them for being a fan. Mineta offered to share his item, but Aizawa interrupted, urging everyone to head to the changing rooms. The students were already dressed and waiting in a room with other schools. A tired-looking individual introduced himself as Mara from the Public Safety Commission, stating he would provide their orientation while struggling to stay awake. Izuku noticed Mara's lack of effort to hide his exhaustion and chuckled softly. Mara then addressed Izuku directly, mentioning that both the Public Safety Commission and the Hero Commission wanted him to become a hero as soon as possible. This made all the students turn their attention to Izuku, who felt a bit nervous under their gazes. Mara continued, explaining that All Might's retirement was a significant loss, but they believed Izuku could become the next symbol of peace. He tossed a card to Izuku, who caught it and asked what it was. Mara explained it was his license and that he could leave if he wanted, yawning as he spoke. Izuku, however, expressed his desire to earn it, feeling that simply leaving would be boring. Mera acknowledged this, still looking drowsy. When Izuku returned the card, he playfully remarked that Mera's attitude was making him sleepy, which surprisingly energized Mera. Grateful for the interaction, Mera seemed more awake. Izuku returned to his spot, silently gazing ahead. Mera then continued with the exam details, informing them that there were 1,540 participants, but only 100 would pass. Mineta pointed out that they usually accepted 50%, while Mina noted that this meant less than 1% would succeed. Mera explained how the first round of the exam would work, stating they would distribute ball and targets, and the exam would begin 2 minutes after everyone had their items. In the stands, Joke teased Aizawa about his unzipped pants, to which Aizawa expressed his annoyance at the distractions around him. Joke remarked on Aizawa's surprising number of students, to which Aizawa replied he saw potential in them. Joke joked about marrying him, but Aizawa firmly declined. She expressed surprise that he hadn't informed the students about the annual events, to which Aizawa replied they didn't need to know. Joke noted Aizawa's confidence in his class, mentioning that while Midoriya could likely pass, he had told them not to help anyone, questioning if the entire class would succeed. Back with Class 1A, Izuku rallied his classmates to stick together and attack as a group. Bakugo, however, insisted he would pass the exam alone and walked off, followed by Kirishima and Kaminari. Todoroki also decided to leave, stating it was difficult to use his powers in a group. Izuku encouraged Miko-chan to lead the class, expressing his trust in her strategic skills. Toga asked what Izuku planned to do, and he confidently replied he was interested in finding Inesa. Toga wished him well, while Mineta reminded everyone it was time to go. Izuku urged his classmates to trust in Himiko, Ida, and Momo, who he believed would be the class's pillars. As he flew off in search of Inesa, Toga emphasized the need to hurry, knowing they would be targeted by all the teams. Jiro followed her, acknowledging the challenge they faced since their quirks were already known from the sports festival. Momo pointed out that if they attacked while at a disadvantage, it would mean they would be targeted. The provisional license exam began. All the students launched their attacks on Class 1A. Shindo taunted them, claiming they were an easy target without Midoriya. The class utilized their quirks to block the incoming ball. Toga, sneaking up behind Shindo, swiftly eliminated 2 of his targets before retreating. Shindo was taken aback, and as he attempted to retaliate with a quake to separate them, Toga had already moved away. Since Class 1A remained united, they navigated the exam more easily, complementing each other's strengths in both offense and defense. Meanwhile, Izuku was still searching for Inesa, calling out his name as he scanned the area. He finally spotted a gust of wind in the distance and flew faster to reach it. Inesa had gathered all the ball from the other students in the city, except for Izuku. He prepared to join the fight, but when he launched the ball, nothing happened and they fell to the ground. Izuku arrived just in time, explaining that if Inesa had launched that attack, he would have passed. Some students thanked Izuku for his help, one girl blushing slightly. Izuku, eager to confront Inesa, signaled for the other students to leave them alone. Inesa greeted Izuku with enthusiasm, and Izuku inquired about Inesa's decision to decline admission to UA. Inesa dismissed the question with a laugh, but Izuku pressed on, suggesting that Inesa might have rejected the offer because he feared being overshadowed. Inesa's demeanor shifted as he grew irritated, launching his ball at Izuku, who countered by neutralizing Inesa's quirk, causing the ball to drop. Izuku taunted Inesa, pointing out that he hadn't attacked yet and accusing him of being afraid. Inesa, now genuinely upset, used his quirk to launch another attack, but Izuku immobilized him with his telekinesis, slowly approaching. Izuku explained that it wasn't fear holding him back, rather, he knew that if he got serious, the fight would end quickly. Izuku smiled as he erased one of Inesa's targets. Inesa began to sweat nervously and struggled to move. Izuku thought it wouldn't be fun otherwise, so he deactivated his telekinesis. Inesa quickly created gusts of wind, launching ball toward Izuku. This time, Izuku kicked one of the ball, creating a wind blast that blocked the others. He then unleashed a burst of fire, which Inesa skillfully dodged. Inesa landed back on the ground after having been on the roof of a building. He wrapped his fists in whirlwinds and propelled himself toward Izuku with powerful gusts of air. In response, Izuku formed an ice katana, though it lacked a sharp edge. The two began exchanging blows, Izuku with his katana and Inesa with his fists, neither yielding as they matched each other's rhythm. Izuku praised Inesa, acknowledging his strength while making a vertical move with his katana. Inesa did not respond, merely blocking Izuku's attack. Then, using his quirk, he created air bullets and launched them at Izuku, who was unable to dodge them. The impact caused Izuku to stumble back, spitting out a bit of saliva and erasing another target. Izuku, with a grin, admitted he hadn't seen that coming. He healed himself and activated One for All at 25%. He charged at Inesa, who sent another gust of wind to strike Izuku again. However, Izuku heated the wind with his fire quirk, altering its trajectory. He kicked Inesa, and in a swift motion that Inesa couldn't evade, he erased yet another target. Inesa, feeling the pressure, stepped back several meters from Izuku. Izuku complimented him again, expressing surprise at his strength. Inesa dismissed the praise, stating he had no interest in compliments from someone he deemed despicable. Izuku, feeling guilty about their earlier encounter, apologized while bowing slightly. Inesa, confused, listened as Izuku explained that he thought Inesa might not take him seriously if he didn't provoke him. Understanding, Inesa accepted the apology with an exaggerated smile. Izuku hoped they could be friends and raised his fist for a fist bump, which Inesa reciprocated. An announcement echoed through the area, stating that 82 students had passed. Izuku remarked on how quickly it had happened and said goodbye to Inesa as he began to fly away. Inesa expressed concern that Izuku could eliminate him now, but Izuku insisted he wanted Inesa to pass so they could save people together. Inesa agreed enthusiastically. Afterward, Izuku eliminated a few more students before heading to the waiting area for those who had passed. Inesa followed suit, though he took longer as he searched for participants. Upon arriving at the waiting area, Izuku set out to find his classmates. Toga waved at him, calling out to him. He greeted her with a smile, pleased that everyone had made it through. Toga explained that their teamwork had made it easier. Izuku complimented her, petting her head affectionately. Curious, Toga asked why he had taken so long. Izuku explained that his fight with Inesa had gone on longer than expected. Toga had briefly thought he might have been eliminated. Their conversation was interrupted by a group of girls approaching Izuku. One girl thanked him for his earlier help, saying they would have been eliminated without him. Another girl asked for his autograph, having seen his fight on television and thought he was amazing. A third girl echoed the sentiment, and Izuku, feeling a bit embarrassed, graciously accepted their requests and signed their notebooks. The girls left with smiles, thanking him as they departed. Toga teased Izuku about his growing fan club, to which he admitted he liked it. Toga playfully pointed out that he enjoyed the attention from girls asking for autographs. Before Izuku could respond, their instructor Mara began explaining the next phase of the provisional license exam. Mara called for the 100 students who had passed to look at the screen. Excited, Izuku urged Toga to follow him, eager to hear the details. Toga, however, insisted he not change the subject. As they approached the field where they had trained, they were startled by several explosions that destroyed parts of the training ground. Toga asked what was happening, and Mara informed them that terrorists had attacked City A, and all students would be participating in rescue exercises. Izuku expressed confusion about the rescue aspect, while Mara explained that they had hired professional victims for the exercise. Toga found the situation amusing, noting that in a world of heroes, anything could happen. Mara concluded the briefing, stating they would begin in 10 minutes. Feeling hungry, Izuku asked Toga if she wanted to grab a bite to eat, and she agreed. After 10 minutes, everyone was ready to start the second phase. Mara encouraged the students to save as many lives as possible as the waiting area opened. The students rushed out, eager to begin their mission. Izuku reminded everyone to work as a team and, if necessary, collaborate with students from other academies. Bakugo, however, declared he would save more people than anyone else, but in his own way. Kirishima and Kaminari followed him as he walked away. Izuku noted that it was obvious something like that would happen. They were all running when they encountered an injured child. The child cried for help, saying that his father was trapped under the debris. Ida expressed concern and asked where the father was. Izuku reminded Ida to focus on the injured child in front of them before worrying about anyone else. Ida acknowledged this, performing his robot dance as he did so. Izuku reassured the child that everything would be fine as he approached him. He gently picked up the child and used his healing quirk. With a smile, he asked the child where his father was. The child responded that Izuku should first check on the injured person in front of him. Toga remarked that Izuku had experience from helping with the rescue in Kamino. Izuku agreed, laughing lightly. Toga then reminded him that Aizawa-sensei had told him not to help. Realizing this, Izuku decided to take the injured child to the first aid area and instructed the others to assist the remaining people. Toga saluted in a military pose, acknowledging his orders. As Izuku flew toward the first aid area, he spotted Inesa lifting 2 people into the air. He called out to Inesa, advising him to check on the injured instead of risking further harm. Inesa quickly understood the concern. Upon arriving at the first aid area, Izuku saw several people tending to the injured. A girl asked to see the child, noting that he didn't appear to have serious injuries. Izuku explained that he would assist with the more critical cases due to his healing quirk. The girl thanked him, and Izuku continued helping until an explosion startled everyone. Mera informed them that there had been a terrorist attack by villains. Izuku realized this was a test to protect the injured. A week had passed since the provisional license exams, and the protagonists were in class with Aizawa. He began explaining something important when Nizu interrupted over the intercom, calling for Izuku and Toga to report to the office immediately. Izuku was surprised, while Toga looked at him accusingly, wondering what he had done. Izuku jokingly suggested it might be because Toga borrowed Nizu's favorite coffee maker. Aizawa, annoyed, told them to be quiet and leave as they were disrupting his class. They headed to the office, speculating about the reason for their summons. After knocking, Nizu invited them in. Izuku apologized for the delay as he opened the door. Nizu reassured him that it was fine. Toga asked why they were called, stepping in behind Izuku. Nizu indicated 2 figures in front of them who were facing away. Confused, they turned around to reveal their identities. Izuku, having never seen them before, felt a mix of emotions, while Toga was angry, confused, and a bit scared. She shouted at them, demanding to know what they were doing there. Izuku asked if she knew them, to which Toga revealed that they were her parents. Izuku was at a loss for words. Although he had never met them, he felt a strong dislike for them due to their past actions against Toga. The father scolded Toga for her tone, insisting that they were there to apologize for hurting her years ago. Toga dismissed them, wanting to leave the office. The father insisted she wouldn't go anywhere and grabbed her shoulder. Izuku intervened, warning him to remove his hand or face the consequences. The father challenged him, but Izuku swiftly broke his arm, causing him to release Toga. Izuku warned him again, and the father, furious, attempted to strike Izuku. Izuku dodged the attack and was about to retaliate when Nizu intervened, advising him against it. Distracted by Nizu's words, the father seized the opportunity to punch Izuku in the face, causing him to bleed. Izuku explained that he had been struck first and would only defend himself without using his quirk. The father threatened to copy Izuku's quirk and harm everyone in the room. Izuku realized that the father could indeed copy quirks and understood where Toga had inherited her abilities. Using his investigative quirk, Izuku assessed the father's quirk and warned him against underestimating him. The father laughed off Izuku's warning, but soon he felt a sharp pain in his chest. As he fell to his knees, he cried out in agony, realizing too late the consequences of his actions. Izuku watched as the father began to disintegrate, a slight smile forming on his face as he witnessed the man's suffering. The father begged for help, promising not to bother them again, but Izuku remained silent, simply observing. As the father continued to break apart, losing limbs, Toga pleaded with Izuku to help him, unable to bear the sight. With a sigh, Izuku acknowledged that he wouldn't let him die, but he was not inclined to offer mercy. Izuku smiled as he looked at Toga. Using Aizawa's quirk, he erased the pain from the man, allowing him to feel relief. He asked how long the effect would last, and the man replied that with such a small amount of blood, it would be about 5 to 8 minutes. Izuku touched the man's head, activating the quirk to make it disappear completely. He reassured the man that he no longer had to worry. The man threatened that if Izuku didn't come with him, he would sue his mother for kidnapping. Izuku thought it was better to let him think that way, knowing it wouldn't work. Toga chimed in, reminding them that she was still their daughter, to which she added that she had stopped being his daughter long ago. The man insisted that she still had his last name, meaning he had custody. Toga explained that she kept his last name to avoid issues when she married Izuku. Hearing this made Izuku blush deeply and he hid his face. Toga continued, stating that legally, Inko was her representative. Nizu acknowledged that he allowed Toga to meet with them only because he had been informed they were remorseful. The man interrupted, claiming that if he was no longer the legal representative, he would say that Izuku attacked him and tore off both his arms and a leg. Grinning as he did so, Izuku laughed, pointing out that there were 3 cameras in the room, causing the man to fall silent. Nizu politely requested that they leave, stating they were no longer welcome. The woman left, carrying her husband on her back like a sack of potatoes. Everyone present watched them go, knowing it wouldn't be the last they heard of them. Izuku asked Nizu to inform him if anything happened, confident that they would try something again. Nizu assured him that he would be the first to know of any issues. Izuku and Toga departed from Nizu's office, waving goodbye as they headed back to class. 2 weeks passed since the incident with the director, and during that time, nothing significant occurred. The couple had convinced themselves that their adversaries would not act. Izuku wondered if he was worrying too much, while Toga suggested that perhaps they were unable to do anything. As they were about to continue their conversation during lunch, Nizu called for them urgently. They quickly made their way to the director's office. Upon entering, Nizu informed them that he had received a video depicting Izuku as a villain. Izuku was eager to see it, and Nizu obliged. The video showed a fake Izuku sitting in a chair, mocking heroes and claiming that his goal was world domination, thanks to UA. He expressed gratitude for being able to use them as a mask. The fake Izuku then laughed maniacally, and the video ended. Izuku found the video amusing and suggested that Nizu show it to his class to see if his classmates truly trusted him. Nizu questioned whether this was a selfish whim, but Izuku insisted that if they trusted him, he would trust them in return. Nizu agreed to show the video, treating it as an apology for involving them in this situation. After leaving the office, Izuku and Toga decided to hide outside their classroom to hear their classmates' reactions. Inside, Aizawa announced that the director had ordered him to show a video, urging everyone to pay attention as he lowered the television screen. After the video played, the students were shocked, but many believed it to be false. Kirishima voiced his disbelief, insisting that Izuku could not be a villain. Kaminari and Mina echoed similar sentiments, asserting that Izuku always helped them and loved Toga, suggesting that someone else was impersonating him. Kirishima asked Bakugo for his opinion, and Bakugo dismissed the idea, stating that Izuku always helped others out of genuine desire and didn't need help to achieve his goals. Just then, Izuku entered the classroom with a smile, teasing Bakugo. The classmates turned to him, asking if the video was true. Izuku laughed, revealing it was just a joke, and they all felt relieved. Aizawa, trying to regain control, reminded them that class was about to start. Izuku asked Aizawa what he thought of the video, to which Aizawa told him to sit down and stop being foolish. As Izuku walked past him, Aizawa quietly expressed his trust in him, considering him like a son. Izuku smiled at the compliment and took his seat as classes resumed. After school, they returned to their dorms, where Inko welcomed them back, asking how their day went. They all replied that it had gone well. They said in unison. Inko expressed her happiness and asked Izuku how his day went. Izuku replied that everything was fine, even though they tried to portray him as a villain, but it was all normal. Inko was curious about how they tried to make him look like a villain, so Izuku shared everything that happened to ease her worries. Inko then turned to Toga and asked how her day was. Toga said she had been making sure Izuku didn't get into more trouble. Izuku playfully remarked that Toga made it seem like he was in conflict every day. Toga reminded him of the incident where he had hit Monoma just because he claimed Messi was better than Cristiano Ronaldo. Izuku insisted that Monoma had brought it upon himself, saying it with a chibi-like expression. Toga then pointed out to Inko that Izuku was still the same. Inko laughed, recalling how Izuku used to fight when people called All Might a drag addict who used steroids. Izuku proudly stated that he remembered but had matured since then. Inko told them to go change and come down for dinner, as it was ready. After changing, Izuku and Toga had dinner and then went to sleep, bringing the day to an end. A few days had passed since the previous incident. Nizu had reported the individuals involved, and thanks to the evidence, they were imprisoned for attempted defamation. Currently, the protagonists were in class with Aizawa. He instructed the students to pay attention, as their next activity would be their internships. Uraraka asked what internships were, and Aizawa explained that they were hero activities outside of school. Izuku raised his hand excitedly, asking if they would have several days off for this. Aizawa clarified that the internships would take place during their free days or after classes, which made Izuku feel downcast. Ida then asked Aizawa to explain the internships further, standing up and mimicking a robot. Aizawa summarized that they would act as heroes under supervision, chosen based on their festival results, but they could also request to intern with a hero of their choice. Ida thanked him and sat down quickly. Aizawa informed them that third-year students would assist them in understanding the internships better. Mina asked who those students were, and Aizawa revealed they were the best students from UA, known as the Three Greats. At that moment, 3 students entered the classroom: an emo boy, a girl with blue hair, and a muscular guy. Izuku recognized Mirio and greeted him enthusiastically. Mirio responded with equal excitement. Nijire asked if Mirio already knew Izuku, to which Mirio replied that he had met him a few months ago. Aizawa interrupted, telling them to be quiet and introduce themselves properly. Mirio asked Tamaki to present them, teasingly. Tamaki muttered under his breath, feeling the pressure of all the eyes on him. Suddenly, he locked eyes with everyone, making some students nervous while others felt intimidated. Tamaki remarked that it was pointless, even though he imagined them as chickens. They were still human, and he lightly tapped his head against the wall. Mirio laughed heartily. Aizawa, not amused, looked at Mirio while activating his quirk. Mirio quickly apologized, bowing. Nijire warned Mirio that if he continued to annoy Aizawa, he would be expelled. She introduced herself and her companions: Mirio Togata, the muscular guy, and Tamaki Amajiki, the emo boy. Then, she curiously asked Shoji why he wore a mask and questioned Aoyama about his appearance. She also inquired if Jiro could listen to music by connecting her jacks to her phone and asked Izuku how he became so strong. Aizawa interrupted, suggesting Tamaki should stop talking or face consequences. Mirio, eager to take the lead, stepped forward and removed his shirt, introducing himself as Mirio Togata and stating they were there to talk about the internships. Kirishima raised his hand to ask if it was necessary to take off his shirt. Mirio simply replied yes and moved on to the next question. The room fell silent, with whispers circulating about how strange they were and doubts about their status as the best students. Izuku reassured everyone that only Mirio could defeat everyone in the classroom, except for himself, of course, which made him feel proud. The others reacted with anime-style sweat drops. Mirio suggested a challenge, proposing that everyone fight against Nijire and Tamaki. Nijire asked what Mirio would do, and he expressed his desire to fight Izuku, asking Aizawa if they could use the training area. Aizawa, wanting to sleep, told them to do as they pleased. The students left Aizawa to rest and headed to the training field. Mirio announced that the first round would be between the others and then he would join in. As they prepared, Izuku encouraged Toga, promising a trip to the water park if she managed to take out one of the opponents. Toga was excited by the idea. Mirio signaled for them to begin. As soon as he did, Bakugo and Todoroki launched their attacks at Nijire and Tamaki. Bakugo unleashed an explosion aimed at Tamaki, who defended himself by creating tentacles from his hands. Todoroki sent ice pillars toward Nijire, which she countered with her waves of energy. Izuku turned to Mirio and asked if he thought they would win. Mirio replied that he didn't know them well, but based on what he had seen at the festival, only those three had a chance. Izuku observed Bakugo, Todoroki, and Toga, realizing that if they attacked separately, they would not win. Upon hearing this, everyone began to attack in groups, but their efforts were somewhat futile. Koda sent several animals to assist, but Nijire countered with waves of energy that drove them away. Eventually, she unleashed a powerful wave that left Koda unconscious. Jiro attempted to use sound waves, but Nijire's waves were stronger, and upon colliding with Jiro, she was knocked out as well. Siro managed to capture Tamaki and pulled him closer to deliver a strike, but Tamaki created clams in his hands and struck Siro, rendering him unconscious. The remaining fighters, Toga, Bakugo, and Todoroki, were the only ones able to exchange a few blows with both Nijire and Tamaki. Suddenly, Bakugo charged at Nijire, aiming to explode in her direction, but Tamaki intervened, absorbing the blast and destroying the clams in his hands. Without wasting time, Nijire launched a large wave at Tamaki as he stepped back from Bakugo, knocking him out. Seeing Bakugo fall, Todoroki thought both opponents would be vulnerable, so he approached with ice and, when close enough, unleashed a large burst of flames, creating a thick curtain of smoke. He breathed heavily, feeling accomplished. However, when the smoke cleared, Tamaki was seen with a turtle shell on his back, protecting Nijire. Without hesitation, Tamaki created clams in his hands again and delivered a strong blow to Todoroki's stomach, knocking him out. Nijire praised Tamaki for his efforts, while Toga appeared behind Nijire, playfully apologizing before delivering a swift strike that left Nijire unconscious. Recovering from the surprise, Tamaki attacked Toga with tentacles extending from his fingers, but she skillfully dodged his strikes. Toga attempted to stab Tamaki with her knife, but he defended himself with his clam hands. During one of her attempts, Toga's knife broke, and she resorted to using her fists, but it proved ineffective and only resulted in her injuring herself. Despite being the only one landing hits, Toga's hands were already battered and exhausted. Feeling defeated, Toga raised her hands and admitted she could no longer fight. Tamaki, feeling down, expressed his concern that he might lose. Toga made her way to Izuku, who began to heal her and the others, though only a few regained consciousness. After tending to everyone, Izuku returned to Toga, excitedly acknowledging her achievement in defeating one of the three powerful opponents and putting another in a tough spot with just her technique. Toga laughed, acknowledging her loss and expressing her desire to improve further. Izuku reminded her not to push herself too hard, gently kissing her forehead. Toga, still cheerful, mentioned their upcoming trip to the water park, suggesting Saturday, which also marked their anniversary. Mirio interrupted, urging Izuku to hurry, prompting Izuku to jokingly blame him for ruining the moment. Mirio, filled with excitement, asked about Izuku's control over One for All, to which Izuku whispered a response. Mirio revealed he could manage 75% of it. As they prepared to begin their match, Izuku took a fighting stance, and Mirio mirrored him. With One for All activated, Mirio quickly approached Izuku. Anticipating Mirio's movements, Izuku attempted to strike, but Mirio became intangible, countering with a swift blow that made Izuku spit out a bit of air. They exchanged light-hearted banter about the hit, and Izuku, wanting to try something new, activated One for All to 50%. He rushed toward Mirio but did not attack, instead inviting Mirio to strike him. Without hesitation, Mirio landed a solid hit, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Izuku emerged, grinning and claiming success. Mirio, no longer surprised, inquired about the technique Izuku had used. Izuku explained it was an impact absorption quirk he had taken from an enemy during a previous encounter. Mirio acknowledged the potential invincibility of such a quirk when combined with Izuku's other abilities, but Izuku clarified that it had its limits. They continued their sparring, with Mirio attempting to strike from behind while intangible. Izuku blocked the attack but could not retaliate as Mirio evaded. Izuku noted that Mirio's intangibility made him nearly invincible, prompting Mirio to tease him about needing to figure out a solution. Suddenly, a blast of air struck Mirio, causing him to stagger and spit out some. But Izuku, amused, suggested they continue, while Mirio protested that it was unfair. Mirio decided to try something new as well, summoning black whips surrounded by a yellow aura. Izuku was intrigued but managed to dodge Mirio's attempts to ensnare him. As he evaded, Izuku analyzed Mirio's quirk, realizing that while intangible, Mirio could neither see nor breathe, and that the whips were a variant of One for All. Izuku called out to Mirio, asking him to teach him how to activate those abilities later. Mirio, focused on the match, ignored the comment as he continued to pursue Izuku. In a moment of quick thinking, Izuku created a wall of fire, expecting it to stop the whips. To his surprise, they passed through the flames effortlessly. Finally closing in, Mirio declared victory, but Izuku was not ready to give up. He needed to get a bit closer for his plan. Mirio questioned his intentions, but Izuku simply instructed him to look around. Mirio noticed several ice spears aimed at him, laughing as he claimed he could become intangible to avoid them. In a swift move, Izuku created an ice dagger and pressed it against Mirio's neck, challenging him to activate his quirk. Mirio attempted to escape into the ground, but it was ineffective, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What's happening?" Izuku suggested that Mirio deactivate his quirk and concede. Mirio firmly stated that those who give up do not succeed. Izuku admired Mirio's determination but declared that it was over. He released his dagger and swiftly knocked Mirio unconscious with a precise strike. Toga joyfully exclaimed that the winner was Izukuan. Tamaki expressed his surprise at Izuku's effortless victory over Mirio and questioned who he was. Izuku humorously introduced himself as Batman. Kirishima remarked that both of them were amazing and represented the kind of man he aspired to be. Izuku thanked him, acknowledging the compliment. Aizawa announced that class was about to end and instructed everyone to return. Izuku used his telekinesis to bring all the unconscious students back to the classroom. After a few minutes, everyone began to wake up, with Mirio and Nijire being the first. Nijire immediately bombarded everyone with questions, while Mirio engaged in conversation with Izuku. Mirio acknowledged that All Might had warned him, but he found Izuku truly impressive. Izuku appreciated the compliment. Mirio then invited Izuku to his agency. Curious, Izuku asked which hero Mirio was working with. Mirio replied that he was with Sir Naitai. Izuku agreed to give it a try. Toga raised her hand, expressing her desire to join as well. Mirio hesitated, mentioning that Sir was quite serious and might put her through a test. Toga confidently stated that she would pass any challenge. Mirio welcomed her with a smile, and Izuku expressed his excitement about being in the same agency. After their conversation, the classes proceeded normally, marking the end of another day. The next scene showed Izuku and Toga walking towards Sir Naitai's agency. Toga expressed her doubts about being accepted, feeling she wasn't strong enough. Izuku reassured her, stating that she was strong and would do just fine. Toga hesitated but was interrupted as they arrived at the agency. Mirio waved them over. Izuku reminded Toga to have more confidence in herself. They entered the agency and headed straight for Sir's office. Mirio cautioned them that Sir was a bit of a fan of All Might, so it would be best not to mention him. When Mirio opened the door, they were met with an unexpected sight. Sir was known for his unconventional methods of keeping his assistants lively, which sometimes involved unusual antics. Sir greeted them and recognized Izuku, but questioned Toga's presence. Toga introduced herself and expressed her desire to intern at his agency. Sir asked why she wanted to work with him. Toga explained that she needed experience to fight villains and believed that Sir's strictness would be beneficial. Sir acknowledged her reasoning but mentioned that he already had 2 interns. Izuku was surprised to learn he would be the second. Toga felt disheartened, but Mirio interjected, pointing out Toga's impressive abilities in defeating Nijire and challenging Tamaki. Sir was intrigued and agreed to give Toga a chance. Toga eagerly asked if she could intern with him. Sir told her that she would need to pass a test, which would depend on her effort. Izuku wished her luck, and Toga inquired about the nature of the test. Sir instructed her to fight against Izuku, stating that if she could land a hit, she would be accepted. Toga was determined, but Sir warned that if Izuku held back, they would both be dismissed. As they prepared to begin, Sir asked Mirio and Bubble Girl to leave the room. Once alone, they started the test. Izuku, having limited space, decided to use his one-for-all quirk. In a flash, he delivered a direct punch to Toga's chest, but she managed to block it with both hands. Toga thought to herself that she needed to counterattack. She attempted to strike back, but her arms felt numb and unresponsive. Desperate, she tried to kick Izuku, but he blocked her attack with his forearm. Realizing her efforts were thwarted, Toga jumped back to create distance. But while in the air, Izuku launched a kick that sent her crashing against the wall. She groaned, acknowledging that he wasn't holding back. Izuku apologized, bowing his head in respect. Toga seized the moment to erase her presence. Izuku remarked that the same trick wouldn't work twice, only to find Toga appearing right in front of him. He attempted to punch her, but she dodged and quickly immobilized him with a hold. Toga felt triumphant, but Izuku was determined to break free. Sir intervened, declaring that the test was over and that Toga was accepted into his agency. Toga released Izuku and jumped for joy, celebrating her success. Izuku congratulated her, playfully lamenting that she had bested him again. Toga teased him about his unwavering confidence. Sir informed them that their first day would begin the next day, but Izuku mentioned they had plans for Sunday. Sir inquired about the importance of their plans, and Izuku explained that they were helping a friend move. Sir reluctantly agreed, warning them that if they missed any future practices, they shouldn't bother returning. After receiving permission from Sir, they returned to their dorms, stopping to inform Aizawa about the arrangement. The following day, Izuku and Toga were on a train. Izuku announced that they had arrived, but Toga insisted they had not. This back and forth continued until the train suddenly braked, causing everyone to stumble, with Izuku landing on Toga. Toga playfully remarked that it wasn't the right moment for such closeness, but if he wanted to, she wouldn't mind. Izuku quickly apologized and got up, while Toga laughed. The conductor announced that the train had broken down and they would not be able to proceed, apologizing for the inconvenience. Izuku grumbled about wanting a refund, and Toga playfully told him to be quiet, giving him a light tap on the head. Izuku had paid for both their tickets. As they got off the train, Toga had to pull Izuku along. They began walking down the street, chatting casually. Izuku suggested they fly to the pool since it was quite far. Toga reminded him that they only had a provisional license, which was only valid in extreme cases. Izuku insisted that this was indeed an extreme case, claiming he felt like he was going to die. He continued to try to persuade Toga when suddenly, a small girl bumped into him. He knelt down to her level and greeted her. The girl, Eri, asked for help, hugging Izuku tightly. Concerned, he asked if she was lost. Eri explained that someone was chasing her, describing him as a bad man. Izuku, determined to help, told Toga to look after the girl while he checked the alleyway. After searching the alley and finding no one, he returned, confused. Eri insisted that someone had been pursuing her. Izuku puffed out his chest, suggesting that perhaps the man had been scared of him. Toga, trying to change the subject, asked Eri her name, to which she replied that she was Eri but couldn't remember her last name. Meanwhile, Chisaki, the leader of the Yakuza, was frustrated that it had to be that kid who was a hero. His subordinate, Chronostasis, reported that they had lost sight of the target. Chisaki dismissed the idea that the hero was just a rumor, emphasizing that the villain had been unharmed and nearly defeated All Might before being taken down by Izuku. Chisaki ordered Chronostasis to contact twice from the League of Villains to create a copy of Sir's assistant and send her to their agency. Back with Izuku, he asked Eri if she was truly lost. She denied it but hesitated when he pressed her about the person chasing her, revealing that it was Chisaki. Toga confirmed his identity as the current Yakuza leader. Izuku, concerned, asked why Chisaki was after her, but Eri remained silent, only nodding in response. Izuku gently placed his hand on her head, and though Eri trembled in fear, she relaxed as he comforted her. He offered to read her mind, and after a moment of hesitation, she agreed. As he delved into her memories, he witnessed her suffering and the horrors she had endured at the hands of Chisaki. Overwhelmed with compassion, he embraced her tightly, assuring her that she was safe now. Eri nodded, tears welling in her eyes as she thanked him. Izuku encouraged her to let it all out, and she began to cry, her sobs drawing the attention of passers-by. Toga noted that they were attracting a lot of attention, prompting Izuku to lift Eri into his arms while using his powers to float Toga beside them. They took to the skies, heading toward Sir's agency. Once they arrived, they walked into Sir's office. Bubble Girl greeted them but was taken aback when she saw Eri. Izuku quickly explained that she had been kidnapped by Chisaki. Bubble Girl's demeanor shifted as she focused on the situation. Izuku shared Eri's memories with her, leaving her in shock at the child's suffering. Bubble Girl insisted they wake Eri to ask her directly. Izuku argued that the memories he had shared were enough to convict Chisaki, but Bubble Girl insisted they needed Eri's testimony. Toga urged Izuku to calm down, and after a moment, he sat down, taking a deep breath. Bubble Girl pressed for details on how they found Eri. Toga explained that they were on their way to a friend's house when Eri collided with Izuku. Izuku recounted how Eri had clung to him, asking for help, and how she had mentioned being chased. After calming her, she revealed that Chisaki was the one pursuing her. Reluctantly, Izuku woke Eri, who immediately began to cry again. He reassured her, urging her to look at him. Recognizing him, Eri hugged him tightly, grateful to be safe. Toga, visibly upset, decided to intervene to prevent any further conflict. She asked Eri what had happened to her. Eri hesitated but eventually spoke up, revealing that Chisaki had wanted to create bullets that could erase a person's quirk. When Bubble Girl pressed for more details, Eri explained that her quirk was the reason for her injuries, as Chisaki needed her blood to make those bullets. Izuku, concerned, inquired about Eri's quirk. She stammered that it was the ability to rewind. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Izuku insisted that they needed to act. Bubble Girl, however, insisted that Eri would stay with them for her safety. Izuku argued that Eri would be safer with him than with them, who had their duties to attend to. Toga reassured Izuku that Eri would be with professional heroes. Izuku reluctantly agreed but made it clear he would return to visit Eri the next day. Eri, hopeful, raised her pinky finger and asked if he promised. Izuku confirmed his promise, sealing it with a pinky swear. Bubble Girl then led Eri away, but Izuku warned her that if anything happened to Eri, she would have more to worry about than just her own safety. After saying goodbye to Eri, Izuku left with Toga, feeling unsettled by the situation. Suddenly, they heard a noise coming from a closet. Curious, Izuku opened the door, only to find Bubble Girl tied up inside. Alarmed, he rushed to Sir's office, desperate to find Eri. When he burst into the office, he found it empty. Panic set in as he realized that both Bubble Girl and Eri were gone. Frustrated, he shouted in dismay. Just then, Sir arrived and grabbed Izuku from behind, trying to calm him down. Izuku insisted he needed to go after Eri, but Sir urged him to wait for backup. Toga tried to reason with Izuku, explaining that they needed to think strategically. She reminded him that if Chisaki knew how much he cared for Eri, he might use that against him. Izuku, though still anxious, began to calm down, tears streaming down his face. Toga apologized, feeling guilty for suggesting they leave Eri with Bubble Girl. Izuku reassured her that it wasn't her fault, but he regretted not being more cautious. Sir interrupted their moment, urging them to focus on the task at hand. Minutes later, they gathered with several heroes in a meeting room. Sir explained the urgency of rescuing a kidnapped girl and the threat posed by Chisaki, who was planning to create permanent quirk erasing bullets. The heroes were shocked by the implications of Chisaki's plans. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, decided to show the heroes Eri's memories to emphasize the seriousness of their mission. The room fell silent as the heroes processed the brutal reality of what Eri had endured. Rocklock questioned why Izuku hadn't done more to protect her, but Sir took responsibility for the infiltration that had led to the kidnapping. Tensions rose as Izuku expressed his frustration, declaring that if he hadn't been stopped, he would have already been on his way to save Eri. The other heroes attempted to restrain him, but he used his telekinesis to keep them at bay. He proposed a plan. They would attack Chisaki together, with Izuku sneaking in from the back to rescue Eri. Sir warned him that he was putting himself in danger, but Izuku was determined. Rock Lock challenged him, questioning his ability to protect Eri after what had just happened. Izuku stood firm, asserting that he would do whatever it took to keep her safe. Seeing the resolve in Izuku, Sir ultimately agreed to let him take part in the rescue mission. Toga whispered to Aizawa, wondering why he hadn't cancelled Izuku's quirk. Aizawa simply shrugged, stating that he wouldn't let anyone treat his students poorly. With their plans set, the heroes prepared to move out, united in their mission to save Eri and stop Chisaki's sinister plot. Toga quietly acknowledged that she knew someone was concerned about them. Aizawa expressed that it felt like his teachings were being criticized. Toga playfully responded, thanking her caterpillar mom. Izuku then suggested they move on, and everyone agreed. Rocklock questioned why Izuku acted like the leader, to which Izuku retorted that Rocklock could either be quiet or lead them to Chisaki's hideout. Rocklock fell silent and followed Izuku. They headed to the Yakuza base, where Izuku informed the group that he would signal when it was time to enter. He circled the base and quickly dug a tunnel beneath it. Eri had escaped through the back, so if Izuku concentrated, he could sense where she was. Upon reaching Eri's location, he used Mandalay's quirk to communicate with her. He instructed her not to speak, as it could expose their position. Eri remained silent, and Izuku encouraged her to think if she needed to say something. She understood. Izuku apologized for her capture, but Eri insisted he should forgive her for getting him involved in the situation. He reassured her that he would rescue her and had brought several heroes for assistance. Eri was surprised to hear this and asked if she was alone. Izuku learned that 2 guards were outside her room. He instructed her to stay quiet as he created a wall of wind surrounding the room. He then told her to move to a corner. As Eri complied, Izuku prepared a powerful strike that destroyed the lower part of the room, alerting the guards. One guard questioned what had happened, while the other pointed at the hole. Izuku emerged from the hole nonchalantly. The guards attempted to enter the room, but the wind walls prevented them from getting close. One guard decided to report to their boss, while the other returned to see Izuku laughing as he carried Eri. Izuku cheerfully told Eri it was time to leave and encouraged her to say goodbye. Eri waved at the guard, and Izuku playfully thanked him as they quickly exited through the tunnel he had created. Eri urged them to hurry before Chisaki arrived, but Izuku insisted they needed to trap everyone first. He launched a fireball into the air, which expanded like an explosion. Eri asked what it was, and Izuku explained it was a signal for the heroes to attack, inviting her to watch. As they flew higher, Eri saw several heroes entering the base while others stayed outside. Toga was with Ryukyu, Tsuyu, and Eureka. Eri asked if those were the heroes, and Izuku confirmed with a smile. Eri pointed out Izuku's girlfriend, Himiko, but Izuku corrected her, saying he wasn't old enough to be called Sir. Eri complied, calling him Izuku. Suddenly, Chisaki emerged from the base, transformed into a giant version of Venom. Izuku greeted him casually, and Chisaki demanded the return of the girl. Izuku laughed, refusing to hand Eri over. Eri expressed her concern that if she didn't go with Chisaki, he would harm Izuku. Izuku reassured her that he wouldn't die and asked if she trusted him. Eri confirmed, albeit hesitantly. With a smile, Izuku lifted Eri higher to keep her safe. Chisaki boasted about his strength, but Izuku was ready to show off for Eri. He prepared a powerful strike, declaring it was for Eri. When he struck, Chisaki was sent crashing to the ground. Izuku returned to Eri, smiling as he reassured her that everything was fine. Eri was amazed that he had defeated Chisaki with just one blow. Izuku playfully flexed his muscles, claiming he was very strong. Eri was confused by his pose, but he quickly returned to a serious tone, telling her that she was finally free. Eri thanked him, though she sounded sad. When she called him Sir again, Izuku reminded her not to. Eri explained that she had never known her father, and if it bothered him, she wouldn't say it again. Seeing her sadness, Izuku decided to play along and embraced her, declaring that she would now live with him as his daughter. Eri was surprised but grateful, tears forming in her eyes. As they descended toward the heroes, Toga called out to Izuku, asking if he had fought transformed. Izuku was curious about what Toga had done, and she explained that she had used his blood to heal everyone and save Sir. Toga noticed Eri hiding behind Izuku's legs and greeted her. Eri shyly returned the greeting. Toga apologized, saying that if it weren't for her, Eri wouldn't have been captured again. Eri insisted it was her fault for getting everyone involved. Toga was surprised to hear Eri call Izuku dad. Izuku explained that Eri would be his daughter, and if Toga wanted, she could be their daughter too. Toga excitedly lifted Eri into her arms, causing Eri to shed a few tears in surprise. Toga quickly apologized, bowing her head. Izuku explained that Miko-chan was his partner and would be Eri's mom. Eri asked if Toga would really be her mom, and Toga confirmed, hoping they would get along. Eri shyly called Toga Slim. Toga remarked that it was unfair how adorable Eri was, while Rock-Lock interrupted, questioning whether they would leave the girl with them. Eri hid behind Izuku, trembling slightly. Izuku stated that he had made a deal to collaborate with them as long as he could stay with Eri. Rock-Lock responded that they didn't care, the girl would be better protected by the government, especially since her quirk was dangerous. Izuku firmly declared that he would take care of her, whether they liked it or not. Rock-Lock threatened that it would be done the hard way and moved closer to Izuku. Izuku warned him not to try anything, creating an ice katana as a warning. Rock-Lock taunted him, approaching Eri. Eri insisted that she wanted to stay with her dad. Rock-Lock retorted that he was not her father and grabbed Eri's hand, attempting to pull her away. However, his hand suddenly fell to the ground, causing him to scream in pain and drop to his knees. The heroes rushed over, shocked to see Rock-Lock injured. Sir demanded to know what had happened, and Izuku explained that they had made a deal, and he would stay with Eri. Sir pointed out the danger of her quirk, stating that the government would take care of her as she could potentially cause harm. Izuku insisted that he would keep her safe and warned that it wouldn't just be a lost hand next time. As the heroes prepared to charge at Izuku, Aizawa stepped in front of them, allowing Izuku to keep Eri. Ryukyu questioned Aizawa's decision, but he stated he was saving their lives. Izuku reiterated that he would stay with Eri. Sir added that it would only be if Eri wanted to go with him. Izuku turned to Eri, asking if she wanted to stay with him, to which she emphatically agreed, expressing her desire for a family. Izuku comforted her, telling her that the strongest people are the ones who always smile. Eri was unsure how to smile, but Izuku encouraged her, promising to help her have the biggest smile in the world. Aizawa reminded Izuku that he could heal Rock-Lock. Izuku questioned why he would help him, but Aizawa insisted it was an order. Izuku reluctantly agreed, stating it would be a special favor. Aizawa then joked that he would assign Izuku more homework than the others as a thank you. Izuku humorously protested, claiming he didn't want more work. Aizawa pointed out that he had brought it upon himself. With Eri rescued, Izuku decided it was time to leave, calling for Toga. She quickly joined him, but Sir interrupted, stating they would no longer be part of his agency since they didn't follow orders. Izuku asked Aizawa if they would need to find another agency. Aizawa assured him he would find one for them, but they needed to be obedient. Both Izuku and Toga thanked him. The trio flew back to their dorms at UA. Toga suspected Izuku had a plan to avoid doing homework, and he confirmed it involved hiring someone. Toga playfully threatened to tell Inko. Izuku warned her not to betray him. Eri, curious, asked what a school was. Toga explained it was a place to learn various things, and Eri thought it sounded fun. Izuku added that she could make friends there, which excited Eri. He promised to enroll her in a school, and Toga reminded him they were discussing something else. Izuku professed his feelings for Toga, causing her to blush and look away. They continued their conversation until they reached the dorms. Izuku called for his mother, Inko, who responded that he didn't need to shout. When she asked what had happened, Toga announced they had a daughter. Inko was shocked, expressing concern about their age. As she approached Izuku with a spoon, he quickly clarified that nothing inappropriate had happened with Toga. Toga explained they wanted to adopt Eri, who introduced herself shyly. Inko found Eri adorable and asked why they wanted to adopt her. Toga explained Eri's difficult past, which saddened Inko, but she quickly approached Eri, introducing herself as Izuku's mother and Eri's new grandmother. Eri was delighted by the idea. Izuku assured Eri that his mother was kind and would bring her sweets, but Inko playfully claimed she hadn't promised anything yet. Eri's disappointment was evident, prompting Inko to agree to take her for sweets the next day. Toga suggested they all go shopping for clothes and other necessities for Eri, to which Eri expressed her gratitude with a bow. Later that night, some classmates had returned to the dorms, while those involved in Eri's rescue were just arriving. Kirishima, Uraraka, and Tsuyu entered, only to be surrounded by their curious classmates. Kaminari expressed relief at their return, while Momo shared her worries. Tokoyami noted their tendency to attract trouble, and Ida urged everyone to let them rest. Uraraka reassured him that they were fine, thanks to Himiko's help. Tsuyu added that both Himiko and Izuku had been instrumental in their success. Kirishima remarked that without them, several heroes might have perished. Hagakure wondered where Himiko and Izuku were, and Kirishima mentioned they had left after defeating the villain. Everyone turned to Inko for answers. She informed them that they were in Himiko's room since the afternoon. Mina questioned why they hadn't been informed, and Toga explained they wanted to avoid the interrogation. Kirishima agreed that it had been tedious. Mina then asked where Midoriya was, and Toga revealed he was in her room with Eri. Jiro asked who Eri was, and Toga described her as a sweet albino girl. The girls rushed to Himiko's room, bursting through the door and exclaiming at the sight of Izuku and Eri drawing together. Why did they break the door? Mina admired Eri, wanting to embrace the little girl with white hair, while Eri, feeling shy, hid behind Izuku. She expressed her fear, calling him Dad, which surprised everyone. Izuku explained that he was going to adopt Eri, the girl they had rescued from Chisaki. Toga mentioned she had tried to tell them but they had run off. Izuku reassured Eri that his friends were good people, and she cautiously stepped forward to greet them. She introduced herself as Eri Midoriya, bowing politely. Izuku smiled and reminded everyone that Eri had suffered a lot, so they should treat her kindly. Momo introduced herself, followed by Jiro, Mina, and Toru, each offering their names and support. Inko called everyone down for dinner, and just as they were about to sit, there was a knock at the door. Izuku went to answer it and was pleasantly surprised to find Mandalay and Koda outside. He greeted Koda warmly, who seemed a bit shy. Mandalay explained that Koda had seen the news and was worried. Izuku laughed, assuring them he was fine and invited them to join for dinner. The class was surprised to see Mandalay and Koda, and Izuku explained their presence. Eri, curious, asked who they were, and Izuku introduced Mandalay as a hero. Eri approached Mandalay and introduced herself. Mandalay jokingly commented on Izuku's age, which made him nervous as he clarified that he had adopted Eri. Eri, confused, asked what that meant, and Toga teased Izuku, saying he knew but didn't want to explain. Izuku quickly redirected the conversation, introducing Koda as Mandalay's nephew, hoping they would get along. Eri shyly greeted Koda, who reciprocated. Inko reminded everyone to sit down as dinner was ready. After a lovely meal, it was late, and everyone headed off to bed. Izuku stayed in Toga's room with Eri, while Koda stayed with Mandalay in Izuku's room. The next morning, the new family gathered for breakfast. Izuku suggested asking Momo to make Eri some clothes, but Toga argued it would be better to buy them, hoping to make Eri smile. Izuku lamented his lack of money, recalling his recent purchase of a new gaming console. Eri, curious, asked about a white box she had seen hidden in Inko's closet, prompting Izuku to shush her playfully. Toga, sensing something was off, pressed him about the box, but Izuku quickly made up an excuse about buying new books for school. Inko offered to lend them money for Eri's clothes, which delighted Izuku. He encouraged Eri to thank her grandmother, and she did so while enjoying her cereal. Izuku invited Inko to join them, but she declined, saying she needed to cook and clean. Toga suggested Izuku go to Momo for clothes while she got ready for a date. Izuku agreed, and they prepared to leave. Eri followed Izuku as he went to Momo, who helped Eri pick out some outfits. After getting Eri dressed, Izuku admired her and felt proud. Eri thanked him, and he reassured her that it was just what a dad does. Eri smiled, and Izuku was thrilled to see her happiness. He spun her around playfully, but she soon felt dizzy, prompting him to apologize. When Toga emerged from her room, Izuku jokingly remarked about how long it took her to get ready. Toga pointed out it was only early afternoon, but Izuku insisted it felt like ages since breakfast. They all complimented each other, and Toga playfully kissed Izuku on the cheek before they headed out. As they left the dorms, they encountered Bakugo, who was also heading out. Izuku teased him about having a date, but Bakugo dismissed him, annoyed. Toga noted that Bakugo had been behaving better since their last encounter, and they set off to the mall to buy clothes for Eri. Upon arriving, Izuku excitedly promised Eri they would buy her plenty of clothes. After several hours of shopping, they found many outfits that suited her well. Izuku lifted Eri onto his shoulders, praising how lovely she looked in her new clothes. Toga suggested they visit the fair at the pier, but Izuku insisted they eat first, as he was hungry. Eri chimed in about wanting caramel apples, tugging on Izuku's hair playfully, causing him to yelp in surprise. Eri quickly apologized, and they continued their day together, filled with laughter and joy. Toga gently stroked the green-haired boy's head and suggested they buy a toy at the fair, but first, they should have lunch. Upon arriving at a restaurant, they ordered their meals. Izuku chose a katsudon, Toga opted for sushi, and Eri picked a bowl of ramen. After finishing their meal, they headed to the fair, which had various game stalls. Izuku suggested they ride something first, but Toga excitedly insisted on the roller coaster. Izuku hesitated, expressing concern that Eri might not be allowed to ride. The stall owner reassured them that if Eri was accompanied by either of them, she could join. Izuku, feeling a bit flustered, tried to ignore the stall owner as he walked away with Eri and Toga. Toga asked why he took so long, to which Izuku replied he was chatting with a new friend, smiling as he did. Eri, curious, asked if this was the roller coaster. Izuku confirmed it was fun, forcing a smile. Eri expressed her eagerness to ride, dismissing Izuku's suggestion of a nearby carousel as boring. Toga encouraged Izuku to give in, and with a sigh he agreed to ride the roller coaster with them. As the cart climbed, Izuku silently hoped for a smooth ride, while Toga encouraged Eri to raise her hands and scream when they reached the top. Eri nodded, and when they reached the peak, she raised her hands alongside Toga. The cart plunged down at high speed, making Izuku feel as if he might fly out. Eri began to scream, and as the wind rushed against her face, she felt a surge of excitement and adrenaline, finally smiling brightly. Seeing Eri's smile brought tears to Toga's eyes, and she tugged on Izuku's shirt to get his attention. When he turned to look, he was surprised to see Eri's joyful expression. He took out his phone and snapped a picture, capturing the moment. After the ride, the three of them descended with smiles on their faces. Eri exclaimed how amazing the ride was, sharing her initial fear but how she remembered her mother's words and raised her hands, describing the thrilling experience with enthusiasm. Izuku showed her the photo he took, and Eri beamed even brighter, hugging both Izuku and Toga, thanking them for being her new family. Toga expressed her gratitude for being chosen as Eri's family, gently patting her head. Izuku then excused himself to buy something, and Eri curiously asked where he was going. He told her he would be right back, running off in the opposite direction. Toga suggested they sit on a nearby bench to wait for him, and Eri agreed, taking Toga's hand. After a few minutes, Izuku could be seen running back toward them. Toga remarked that he hadn't taken long, and Izuku laughed, catching his breath. Eri eagerly asked what he had brought back, and Izuku knelt down to reveal a caramel apple, which made Eri jump with joy. Toga then suggested they go to the hammer game, and Izuku, feeling a bit defeated, hesitated. Toga playfully urged him to hurry, and they spent the rest of the afternoon enjoying various rides, some more thrilling than others, but they all had a wonderful time together. Days passed since their trip to the fair, and it was now Tuesday. Eri stayed in the dorms with Inko while Izuku and Toga headed to the academy. Izuku commented on how long it was taking for their teacher, Aizawa, to arrive, and Toga wondered if he had fallen. Izuku speculated that Aizawa often looked tired due to his busy schedule as a teacher by day and a hero by night, expressing his respect for him. Aizawa eventually entered the classroom, thanking Izuku for the compliment but reminding them that they needed to be seated and quiet as the bell rang. Izuku remarked on how Aizawa always seemed to appear out of nowhere, joking that one day he might scare them to death. Aizawa instructed everyone to settle down. He explained that he had been delayed due to receiving instructions from the director regarding the upcoming cultural festival scheduled for the following Friday. The students erupted in excitement, prompting Aizawa to warn them that if they didn't quiet down, their participation would be turned into an open class. The room fell silent quickly. Aizawa informed them that the festival would only be for students and staff. Izuku pointed out that his mother worked at the academy, and Aizawa confirmed that she could attend since she supervised the dorms. Izuku felt proud to be the only one who could bring his mom. Toga playfully nudged him to sit down, and Izuku winced. Toga reminded him to be quiet, or they would end up with an open class. Understanding, Izuku settled down, and Toga encouraged Aizawa to continue. Aizawa gave them until the next day to decide what to do for the festival. He then wrapped himself in his sleeping bag and left, leaving the students to discuss their options. Esta suggested everyone propose an idea, and they would vote on it. As the students began shouting out suggestions, Esta called on Mina, who proposed a dance. Esta noted it down, and Kaminari suggested a maid cafe. Izuku supported Kaminari's idea, imagining Toga in a maid outfit. Toga agreed but insisted that Izuku should also wear a maid outfit, which made him protest that he could be the cook instead. Toga insisted he would be a maid, and the playful banter continued as they brainstormed ideas for the festival. Izuku felt a chill but wanted to change the subject by suggesting another option. He proposed making a katsudon stand. Uraraka chimed in with the idea of a mochi stand. Esta reminded them that it was a cultural festival, not just about food. Jiro suggested a comedy act, which Esta found interesting. Mineta attempted to suggest a parade but was cut off when Izuku knocked him out. Everyone else broke into a sweat at the sudden turn of events. Esta asked if anyone had another idea. Todoroki proposed a party, which surprised Izuku, who had expected him to suggest a play where he would be a detective. Todoroki explained that he had seen a video of a party where everyone was having fun, and he believed it was the best way to relieve stress. Esta asked if Todoroki could show them the video, and he agreed, pulling out his phone. After watching the video, Esta noted that it was a concert. Kaminari suggested that Jiro should be the one to organize it, to which Jiro replied she wasn't interested. Mina pointed out that Jiro's room was filled with instruments, and Kaminari added that she was a true rock star. Jiro, annoyed, jabbed Kaminari with one of her jacks, causing him to wince. She expressed her frustration, saying that while others had cool hobbies that could help them become heroes, hers felt simple and unhelpful. Mineta teased her about feeling inferior, and Hagakure asked when he had woken up. Mineta laughed, claiming it would take more than that to defeat the invincible Mineta. Izuku, smiling, suggested they see if 2 hits would suffice, which made Mineta quickly apologize and kneel. Despite Mineta's pleas, Izuku knocked him out again. He then reassured Jiro that her hobby was great and could also contribute to being a hero, as singing could make people smile. Momo added that, despite his encouragement, it was ultimately Jiro's choice. After a sigh, Jiro smiled and agreed to participate. Esta reminded them that they would need dancing as well. Mina volunteered to help with that, raising her hand with a smile. Kirishima supported her claim, stating she was a great teacher. Esta declared that Class 1A would put on a concert, and everyone cheered in agreement. With a week off to prepare, they returned to their dorms to start practicing their dance routines and organizing themselves. Upon their return, Inko was surprised, and Eri was excited to see her parents. Eri ran up to Izuku and Toga, beaming with joy. Izuku lifted Eri onto his shoulders. Inko asked why they were back so early, and Toga explained that they had been given a week off to organize an event for the cultural festival. Inko listened as Toga detailed their plans for a concert. Eri, curious, asked what a concert was. Izuku explained that it was an event where music and dance came together. Eri still didn't quite understand, so Izuku decided to show her a video of a concert on his phone. After watching, Eri smiled brightly and asked if they would be singing. Izuku said they would decide that now, while Inko suggested they have lunch before practicing. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. After dropping off their things in their rooms, they headed down to eat. Once lunch was over, they went outside to organize themselves. Jiro suggested they start with dance auditions to see who was good at it. As they began to dance, it was clear that Mina was the best, while Izuku, Mineta, Aoyama, and Ida struggled. Mina candidly told Izuku that if he couldn't sing better, he should focus on the effects. Izuku, feeling a bit down, was lifted by Eri's hug. She reassured him that they still needed to see if he could sing. Izuku thanked her and patted her head. Mina told Aoyama and Ida they were safe, as they would learn quickly. Mineta asked about his role, and Mina assigned him the task of bringing props. Mineta protested, but Izuku teased him, saying that if he danced, no one would see him because he was so small. Eri defended her dad, saying he could sing. Mineta encouraged Izuku to show what he could do. Izuku requested Momo to create an electric guitar for him, and she agreed, asking if he knew how to use it. Izuku reassured her that he would manage. Momo handed the guitar to Izuku, who asked if anyone understood English. Momo said she understood most of it, but the others shook their heads. Izuku explained that only she would understand the music, while the rest would follow the rhythm. He connected the guitar and began to play, surprising everyone with how well he sang. Eri cheered for her dad, and Toga expressed her surprise at his talent. Izuku jokingly challenged Mineta to sing, but Mineta conceded defeat for the day. Ida announced that Izuku would sing, but Izuku insisted he would help with the effects instead. Eri questioned why, saying he sang wonderfully. Izuku explained that he had several quirks and could contribute more to the atmosphere, but he would be happy to sing after everyone else. Mina thought it was a great idea, saying it would end their event on a high note. Eri was thrilled that her dad would sing at the end and suggested they write a song together since he didn't have one. Eri excitedly said it should be about heroes, and Izuku agreed, suggesting they go to his room to work on it. Eri asked about Toga, and Toga decided to stay and practice the dance, encouraging them to put in their best effort for their song. The afternoon passed smoothly, and everything was organized like in the anime, but this time, Toga took Izuku's place. As night fell in the dorms, everyone gathered for dinner. Inko asked how the organization was going, and Toga proudly stated she would be one of the dancers. Mina confirmed she was teaching everyone to dance, while Kaminari also announced his intention to dance. Inko then turned to Bakugo, who declared he would play the drums. Inko expressed her excitement while eating. Todoroki mentioned that he would be one of the dancers and would also help with the effects. Inko asked about the singer, to which Ida explained that everyone would sing a little, but the one with the microphone would be Jiro. Inko then inquired about what Izuku would do. Momo clarified that Midoriya would assist with the effects and the setting but would also sing solo at the end. Inko was surprised to learn that Izuku could sing, and Ida confirmed that he sang very well. Inko then wondered why Izuku had not come out of his room. Toga informed her that he said he was going to write a new song with Eri. Inko found it sweet that a father and daughter were creating a song together. Izuku entered the kitchen with Eri in his arms, and Eri excitedly shared that they were writing a song about heroes. Izuku explained that Eri provided him with some words, and he wrote them in English. Inko asked when he had learned English, and Izuku replied that everything is achievable with effort and dedication. Toga asked if he had used his quirk, and Izuku admitted that he had worked hard to get the teacher's consent to copy their minds. Inko remarked that he had blackmailed them, to which Izuku jokingly responded that $10 each was a fair price if it saved him days of studying. After dinner, everyone went to sleep, and Eri stayed with Toga. They spent the entire week practicing, and Izuku even had to pause writing his song to coordinate with the others on the effects. On Wednesday, the entire Class 1A was seen having lunch. Inko asked if they had finished the preparations for the festival. Momo confirmed that they only needed to get the props. Inko then asked if her son had his song ready. Izuku replied that it was easy because a very smart girl had helped him, smiling. Eri chimed in that the song was great and she couldn't wait for everyone to hear it. Toga expressed her eagerness to hear it too, but Ida asked if Midoriya could sing a little for them. Izuku playfully refused, saying it was a surprise. Inko lamented that she would only be able to watch it on video, but Izuku reassured her that she could attend since Aizawa had said she counted as staff. Inko was thrilled and decided to go without hesitation, happy that she could take Eri to the festival. Eri excitedly mentioned that there would be caramel apples, and Toga speculated that perhaps some class would make them, which made Eri jump with joy. After lunch, Izuku and Eri went to the room to watch some videos. Eri asked if they could watch the song from the other day, specifically the concert of Michael Jackson. Izuku grabbed his laptop and played the video. They watched several concerts until a video about a so-called villain interrupted them. Izuku questioned if it was some kind of joke, while Eri found it boring. Toga asked what they were watching, and upon seeing the video, she explained that the person was supposedly a villain who filmed himself stealing, but ended up not taking anything and just hitting the heroes trying to stop him, suggesting he only wanted to be popular. Izuku concluded that he was just an old man seeking attention. Eri insisted they continue watching concerts, finding the man very dull, and Izuku agreed, moving on to the next video, which was indeed another concert. With everything prepared, Izuku and Eri spent the afternoon watching videos and listening to music. Toga mentioned she had been with the girls buying props for the concert, while the boys were watching Barbie in Kirishima's room. Finally, the day of the cultural festival arrived, and all the students were excited, except for Class 1A, who were quite nervous. Izuku encouraged them to calm down, warning that their nerves would ruin the concert. Mina retorted that it was easy for him to say since he made a fool of himself daily, but this was very embarrassing. Izuku asked if he really made a fool of himself, but the rest of Class 1A turned their heads away. When he looked at Toga, she also turned away, leaving Izuku feeling down until his mother arrived, which lifted his spirits a bit. He asked Inko if he really made a fool of himself, but she also looked away like everyone else. Feeling dejected, Izuku knelt down and started drawing circles on the ground with his finger. Eri, smiling, told him that she thought he was great, which brought tears to his eyes. He gently patted Eri's head and picked her up in his arms. He suggested that they should all buy something to drink to shake off their nerves. Momo pointed out that none of the stalls were open yet, but Izuku encouraged them to go buy something outside the academy since there was still time before their performance. Toga volunteered to go get the juices, while Izuku decided to check on how the other classes were preparing with his mother and Eri. Mina thanked Toga for her help, and Toga cheerfully replied. Mina then reminded Toga that she wasn't supposed to buy the juices, to which Toga confirmed she was, but she was waiting for the money. Jiro pointed out that Toga had promised to treat them, but Toga explained that she had spent all her money when they went shopping for Eri's clothes. Momo offered to treat them instead, and Mina joyfully jumped to hug her. Momo handed Toga 15,000 yen, which made Toga feel it was too much. Momo apologized, explaining it was what her father used to give her for coffee, bowing in respect. Everyone felt a bit awkward, as it indirectly implied they were poor. Toga brushed it off and asked who would accompany her. Mina thought she wanted someone for company, but Toga clarified she needed someone to help carry the drinks. Hagakure volunteered, and they set off to a nearby store, only to find it closed. Toga expressed her frustration, and Hagakure suggested they go to one that was 3 blocks away. Toga insisted they hurry, starting to run, while Hagakure called out to wait for her. Without any issues, the two girls managed to buy the juices for their class. Hagakure then asked Toga how she had met Midoriya. Toga recalled that he had helped her when she was being bullied. Hagakure placed a finger on her cheek, contemplating the situation. She realized that Toga had been bullied in the past. Toga explained that because of her quirk, which involved drinking blood, she had been labeled a villain since they were 6 years old. Hagakure remarked on how romantic it was that Midoriya had saved her like a princess. Toga smiled at the thought. As Toga continued to share how she met Izuku, she accidentally bumped into someone. She quickly apologized, not having been paying attention. The stranger, gentle, reassured her that it was no problem and began to walk away. Toga, recognizing his voice, asked if she could give him a recommendation. Gentle declined, stating he was short on time. Toga insisted that today was special for her class and her daughter, warning him not to interfere with her school. Gentle challenged her, asking if she intended to stop him. Toga took a battle stance, refusing to back down. Gentle suggested they postpone their plan for a few minutes. The Brava, another character, asked if she should record everything. Gentle agreed, and Toga told Hagakure to head to the academy, assuring her she would catch up soon and that no teachers should find out. Hagakure hesitated, wanting to help, but Toga insisted that if they didn't return quickly, others would worry. Hagakure took the drinks and wished Toga good luck before leaving them alone. Toga questioned Gentle's motives. He revealed that he wanted to make a name for himself in history. Toga scoffed at his desire to be remembered as a villain, noting that he was just making excuses for his lack of training. Gentle shared his past humiliations and how he had tried multiple times to enter UA but failed. Toga dismissed his excuses, claiming she had entered UA without using her quirk and had done well in the sports festival. The Brava remained silent, and Toga, with a smile, suggested they begin. Before Gentle could respond, Toga struck him with a couple of quick punches to the stomach, followed by a kick to the head that sent him to the ground in pain. He cursed her for hitting an opponent who was down, but Toga attempted another strike, only for Gentle's quirk to deflect her kick. Curious, Toga wondered about the nature of his quirk, and Gentle challenged her to find out. As he charged at her, Toga deftly dodged his attacks. She tried to hit him again, but he evaded her strike. Toga mused that his quirk seemed to give elasticity to things. Gentle continued to attack, but despite his efforts, he couldn't land a hit on her. In a moment of distraction, Toga landed a punch that pushed him back. Seizing the opportunity, she erased her presence and delivered a powerful blow that left him dazed. The Brava cried out in concern for Gentle and dropped her camera, rushing to his side. Toga declared her victory and suggested calling the police. Gentle, still struggling to rise, insisted that wouldn't be necessary. Toga warned him not to try anything foolish, and the Brava pleaded with Toga not to take Gentle away from her. Toga retaliated with a strike that left the Brava on the ground as well, asserting that any resistance could lead to worse consequences. Gentle begged Toga to let them go, promising they would not return to UA. Toga, with a mocking smile, stated she didn't give second chances and had already warned him. She planned to turn them in to the police without delay. The Brava, in tears, expressed her regret for not being strong enough to help. Gentle reassured her that it wasn't her fault, admitting that his emotions had gotten the better of him. As the Brava professed her love for Gentle, he felt a surge of strength and broke free from Toga's hold. Toga was taken aback when Gentle landed a direct hit that sent her flying. She winced in pain, realizing the stakes had changed. With newfound determination, Gentle declared he would not lose now that love had empowered him. He charged at Toga, launching a series of punches. Though Toga managed to dodge most, a few strikes landed, causing her significant pain. She pondered her next move, worried about losing. Meanwhile, Gentle taunted her to keep fighting. Toga thought about what Izuku would do in her situation, imagining him flying above. Suddenly, Izuku appeared, having just arrived. Toga was frustrated that he hadn't intervened sooner while she was being attacked. Izuku explained he had just gotten there and promised to help her now. He swiftly kicked Gentle, still in shock, attempted to counter but failed, resulting in a solid hit. The force of Izuku's kick sent Gentle flying. Izuku apologized for not stepping in earlier, praising Toga for her bravery in fighting alone against two opponents. Toga, feeling a bit defeated, acknowledged she still had room for improvement. Izuku reassured her that she was strong and had fought valiantly. Toga thanked him and shared a brief moment of affection, which Izuku reciprocated. Determined to finish the encounter, Izuku turned his attention back to Gentle and the Brava. Though Gentle had received a boost from his earlier emotions, he was now struggling to continue the fight, and Izuku's kick had taken its toll. Izuku asked if they were ready to surrender. Gentle, realizing the futility of the situation, asked Izuku to leave and promised to turn himself in. Izuku was skeptical of Gentle's sincerity but agreed to handle the situation with the police. Gentle expressed gratitude, while the Brava protested, wanting to stay with him. Gentle reassured her that no matter how much time passed, he would never leave her side, as he loved her too. Izuku instructed Miko-chan to head to the academy and inform them he would be there shortly, preparing to take Gentle and the Brava to the authorities. Toga agreed to follow his lead. As Izuku began to run, he quickly made his way to a police office, leaving Gentle alongside the brave individual. Upon arriving at the academy, he spotted one of his classmates waiting for him. Mina urged Izuku to hurry, informing him that they would be starting soon, while handing him some clothes so he could prepare to run. Izuku apologized, realizing he was running a bit late, and dashed after Mina. While running, he accidentally bumped into someone. He quickly apologized and attempted to continue on his way. However, the boy he collided with grabbed him, stopping him in his tracks. The boy identified Izuku as a student from Class 1A, and Izuku acknowledged this, mentioning that he would sign autographs later since his class was waiting. He tried to break free, but the boy held on tightly. The boy expressed his disbelief in Izuku's worthiness of the fame and prestige he had gained. Izuku, determined, insisted that it didn't matter whether the boy accepted him or not. He demanded to be released, threatening to break the boy's grip. The boy challenged him to try, and just as Izuku tightened his hold, All Might arrived, intervening. He informed Izuku that his class was looking for him and that he should hurry. Izuku explained that the boy wouldn't let him go, prompting All Might to politely ask the boy to release Midoriya. The boy complied, apologizing for the disturbance. Grateful for All Might's intervention, Izuku quickly took off running. After changing, Izuku joined his classmates. Mineta scolded him for taking so long, and Izuku explained that he had encountered a minor issue. Jiro urged everyone to get into position as it was their turn. They all lined up, and as the curtain rose, a profound silence fell over the room. In the meantime, while Izuku had gone to assist with the effects, Toga had entered to take his place. When the song ended, everyone erupted with excitement, shouting Izuku's name. Izuku raised Eri in the air, much like Simba, and everyone cheered for the little albino girl. Time skip. Several hours had passed since Class 1A's participation in the festival. The family spent time visiting the various booths from other classes, including a haunted house, a maze, and a beauty contest. At that moment, the entire class was gathered in the dormitory lounge. Inko expressed her pride in their performance at the festival, announcing that they could eat whatever they wanted that day, showcasing an array of dishes on the table. The class cheered with joy, Bakugo sporting a smile while Todoroki raised his hands in excitement. They quickly sat down to eat and began to devour all the delicious food Inko had prepared. Days had gone by since the cultural festival, and now Izuku and some of his classmates were in the lounge watching television. Izuku remarked that there was nothing good on cartoons. Toga teased him, saying he was too old for cartoons, while Eri innocently asked what cartoons were. Izuku explained they were moving drawings, which intrigued Eri, prompting her to express her desire to watch them. They settled on the couch to enjoy adventure time. They watched television for several minutes until both fell asleep. Toga, noticing their cuteness, decided to take a picture for a wallpaper. She sat beside them, continuing to watch TV until Izuku began to wake up. Toga greeted him cheerfully, and Izuku, still groggy, asked what had happened. Toga informed him that he had fallen asleep next to Eri. Curious about what Toga was watching, he learned it was Avengers: Infinity War. Unfortunately, Toga teased him that it had already ended, leaving Izuku feeling disappointed. However, Toga quickly distracted him by pointing out that a villain attack was being broadcasted. Izuku's excitement grew as he asked where it was happening, eager for the action. Toga mentioned it was in the city center and described the villain as a Nomu that didn't resemble a bird. Determined to help, Izuku decided to leave Eri in Toga's care and rushed to the scene. As Izuku approached the city center, he saw Endeavor falling from the sky. He intended to assist Endeavor but noticed Monoma and Hawks heading into an alley, which piqued his curiosity. He quietly followed them from above. As he watched, a mist enveloped the area, revealing Dabi and Shigaraki. Izuku decided to remain silent and perched on a nearby rooftop to listen. Kurogiri greeted the group, and Shigaraki demanded to know what new information they had. Hawks mentioned that All for One had less surveillance in Tartarus, which pleased Shigaraki. He expressed that thanks to a certain young hero, their plan was progressing well, and they needed to recover their leader and restore his memories. Monoma claimed he only had information about upcoming practices but doubted they would attack soon. Shigaraki dismissed him, asking about the boy's powers. Monoma revealed that he had only copied quirks but suspected the boy had more hidden abilities. Shigaraki instructed them to meet at the base for a meeting about Gigantomachia. As Hawks prepared to leave, he spotted Izuku but chose to ignore him, flying off to assist Endeavor. Once the villains departed, Izuku made his way to Endeavor, realizing the traitor among them was Monoma, and that Hawks was also involved. He noted that Hawks had ignored him and resolved to confront him later. Arriving at the battle, Izuku saw Hawks distracting the Nomu while Endeavor prepared a massive attack. Unfortunately, the Nomu noticed Endeavor and struck, injuring him. Concerned, Izuku rushed to Endeavor's side and delivered a powerful blow to the Nomu, sending it flying. The next day, Class 1A was in the classroom with Aizawa, who shared a story about adopting his cat. Izuku raised his hand, asking if this would be on the exam. Aizawa assured him it wouldn't, and as he settled into his sleeping bag, Izuku announced he was heading out to buy sweets for Eri. Toga reminded him not to take too long, while Mina inquired about his destination. Izuku playfully replied that it was a secret and quickly flew away to avoid further questions. Mina pouted and began to plead with Toga to tell her more. Meanwhile, outside the Hero Commission building, Izuku stood ready. He approached the entrance, stating that he had an important matter to discuss with Hawks. Inside, Hawks greeted him, assuring him that only the director and his secretary were present. He led Izuku to the main meeting room where the director awaited. The director welcomed Izuku and invited him to take a seat to begin the explanation. Izuku settled in, eager to understand why Hawks was meeting with the League of Villains. The director explained that Hawks was an undercover agent. Izuku asked for the purpose of this infiltration, and Hawks clarified that it was to gather information. Izuku wanted to know what the League was planning. Hawks reminded him that he had already heard some details in the alley but added that they were considering sending one of their strongest members to test Izuku's abilities. The director emphasized the need for Izuku to hold back during the confrontation. Izuku agreed to reserve his most powerful attacks. Hawks then mentioned that Monoma was indeed a traitor, and Izuku realized that he was expected to distance himself from him. The director hoped that Izuku would not have any issues with this. Izuku reassured them that he had already thought about it and was not concerned, as he was not friends with Monoma. Hawks confirmed that this was indeed the case. Izuku then expressed a desire to copy Hawks' quirk, but Hawks warned him that doing so could put him in danger of being discovered. Izuku sighed and acknowledged Hawks' point with a thumbs up. The director indicated that if everything was clear, Izuku could leave. Izuku expressed his lingering distrust of them. Hawks smiled and advised him to keep their secret from UA. Izuku agreed to maintain their confidentiality as he exited the building. Upon returning to the dorms, he was greeted by a small girl with white hair. Eri ran to hug Izuku, calling him Daddy. She then asked if he had brought her any sweets. Izuku hesitated, recalling that he had not been able to buy any treats for her. Eri mentioned that her mother had said he would get some sweets for her. Izuku explained that he thought she might prefer ice cream instead. Eri's eyes lit up at the mention of ice cream, and she eagerly asked where it was. Izuku suggested they go buy it together, and Eri excitedly pulled him by the hand. They headed to the park to get ice cream, and after enjoying their treats, they returned to the dorms. Toga inquired about their outing, and Eri happily reported that they had gone for ice cream. Toga then asked if they had brought her any. Izuku sheepishly admitted that he had run out of money and could only afford ice cream for himself and Eri. Toga sighed but then mentioned that she needed more of Izuku's blood, playfully brandishing a knife. Izuku felt nervous at her words. Eri, confused, asked if Toga meant her father's blood. Toga explained that she had a curse that required her to drink Izuku's blood to stay healthy. Eri shivered at the thought and asked if there was a way to break Toga's curse. Toga replied that if Izuku gave her a ring and took her to a church dressed in white, it could be lifted. Eri enthusiastically encouraged Izuku to give Toga a ring. Izuku deflected, saying that Toga needed to graduate first. Eri's enthusiasm waned, and Izuku suggested they go eat, noting that his mother must be waiting for them. The three of them headed to the dining hall, where everyone was indeed waiting. After their meal, they went to sleep. Eri insisted that Izuku sleep in Toga's room, and he eventually gave in. The next day brought a practice session for Class 1A and Class 1B at the Gamma Field. Monoma grumbled about having to fight against Class 1A, which prompted Izuku to tease him about being afraid. Monoma dismissed the idea, but Kendo intervened, dragging an unconscious Monoma away. Toga remarked that she could say the same about her stupid boyfriend, playfully pushing Izuku's head down. Aizawa quickly silenced everyone, instructing them to assume military poses. He explained that they would be fighting in groups to assess their progress. Everyone acknowledged the instructions. Aizawa then informed Izuku that he would not participate in this test. Izuku was taken aback, questioning the decision. Toga suggested it was because he could immobilize everyone, while others pointed out his multiple quirks and healing abilities. Feeling downcast, Izuku retreated to a corner. Vlad King announced that Shinso would replace Izuku for the test. Izuku protested that it was unfair to be swapped out so quickly, but Shinso dismissed him, showing little interest. Izuku congratulated Shinso on his efforts to join the hero courses. After a few minutes, the groups were formed, and Toga took Izuku's place. The battles unfolded similarly to the anime, with Izuku observing and noting how much everyone had improved. Kirishima acknowledged the hard work of their classmates, and Izuku complimented him on his impressive new mode. As the last group prepared to fight, Izuku wished Toga good luck, waving small flags with her face on them. Toga blushed and dashed off with her team. Just as Aizawa was about to signal the start of the match, a shout interrupted him. Tsukachi rushed in, calling for attention. Aizawa turned to see what was the matter. Tsukachi expressed his frustration about the situation. He informed everyone that they needed Midnight's support because a powerful villain had appeared, and they wanted her to put him to sleep. Izuku offered to take them, suggesting it would be quicker. Tsukachi reminded him that Gran Torino was currently fighting the villain, and if they delayed, he could be in serious danger. Izuku quickly asked where they were needed, and Tsukachi directed him to the eastern forest, mentioning that the villain was large enough to be easily spotted. With determination, Izuku took off, enveloped in flames to increase his speed. Tsukachi called after him, reminding him that he was supposed to take them along. Midnight noted that Izuku had already left. Aizawa commented on the situation, expressing that it was troublesome but he believed Izuku would manage. Tsukachi questioned Aizawa's confidence, to which Aizawa replied that he trusted his students and instructed the remaining groups from classes 1A and 1B to begin their fight. As Izuku approached, he saw the massive villain preparing to strike Gran Torino with sharp claws. Without hesitation, Izuku positioned himself in front of Gran Torino, using his flames and Kirishima's quirk to block the attack. Gran Torino acknowledged Izuku's timely arrival, thanking him for intervening. Izuku quickly healed Gran Torino and moved him to safety, noting that more heroes were on the way. Gran Torino grimly informed him that 2 heroes and 3 police officers had already fallen in battle. Izuku regretted not arriving sooner, but Gran Torino reassured him that he had sent Tsukachi for reinforcements before the situation escalated. Understanding the urgency, Izuku prepared to confront the giant villain, Gigantomachia. The villain declared his intent to defeat Izuku to please his master. Izuku challenged this, stating he had already defeated All for One. Gigantomachia clarified that his new master was Shigaraki. As the confrontation intensified, Gigantomachia charged at Izuku, landing a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Despite the pain, Izuku maintained a stoic expression as he healed himself. Determined, Izuku created fire spears and launched them at Gigantomachia, but they had no effect. He then attempted to use ice, only to find it equally ineffective. As Gigantomachia grew angrier, he attacked again, but Izuku skillfully dodged. Trying to strike back with 50% of One for All, Izuku managed to push Gigantomachia back slightly. Frustrated and contemplating his next move, Gran Torino advised him to incapacitate the giant. Izuku lamented that he should have brought Midnight, who could have been of great assistance. Gran Torino decided to seek out Midnight for help, urging Izuku to hold on until he returned. Izuku reassured him that he would heal no matter the injuries he sustained. As Gran Torino departed, Izuku asked Gigantomachia for his name, to which the villain ominously replied, reminding Izuku that he would kill him. Izuku activated One for All, preparing for the next round. Gigantomachia attacked again, but with his quirk activated, Izuku was able to block and counter, causing minor damage to the surrounding area. The giant lashed out with a kick, which Izuku narrowly avoided by leaping high into the air. As Gigantomachia searched for him, Izuku took the opportunity to kick him, causing the giant to stumble. Standing triumphantly on Gigantomachia's face, Izuku prepared for the next move. Gigantomachia attempted to grab Izuku, but he evaded and used his threads to immobilize the giant. Despite struggling, Gigantomachia found himself ensnared, and Izuku warned him against further resistance, explaining that the threads were nearly unbreakable. He positioned himself on Gigantomachia's head, waiting for Gran Torino's return. Moments later, a vehicle arrived, and Gran Torino, Midnight, and Tsukachi emerged. Izuku expressed his concern about the delay, but Gran Torino reassured him that it had only been 10 minutes. Midnight, feeling unnecessary, was reminded by Izuku that she could help put Gigantomachia to sleep. She approached the giant, but just as she was about to use her quirk, Gigantomachia swung an arm, sending her crashing into several trees. Izuku rushed to Midnight's side, finding her on the ground, nearly unconscious. He apologized, realizing she hadn't anticipated the giant's strength. After healing her, Midnight stood up without any injuries, playfully scolding Izuku for his recklessness. Just then, Gran Torino flew past them, and Izuku quickly healed him as well. Gran Torino, still not married, jokingly reminded Izuku to focus on the task at hand. Izuku returned to Gigantomachia, who was still attempting to rise. He warned the giant to stay still or face dire consequences. Ignoring the warning, Gigantomachia continued to struggle against the threads. Izuku, determined, pulled the threads tighter, effectively incapacitating the giant. Gigantomachia let out a cry of pain and collapsed to the ground. Izuku leaped onto Gigantomachia, offering a deal. If the giant remained still, he would heal him, otherwise he would let him bleed out. Gigantomachia nodded in agreement. Placing his hand on the giant's head, Izuku healed him, and the cries of pain ceased. With a sense of accomplishment, Izuku called for Midnight to approach. Midnight cautiously approached the subdued giant, questioning whether he would still pose a threat. Izuku assured her that he had secured him. As Midnight prepared to use her quirk to put Gigantomachia to sleep, she felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. Once she completed her task, Izuku felt relieved, knowing that the giant was no longer his concern. He bid farewell, ready to move on from the encounter. Tsukachi called out as he quickly flew away. He asked the young boy to help carry someone, but Izuku pretended he didn't hear and continued on his way to UA. Upon arriving at UA, Izuku saw his classroom with Aizawa and quickly entered through the window, taking his seat. Toga asked if it had been difficult. Izuku replied that the body had been very hard, like a rock, but his threads could cut through steel, smiling as he spoke. Aizawa scolded Midoriya for interrupting his class and ordered him to stand in the hallway. Izuku protested, saying he had saved Gran Torino's life, but Aizawa insisted he go to the hallway. Feeling defeated, Izuku left the classroom. Toga suggested that Aizawa should take away Midoriya's phone, as it would only give him free time if he kept it. Aizawa agreed and demanded Midoriya's phone. Izuku, sweating, claimed he had left it in the dormitory. Just then, a phone began to ring, and Izuku felt a chill as he turned to see Toga smiling with his phone at her ear. Aizawa stretched out his hand, demanding the phone quickly and telling Izuku to go to the hallway. With no choice, Izuku handed over his phone and exited the classroom. Aizawa resumed the lesson, and while Izuku's classmates were initially confused, they soon returned to normal as Aizawa continued teaching. 2 years had passed since the last time they saw the green-haired boy. The time had been relatively calm. While attacks continued, they were only Nomus, which they defeated easily upon discovering that their brains were their weak point. After a year, the League of Villains stopped attacking, but they knew the villains were still planning to destroy the heroes based on information from Hawks. Currently, UA was celebrating the sports festival, where Izuku had won the previous year. If he won again, he would be the first student to remain undefeated for 3 years in a row. Izuku expressed his concern that the league would attack City A, and Hawks confirmed that he had been told to prevent Izuku from interfering. Izuku decided to trust Hawks, who reassured him that he had never given false information in the past 2 years. Present Mike called for Izuku Midoriya to step onto the platform as his match was about to begin. Izuku waved goodbye to Hawks and headed to the arena, where he encountered Toga in the hallway. She eagerly stated that she would wait for him in the finals, confident she could defeat him this time. Izuku laughed and said he would give it his all to protect his title as the strongest. Toga asked who he would be fighting, and he replied that it was Todoroki. Toga warned him that Todoroki was very strong and that he could lose if he underestimated him. Izuku acknowledged her concern with a chuckle. Present Mike issued a final warning that if Izuku did not present himself in the combat arena, he would be disqualified. Izuku quickly ran and leaped into the arena like a superhero, prompting the audience to cheer his name. He felt their love. Todoroki declared he was ready and activated his fire side. Izuku responded that he was familiar with that trick and surrounded himself in flames. Todoroki revealed that it was not the same, activating a blue fire. Izuku was impressed. Midnight shouted for them to begin, and both fighters launched into action, propelled by their flames. As they clashed, Todoroki's strength overpowered Izuku, pushing his fist away and landing a blow to Izuku's face. Izuku acknowledged Todoroki's improvement, and Todoroki explained that since his father apologized to his family, he had been training without pressure. Izuku smiled and quickly activated his blue flames, launching an attack at Todoroki. Todoroki blocked the strike and created ice pillars from the ground that impacted Izuku, causing him to stagger back and spit blood. Izuku remarked that he felt as if his stomach had been pierced. Todoroki urged him to take the fight seriously, feeling as though Izuku was mocking him. Izuku reassured him that he had only wanted to see how much he had improved, but now he was ready to get serious. He surrounded himself with blue flames and green lightning, signaling the activation of his one for all. He charged at Todoroki, who was unable to block the blow and was sent flying. As Todoroki was about to exit the arena, he created a large ice pillar to stop himself. He propelled himself with fire to strike Izuku, who was also preparing an attack. Just as their fists were about to collide, Todoroki acted a wall of ice, which Izuku shattered with his punch. However, in the moment of destruction, he received a blow to the jaw that sent him soaring into the air. In mid-air, Izuku began to fly and created fire spears to launch at Todoroki. Todoroki attempted to defend himself with an ice wall, but it exploded just as he created it. The fire spears struck Todoroki, causing several burns. Without wasting any time, Izuku rushed toward Todoroki and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach, making him spit blood and fly off the platform. Midnight announced Izuku Midoriya as the winner of the match, advancing to the next phase. The audience erupted in excitement as Izuku went to check on Todoroki. He asked if Todoroki was okay while healing him. Todoroki admitted he thought he could defeat Izuku with his blue fire, but it was nearly impossible. Izuku offered some consolation, saying that compared to the previous year, Todoroki had become very strong. Todoroki thanked him but vowed to keep training until he could win. The two exchanged fist bumps and returned to their class. Midnight announced a 30-minute break for the finalists to rest and for interactive games to take place. In Class 1A, Mina praised Todoroki for his impressive performance. Toga excitedly told Izuku that their next match was coming up and promised she would win this time. Izuku smiled and said he wouldn't hold back but wished her luck. Hagakure interrupted, informing Midoriya that Eri was looking for him, and a small girl with white hair appeared behind her. Eri called out to her father, praising him for his amazing performance. The little girl expressed her excitement. Izuku gently patted Eri's head and acknowledged her father's strength. Toga asked Eri whom she would support in the finals, and Eri raised her hands, declaring her support for her mother. Izuku, with a tear in his eye, expressed his hope for Miko-chan to win. The 30 minutes passed quickly as Izuku, Toga, and Eri went to eat, while the rest of Class 1A participated in interactive games. Midnight announced that the grand final would begin shortly and requested the 2 finalists to enter the combat arena. Izuku picked up Eri and said it was their turn, leaving her with his mother. Toga, eager to get ahead, rushed to the arena. Izuku flew to Inko to drop off Eri. Inko wished him luck and promised that no matter who won, they would celebrate later. Izuku excitedly suggested going to the movies, depending on the winner. He was particularly thrilled about the new Avengers movie premiering that day. As Izuku arrived at the combat arena, Toga and Midnight were waiting. Midnight asked if they were ready and signaled the start of the match. Just as the fight was about to begin, Midnight's phone rang. Answering it, she learned that several Nomus and villains were wreaking havoc in City A and that they needed support. Midnight announced that the festival would be postponed due to the villain attack. Izuku volunteered to help, mentioning that the Hero Association had requested his assistance earlier. Toga insisted on joining him but was told to stay behind to protect Eri in case of an attack on UA. Reluctantly, she agreed but asked him not to take too long. After a quick kiss, Izuku rushed to the city under siege. Upon arrival, he saw several heroes struggling against the Nomus. He shouted that their weak point was their exposed brains, prompting the heroes to attack accordingly. One by one, the Nomus fell. Hawks, witnessing the ease of their defeat, commented on how it was becoming less entertaining. Izuku inquired about Shigaraki's whereabouts, but All for One, who was present, taunted him, revealing that he had been discovered by the heroes long ago. Izuku realized that Hawks had been misled. All for One laughed, claiming that Izuku was merely a distraction. Undeterred, Izuku prepared to defeat him quickly. All for One warned that he had gained new quirks since their last encounter. Izuku dismissed this, stating that without All for One, he was just another villain. A fierce exchange ensued, with Izuku striking All for One and sending him flying. All for One, enraged, attempted to retaliate, but Izuku blocked the attack and created an ice katana, launching an assault to sever All for One's arm. All for One defended himself with scales that grew on his arms, destroying the katana. Izuku remarked on the futility of All for One's quirks, knowing that if he defeated him, those powers would become his. All for One, frustrated, transformed into a monstrous form, but Izuku taunted him, calling him a puppy. As All for One charged, Izuku created a wind barrier that severed All for One's hand upon contact. All for One, now wounded, retreated, astonished by Izuku's power. He accused Izuku of being a monster, questioning the existence of such a quirk. Izuku shrugged off the comment, suggesting All for One ask a higher power. Desperate, All for One declared that if he was to lose, he would take down at least one hero with him. He placed his hands on the ground, causing it to crack open. Izuku and Hawks flew to prevent any casualties, but they were horrified to see heroes falling into the fissure. Izuku urged Hawks to save them with his feathers while he used his wind to pull the heroes to safety. Just as they were about to succeed, the ground rejoined, tragically claiming the lives of the heroes. The blood of those nearby stained Izuku, who fought back tears and bit his lip in anguish. All for One mocked Izuku's innocence, reveling in the chaos he had caused. But Izuku, filled with rage, confronted All for One, causing him to falter. In a moment of fear, All for One surrendered, pleading for mercy. Izuku, however, was unyielding, stating that taking a life meant paying with one's own. He created a red ice katana, declaring that the report would state that All for One had committed suicide after refusing to accept defeat. All for One protested, but Izuku assured him that Hawks would corroborate his story. Hawks confirmed that the report would indeed say All for One had taken his own life. Izuku glanced sideways at the green-haired figure. He raised his katana, aiming for a precise strike at AFO's neck. Despite activating his wolf quirk, which fortified his body and created barriers, Izuku's strike connected, ending AFO's threat in an instant. As AFO realized his fate, he acknowledged that this was indeed his end. Izuku, with a fierce determination, conjured blue flames and reduced AFO's lifeless body to ashes. He then turned to Hawks, stating that they needed to help at UA. Hawks was surprised, asking when Izuku had learned to create portals. Izuku explained that he had copied Kurogiri's quirk during a battle against the League of Villains but had kept it secret. Hawks, impressed, stepped through the portal, followed closely by Izuku, who closed it behind him. Upon emerging, they were met with the sight of a devastated academy. Hawks expressed disbelief at the scene before them. Izuku took to the skies, his heart sinking as he observed the destruction and heroes struggling against villainous attacks. He landed beside Hawks and quickly assessed the situation. There were numerous heroes trying to fend off the villains, and Izuku urged Hawks to assist them while he went to help someone else. Suddenly, a figure was hurled through a wall, and Izuku recognized it immediately. He rushed to the aid of Bakugo, who was in pain but still defiant. Izuku, concerned, asked about their friends and family, gripping Bakugo's shirt tightly. Bakugo, irritated, reassured him that Eri and his mother were safe, having been evacuated. However, when Izuku inquired about Toga, Bakugo bluntly informed him that she was fighting alongside others against the villains. Realizing there was no time to waste, Izuku took to the air again, while Hawks flew off to assist the heroes. Bakugo, refusing to be left behind, quickly followed Izuku. In mere moments, Izuku reached the battleground where his classmates were engaged in combat. He called out to Kirishima, who greeted him with a smile, but the atmosphere shifted as the rest of Class 3A and 3B turned to see Izuku. With a swift motion, Izuku froze the villains in place, earning smiles and cheers from his classmates. They gathered around him, expecting a battle plan, but were taken aback when Izuku suddenly struck Monoma, sending him flying. Kendo questioned his actions, and Izuku explained that Monoma was the traitor among them. Laughter erupted from Monoma, who admitted that he had been discovered. Kendo pressed him for answers, demanding to know why he had allied with the villains. Monoma's response revealed his twisted desire to see aspiring heroes suffer, to relish in their downfall. However, before he could elaborate, a tentacle pierced through his chest, shocking everyone present. Shigaraki, with an indifferent expression, remarked on Monoma's excessive chatter. As Monoma fell to the ground, he realized his usefulness had come to an end. Toga, witnessing the scene, pleaded with Izuku to help Monoma, but Izuku hesitated, believing he deserved his fate. Seeing Toga's desperate eyes, Izuku sighed and charged at Shigaraki. The villain, however, anticipated his move and disintegrated Monoma before Izuku could reach him. Stunned and immobilized by the sight, Izuku barely dodged a tentacle aimed at his chest, only to feel it graze his shoulder. He retreated a few steps, healing himself as Toga checked on him. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, just a minor injury. He then turned his focus back to Shigaraki, instructing everyone to assist in rescuing civilians while Bakugo declared his intention to confront the villain directly. As explosions erupted around him, Bakugo charged at Shigaraki with determination. Shigaraki effortlessly dodged Bakugo's attack and countered with a tentacle aimed at his neck, but Izuku intervened, taking the hit himself. The tentacle struck Izuku's chest, causing him to cough up blood, leaving both classes stunned. They quickly rallied to confront Shigaraki. With a swift motion, Shigaraki hurled Izuku away and unleashed a powerful gust of wind that sent everyone flying. Izuku found himself amidst debris, clutching his chest to heal, but before he could fully recover, Shigaraki appeared before him and struck, sending him soaring through the air. In that moment, Izuku completed his healing and steadied himself. Shigaraki attempted to strike again, but Izuku fought back, exchanging blows with him. They clashed for several seconds until Izuku finally landed a punch on Shigaraki's face, sending him flying. Mid-air, Izuku delivered a kick to Shigaraki's chest, propelling him upward. Shigaraki halted in the air and conjured an energy ball, launching it toward Izuku. Izuku dodged the energy ball, but its impact on the ground created a massive explosion. Quickly, he formed a barrier to contain the blast, but the force of the explosion disrupted his concentration. Seizing the opportunity, Shigaraki landed a punch to Izuku's face, driving him into the ground. Shigaraki taunted Izuku, claiming that with his master's quirk, he saw Izuku as insignificant. Izuku, unfazed, dismissed Shigaraki's words, expressing his boredom. Shigaraki, enraged, wrapped his hands with tentacles and grew in size. Izuku, impressed, acknowledged Shigaraki's transformation. As Shigaraki emanated lightning and flames, Izuku took a serious stance and began to fly, positioning himself in front of Shigaraki. The sight of Shigaraki's massive form drew the attention of the heroes and both classes, who rushed to the scene. Toga called out to Izuku, who was surprised to see her. She reassured him that they had dealt with the other villains. Izuku urged her to leave, warning that Shigaraki was dangerous. Toga, confident in Izuku's strength, encouraged him, prompting Izuku to wipe away tears and smile, inviting her to enjoy the show. Shigaraki, eager for the chaos to unfold, proclaimed his desire to see hope turn to despair. Izuku, ready for the fight, stretched in mid-air and assumed a battle stance, activating his one-for-all at full power, along with Kirishima's quirk, enveloped in dark green flames. The heat radiated from him as gusts of wind swirled around. Seeing Izuku's transformation, Shigaraki began to regret underestimating him. Swallowing hard, he launched several energy balls at Izuku, who remained unfazed. With a swift motion, Izuku compressed the energy ball, preventing them from exploding. It was Izuku's turn to attack. In a flash, he appeared in front of Shigaraki and struck him hard, sending him staggering back. Shigaraki, feeling the pain, looked down to see a significant wound where Izuku had hit him. Quickly, he enveloped himself in a dark mass that healed his injuries. Izuku, intrigued, approached Shigaraki, curious about the dark mass. Angered, Shigaraki formed a massive hammer from it and swung down at Izuku. Shigaraki laughed, relishing the fear on the faces of the heroes and Izuku's classmates, but Izuku managed to resist the weight of the hammer. Izuku, amused, remarked on Shigaraki's ability to shape the dark mass. As Shigaraki attempted to retreat, Izuku appeared before him again, pressing him back into the ground. Izuku, now surrounded by a dark mass, expressed his excitement about its potential. Shigaraki, rising to his feet, returned to his normal size, frustrated by Izuku's taunts. Izuku, playing with the dark mass, demonstrated tricks that drew Shigaraki's ire. In a moment of rage, Shigaraki vowed to kill Izuku, activating multiple quirks that enhanced his strength and transformed his body into a monstrous form. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine but remained resolute. Shigaraki unleashed his tentacles, and despite Izuku's attempts to dodge, several struck him. He quickly distanced himself, healing as he moved. Without warning, Shigaraki appeared before him again, throwing a punch. Just as the punch was about to connect, Izuku smiled and created an explosion that sent Shigaraki flying. The heroes and classmates watched in shock, with one particular student feeling a mix of anger and pride. Shigaraki, realizing Izuku had another quirk, expressed his frustration that they had not been informed of this power. Izuku, with a grin, remarked that being a hero required more than just one trick. Shigaraki charged at him, launching a series of attacks, but Izuku dodged them all and countered with massive punches, enhanced by fire and the dark mass. Shigaraki was sent crashing into empty buildings, causing destruction. Before he could heal, Izuku appeared before him again, delivering a powerful punch that drove him deep into the ground. Placing a hand on Shigaraki's chest, Izuku deactivated his quirks, returning him to normal. Izuku explained that he hadn't copied all of Shigaraki's quirks initially because he wanted to give everyone a show. Injured and on the ground, Shigaraki spat blood at Izuku, laughing defiantly. Izuku wiped the blood from his face and turned back to Shigaraki with a smile. He had copied all of Shigaraki's quirks and, using all for one, stripped him of his abilities, leaving him as if he were quirkless. With determination, Izuku created an energy sphere and pressed it against Shigaraki's chest. Upon impact, the sphere caused an explosion that was contained by Izuku's barrier. As the smoke cleared, Izuku stood unharmed but with a torn costume. He raised his fist in victory, prompting cheers from the heroes and the crowd, who began shouting his name. Toga ran up and jumped into Izuku's arms, embracing him tightly. Izuku responded by gently stroking her hair and expressing how much he missed her. Toga looked into Izuku's eyes, blushing, and smiled back at him. Kirishima raised his fist in admiration, praising Izuku's efforts. Izuku accepted the fist bump with a light-hearted laugh. Bakugo, frustrated, grabbed Izuku by the collar, accusing him of stealing his explosion quirk. Izuku calmly explained that he needed it to defeat Shigaraki. Mina chimed in, suggesting that it looked like Izuku was just playing with Shigaraki. Todoroki agreed, noting that it certainly seemed that way. Tokoyami pointed out that no one was addressing Shigaraki's demise. Izuku simply remarked that he felt it was deserved. Just then a small voice called out. Eri ran toward Izuku, shouting for him as she approached. She leaped into his arms, which he welcomed warmly. He asked if she was okay and if she had been hurt. Eri reassured him that she was fine, as the heroes had taken them to a safe place. Inko, Eri's mother, confirmed that they were uninjured, much to Izuku's relief. Eri then asked if he had finished off the villain, to which Izuku replied that everything was over now, patting her head affectionately. Toga suggested they celebrate with ice cream, but Izuku explained that he needed to help rebuild the city and also recover Aizawa and present Mick's best friend. The two mentioned were taken aback and rushed over to Izuku. Aizawa, with a lump in his throat, asked who he was talking about. Izuku hesitated, trying to recall the name. He finally said he believed it was Shirakumo. Aizawa warned him not to joke about that, reminding him that Shirakumo had died years ago in an accident. Izuku insisted that Shirakumo was alive but had been transformed into a Nomu by the League. Present Mike, with a shaky voice, pointed out that they had eliminated all the Nomus, so it shouldn't matter. Izuku called out for Hawks, who appeared beside him. Izuku inquired about Kurogiri's whereabouts, and Hawks informed him that Kurogiri was imprisoned in Tartarus. Izuku then revealed that Kurogiri was the Nomu they were discussing. Aizawa and present Mike were at a loss for words, struggling to believe that their academy friend was still alive. Aizawa expressed his skepticism, recalling how they had confirmed Shirakumo's death. Gran Torino supported Izuku's claim, stating that Kurogiri showed several similarities in his DNA to Shirakumo. Present Mike lamented that even if it were true, they couldn't do anything since Kurogiri didn't remember them. Izuku proudly stated that he could help, explaining that his quirk wasn't just a simple healing ability, it allowed him to return things to their original state. Toga, holding Eri's hand, noted that it was essentially the same quirk as Eri's. Eri, confused, realized that her father had her quirk. Izuku confirmed this and expressed hope that it wouldn't bother her. Eri was excited at the prospect of learning to use her quirk without hurting anyone. Izuku playfully suggested they first help Aizawa lighten up. Aizawa, feeling a vein throb in his forehead, told Izuku to stop being silly and focus on finding Shirakumo. Izuku agreed and hugged Eri goodbye, promising to return for a caramel apple. Toga expressed her support for their mission, and Izuku playfully invited her along, knowing she would have joined anyway. Aizawa shouted for them to hurry up as he got into a vehicle. Izuku waved goodbye to Toga before taking off into the sky, quickly catching up to the car. Upon arriving at Tartarus, Izuku marveled at the size of the prison. The group continued deeper into the facility until they reached a medium-sized room made of glass. Izuku asked about the glass's durability, and Gran Torino assured him it was strong enough to withstand even his power. Curious, Izuku decided to test it, charging an explosion at 30% of one for all and firing it like a laser at the glass. The impact was powerful, but the glass remained intact. Gran Torino warned him it was enough, but Izuku, focused on breaking the glass, increased his power to 60%, causing the glass to glow red. Gran Torino repeated his warning, but Izuku was too concentrated to listen. As expected, the glass shattered into pieces, but before any shards could harm anyone, Izuku protected them all, including Kurogiri, with a barrier. Apologizing for going overboard, he lowered his head. Gran Torino remarked that Izuku was a monster, to which Izuku responded with a smile. Before they could continue their conversation, Aizawa and present Mike rushed toward Kurogiri, who greeted them. He noted that if they were with Izuku, it meant the battle was over and neither the boss nor Shigaraki had survived. Izuku confirmed this, addressing Kurogiri as Shirakumo, which surprised him. It didn't matter, they could call him whatever they wanted. Izuku had come to return Kurogiri to his true self. Kurogiri, confused, questioned Izuku's sanity. Aizawa was in disbelief, struggling to accept that Shirakumo was alive. Kurogiri, still unaware, asked who Shirakumo was. Izuku explained that Shirakumo was, in fact, Kurogiri. Kurogiri insisted he was Kurogiri, the protector of Shigaraki. Izuku clarified that Kurogiri had once been Shirakumo, who was believed to have died in an accident before All for One had found him and turned him into a Nomu. Present Mike chimed in, recalling fond memories of training and eating together with Shirakumo. Kurogiri dismissed this as nonsense, claiming he was merely a failed experiment. Izuku, determined, declared he would restore Kurogiri to his original self, grabbing his face as he began to rewind Kurogiri's memories. Kurogiri protested, but his cries turned into screams as the process began. Izuku reassured Aizawa and Present Mike that Kurogiri was indeed Shirakumo. Aizawa, surprised, acknowledged the truth. Present Mike expressed concern for Kurogiri's well-being, worried about the intensity of his screams. Izuku explained that Kurogiri was overwhelmed by the sudden influx of memories, akin to a severe headache. Kurogiri begged Izuku to stop, but Aizawa, feeling the weight of the situation, urged Izuku to cease the process. Ignoring Aizawa's plea, Izuku continued, prompting Aizawa to activate his quirk in desperation. To prevent Aizawa from erasing his work, Izuku enveloped himself in a dark mass. Aizawa attempted to break through but found it futile. He called for Present Mike's help, but Mike decided to trust Izuku, knowing his capabilities. After a tense moment, Aizawa ceased his attempts, realizing he had to trust Izuku. The three watched as the dark mass began to dissipate. Izuku announced that it was done and moved aside to reveal Shirakumo, who greeted them with a smile, expressing how much he had missed them. Aizawa and Present Mike embraced Shirakumo, welcoming him back. Izuku then playfully struck Aizawa, who reacted with annoyance. Izuku reminded Aizawa that if he had erased his quirk, the restoration would have been incomplete, risking Shirakumo's memories or even his life. Aizawa conceded that he would not have interfered had he known the plan. Shirakumo, eager to reconnect with his family, interrupted their banter, while Present Mike reminded him of his past with Shigaraki. Izuku clarified that he had restored Shirakumo's appearance and memories but had not erased anything. When Shirakumo inquired about his quirk, Izuku explained that he could return it to its original form, which involved creating clouds, but suggested that the portal ability was better. Shirakumo agreed, and Izuku excused himself, mentioning a promise to Eri to get her a caramel apple. Aizawa reminded Izuku that since the academy no longer existed, they would graduate early, in about 3 weeks. Izuku rushed to the dorms, only to find his classmates cleaning up the damage from the recent battle. He offered to help, and Kirishima welcomed him enthusiastically, admitting the task was exhausting. Izuku proposed they clear the debris while he and Eri would handle the reconstruction. Hagakure voiced concern for Eri's safety, but Izuku reassured her that it would be good training for Eri to overcome her fear of her quirk. He asked where Eri and Himiko were, and Mina informed him they had gone to get food. With that, they began cleaning up the mess. Izuku used his telekinesis to lift the debris and then destroyed it with a sphere of energy, ensuring no harm was done. As they finished, Eri arrived, curious about her role in the reconstruction. Izuku explained they would work together to rebuild. Eri expressed her fear, but Izuku comforted her, assuring her he would stop her quirk if necessary. Eri hesitated but eventually tried to activate her quirk, managing to make her horn glow before it returned to normal. Izuku encouraged her, explaining he could help control her quirk. Eri, feeling nervous, worried about causing harm. Izuku, wanting to reassure her, made a small cut on her finger, showing her they would use her quirk together. Izuku gently stroked Eri's head while simultaneously healing her and copying her quirk. Eri looked up, confused, as she noticed a pair of horns beginning to grow from Izuku's head. He smiled, feeling pleased with his new appearance. Toga, observing the transformation, remarked that Izuku could only copy someone's quirk when they were injured and questioned what he had done to Eri. Izuku insisted he hadn't done anything, explaining that Eri had just a scrape. Eri admired her father, commenting on how cool he looked, but wondered why his horns were green. Izuku explained that when he copied a quirk, it adapted to him. Encouraging Eri to activate her quirk again, she focused and managed to grow her little horn without causing any harm. Izuku praised her efforts and instructed her to take a deep breath and touch the destroyed tree nearby. Eri complied, closing her eyes as she lightly touched the tree, which began to restore itself to its former state. When he told her to open her eyes, Eri was astonished to see a small tree with flowers in front of her. Izuku smiled and suggested they rebuild their dorms together. Eri enthusiastically agreed, and after 3 hours of hard work, they had successfully reconstructed their dorms, including all their belongings. Exhausted, Izuku sat on the ground, while Eri admitted that using her quirk for so long was tiring. He placed a hand on her head, healing her fatigue, and suggested they find his mother to ask if they could order pizza for dinner. Eri cheered at the thought of pizza. Just then, Toga arrived with Inko, announcing her victory in a bet. Izuku was curious about what they had bet on, and Inko explained that they had guessed what everyone wanted to eat. Toga had predicted pizza while Inko had guessed hamburgers. Izuku felt a bead of sweat trickle down his face but said nothing as he called the pizzeria to order 5 family-sized pizzas while Toga contacted their classmates. After enjoying their meal, everyone went to sleep. 20 days later, the protagonists found themselves in the courtyard of a newly rebuilt UA. Toga asked Izuku if he was nervous, to which he admitted he was more than she could imagine. Toga joked about how quickly he had rebuilt the dorms and suggested he could have helped with the school. Izuku explained that if he had, they would have had classes as usual. Eri ran up to them, excited to see her parents. Inko shared that they had rushed to allow Eri to attend school despite not having been there in previous years. Eri complimented Izuku's beautiful suit, and he thanked her, while she also praised Inko's outfit. Toga smiled back at Eri, appreciating her kind words. As midnight announced the graduation ceremony, Toga pulled Izuku along, excited for their turn. Midnight spoke about Class 3A's history of facing numerous challenges, which had ultimately helped them grow stronger. Toga teased Izuku about his nerves, and he internally pleaded not to be called to give a speech. Midnight then introduced him as the student most likely to become the #1 hero. Toga playfully hit him on the head, reminding him of his luck in being the only one giving a speech. Wiping away a few tears, Izuku made his way to the podium. He began by reminding everyone of UA's motto, and the crowd responded enthusiastically. After his speech, Midnight presented him with a diploma and a license identifying him as a professional hero, continuing the tradition for the rest of the class. Feeling embarrassed, Izuku curled up, but Ida reassured him that he had done well. Eri chimed in, saying her father was amazing, trying to comfort him. Toga reminded Izuku that they needed to prepare for the graduation party that night. He agreed but asked her to go ahead as he had something to buy. Hours later, as night fell, Class 3A was celebrating in their dorms, dancing and enjoying themselves. Inko decided to take Eri out for a walk before they settled down for the night. Kirishima reminisced about the time Bakugo introduced his girlfriend, while Kaminari added that it was actually Mina who had followed him and later told them about it. Mina defended herself, saying it wasn't her fault Bakugo disappeared so often without explanation. Izuku, feeling nostalgic, decided to step outside for some fresh air and invited Toga to join him. As they walked a few meters, Izuku suddenly lifted Toga into his arms and flew toward the beach near his old home. Toga playfully scolded him for not warning her about his sudden flight. They landed at the beach, where Izuku reminisced about the moment he had asked Toga to be his girlfriend. They counted the years they had been together, realizing it had been 7, with their 8th anniversary approaching in 4 months. Izuku expressed a desire to change their anniversary date, wanting to make it permanent. Toga, confused, asked why, and he simply replied that he wanted to change it to today. With a sigh, Izuku activated his ice quirk, causing the ground to freeze and snow to begin falling around them. Toga admired the beauty of the moment. Izuku smiled as he watched a snowflake fall. He took Toga's hands in his own and expressed his gratitude. He acknowledged how she had always been by his side since childhood, supporting him and correcting his mistakes. She was the person who had helped him the most, and he loved her dearly. He wanted her to always be by his side. Releasing one of Toga's hands, Izuku knelt down and pulled a small heart-shaped box from behind his back. He opened the box and asked if she would marry him. Toga began to shed a few tears and nodded with a smile. Seeing her agreement, Izuku beamed and jumped for joy. Mina congratulated them with applause, followed by Hagakure, Todoroki, and Momo, all offering their well wishes. Izuku was surprised to see them and wondered how they had known they were there. Kirishima pointed out that Izuku was the only one capable of changing the weather. Izuku, realizing he needed some privacy, picked Toga up in a bridal carry and quickly flew away. After a few minutes, they landed in a secluded park on the outskirts of the city. Izuku expressed his happiness, and Toga shared her dream of starting a family with the person she loved. They discussed their plans for the future, including adopting Eri legally once they turned 18 and how they envisioned their family. Toga mentioned wanting a biological child, and Izuku hesitated, reminding her that they were still young. Toga insisted she was ready to be a mother, especially since they already had Eri. Izuku pointed out that if she became P-Arginine, she might have to stop being a hero. Toga acknowledged his point, lowering her head, but Izuku reassured her that they could fulfill her dream in a few years. Toga admitted she might have rushed things, accepting his embrace. They talked about their upcoming start as professional heroes and Toga's goal of reaching the top 10 before retiring. Izuku promised to become the #1 hero. They continued discussing various topics, including their wedding plans, until they returned to the dorms. The next day, Izuku and Toga were sleeping peacefully until a loud shout interrupted them. Izuku rushed downstairs to find his mother, Inko, instructing him to clean the dorms. He protested, reminding her he hadn't even been there the day before. Inko explained that all their friends had graduated and left, returning to their families. Toga, waking up groggily, noticed Inko's curiosity about her ring. Toga shared that Izuku had proposed to her the previous day, and Inko suggested they discuss it while Izuku tidied up. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, mentioned that Eri would help him. Inko reminded him that Eri was at school and he needed to pick her up in a couple of hours. After breakfast, Izuku set to work cleaning the dorms while Toga and Inko chatted. An hour and a half later, he finished and noticed that Toga and Inko had disappeared. He shrugged it off, thinking about picking up a caramel apple for Eri before heading to the school. On his way to buy the treat, Kirishima appeared and asked why Izuku was alone in the park. Izuku explained he was getting a caramel apple for Eri, who was starting school that day. Kirishima mentioned he had been with Mina, who had gone to the bathroom. Izuku teased him about a date, but Kirishima insisted it was just a friendly outing. Realizing the time, Kirishima pointed out that Eri's school day had ended. Izuku hurriedly opened a portal to get to her. Meanwhile, Eri was defending her claim that Izuku was her father against some skeptics. Just as tensions rose, a portal opened, and Izuku stepped through, apologizing for being late. He greeted Eri warmly and was met with surprise from the other children when they recognized him. Eri hugged Izuku, and one of the children asked for his autograph, while the child's mother expressed doubt about Izuku being Eri's father. Izuku clarified that while he wasn't her biological father, he loved her as if she were his daughter. The mother, a single parent herself, suggested they could go out sometime, but Izuku politely declined, reminding her that he was underage and engaged. As he prepared to leave, another child asked for his autograph, which Izuku gladly provided before saying goodbye. With Eri on his back, Izuku offered her the caramel apple he had bought. Eri thanked him and shared her experience at school, mentioning that her classmates didn't believe she was his daughter. Izuku reassured her that it didn't matter, eventually, everyone would see the truth. Eri laughed and suggested they go see her mother and grandmother. Izuku agreed but mentioned he needed to stop somewhere first and asked if she wanted to join him. Eri enthusiastically agreed. After a few minutes of flying, they arrived at a large building. Eri asked where they were, and Izuku explained that it was a hero agency. Since he didn't have his own agency to be recognized as a professional hero, he needed to join one. Eri inquired about the agency's owner, and Izuku smiled as he revealed it belonged to Mirko. Eri recalled that Mirko was the rabbit lady Izuku had saved from Muscular. Izuku chuckled, saying Mirko claimed she had let herself be defeated on purpose. Mirko, overhearing, playfully shouted that she had just wanted to trick him into being overconfident. Eri greeted Mirko with a smile, and Mirko asked her to call her by her name. Eri happily obliged. Mirko then turned to Izuku, reminding him that he was supposed to arrive at 10. Izuku apologized, explaining he had encountered some issues. Mirko playfully punched Izuku and then led him and Eri to her office to discuss how he would work at the agency. After a couple of hours, they wrapped up their conversation, informing Izuku that he would start working at Mirko's agency the following week. Izuku expressed his understanding, and Mirko confirmed that was all for now, looking forward to seeing him next week. As they left, Eri waved goodbye to Mirko, who returned the gesture with a smile. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Izuku and Eri found Inko and Toga waiting for them. Inko asked where they had been, and Izuku explained they had visited Mirko. Toga, with a smile, asked what the visit was for. Izuku reassured her that he was just joining the agency, and Eri added that the meeting had been boring, as they had only discussed hero work. Izuku then inquired about their day, noting that they had left before he finished getting ready. Toga handed him a small box, which puzzled Izuku. She explained that since he had given her a ring, she wanted to do the same so everyone would know he was engaged. Izuku found it sweet and thanked her with a smile. Eri, confused, asked about the engagement, and Izuku clarified that he had asked her mother to be his wife the previous day. Eri didn't fully understand but sensed it was a good thing. Toga excitedly mentioned that one day Eri would also find a boyfriend and get married. Izuku jokingly protested, declaring he would never get married, which only amused Toga. The rest of the week passed similarly, with Toga dropping Eri off at school while Izuku picked her up. By Monday, Izuku was flying around, searching for any incidents or attacks. After several minutes, he heard a cry for help. He quickly flew to the source of the sound, arriving at an alley where he found an injured man with a serious expression. Without hesitation, Izuku healed him and then dashed off in pursuit of the thief. The man expressed gratitude, but Izuku was focused on his task. Upon catching the thief, the man noted how quickly Izuku had acted and recognized him as a new hero. Izuku explained that he had gained some fame for defeating the #1 villain and being the strongest student at UA. The man seemed to recall Izuku from somewhere, and Izuku apologized for not remembering him. Curious, Izuku asked why the man hadn't screamed when he was shot. The man explained he had a quirk that nullified pain, which was helpful in situations like this. Izuku suddenly remembered that this was the man who had let him copy his quirk when he was a child. They shared a laugh about the past, and the man asked for Izuku's autograph, expressing his belief that Izuku would become the #1 hero. Izuku happily obliged before taking the thief to the police. Time passed, and 6 months later, Bakugo teased Izuku for trembling with nerves. Izuku defended himself, saying he couldn't help it, while Bakugo called him names. Their banter was interrupted when the door opened, and Bakugo jokingly told Izuku to wipe the drool from his mouth. Toga entered alongside Inko, with Eri behind them tossing rose petals. Toga took her place beside Izuku, while Inko and Eri went to sit down. Izuku complimented Toga, telling her she looked beautiful. Toga smiled and expressed her appreciation for Izuku's appearance. The ceremony began with Papa Francisco addressing the couple, asking Izuku if he had come willingly, without any pressure. Izuku confirmed his commitment. Then, the priest turned to Toga, asking her the same question, to which she also replied affirmatively. Papa Francisco continued, asking Izuku if he was ready to love and respect Toga for the rest of his life. Izuku nodded in agreement. The priest then asked Toga if she was prepared to love her husband, honor him throughout their marriage, and she accepted with a smile. The priest instructed them to take each other's hands and look into each other's eyes, symbolizing their mutual love. Izuku and Toga followed the instruction, smiling at one another. The priest guided Izuku to declare his acceptance of Toga as his wife, promising to be faithful in both good times and bad, in health and in sickness, to love and respect her every day of his life. Izuku repeated the words with a bright smile. Next, Papa Francisco asked Toga to repeat after him, affirming her acceptance of Izuku as her husband and her promise to be faithful. Toga echoed the priest's words, her smile unwavering. With that, the priest declared them husband and wife, inviting Izuku to kiss the bride. He leaned in and shared a kiss filled with love and affection, prompting applause and cheers from the guests. After the wedding, a celebration ensued. While there were some security issues and attempts by uninvited guests to enter, everything was resolved, and the festivities continued without a hitch. 5 years had passed since that day, and during that time, nothing particularly noteworthy had occurred. Izuku had risen to become the #1 hero, while Toga held the position of the 9th hero. The top heroes were ranked as follows: Izuku, Mirio, Bakugo, Todoroki, Tamaki, Endeavor, Nijire, Kirishima, Toga, and Kendo. One day, Izuku excitedly called out to Toga, who asked him to lower his voice. He explained that they still needed to buy supplies for the Christmas party. Toga suggested bringing Eri along, as she had a good eye for decorations. Izuku offered to help decorate the tree, but Toga reminded him that using Dragon Ball Z figures might not be the best idea. Izuku insisted that the colorful tree was meant to be eye-catching, but Toga pointed out that it shouldn't just be about the figure's hair. Eri, hearing the commotion, came down the stairs and inquired about the noise. Toga explained that Izuku wanted to decorate the tree with Goku figures again, prompting Eri to advise against it, recalling how her classmates had teased her about it before. Izuku dismissed their concerns as mere envy. Eri then mentioned that Grandma Inko would be visiting for Christmas, and Izuku confirmed that she couldn't celebrate without her favorite son. Toga reminded him that he was an only child and that Inko was coming to see Eri. Izuku realized that was why he hadn't received gifts lately. Toga suggested they go shopping, asking Eri to change so she could help choose decorations. After a while, they finished shopping and decorating. Toga and Eri looked at Izuku, questioning if they really needed all the decorations. Izuku conceded. Just then, Inko arrived, bringing gifts for her favorite granddaughter. Eri rushed to hug her grandmother, who marveled at how much Eri had grown since their last visit. Izuku teased Inko about being dramatic, but she brushed him off, eager to see how much Eri had changed. Eri stepped back to show off her growth, and Inko complimented her beauty. Eri shared her plans to become a nurse instead of a hero, explaining that she had already received a doctor's outfit due to her recommendation for UA. Inko expressed her excitement to see the outfit, and Eri dashed to her room to change. When Eri returned in her new outfit, Inko remarked on how similar it was to Recovery Girls but that it suited Eri even better. Toga then announced that dinner was ready, and they all sat down to eat. After a few hours of dining, opening gifts, and singing, Izuku declared it was late and that he was heading to bed, thanking his mother for coming. Inko reciprocated his gratitude. Eri, however, was not ready for bed and wanted to see the fireworks. Toga explained that she and Izuku needed to rest since heroes had to be ready for anything, but Inko offered to take Eri to the park to watch the fireworks. Eri eagerly agreed, and Inko reassured the couple that Eri would stay the night with her, allowing them to relax. Izuku winked at Toga. Finally finished, Izuku suggested they go to sleep. Toga smiled in agreement. As he lay down on the bed, Izuku quickly fell asleep. A few minutes later, he woke up feeling thirsty. He tried to get up but found himself unable to move. Confused, he looked around and saw Toga sitting on top of him, dressed in a way that left little to the imagination. He asked Toga what was happening and why he was tied up, a hint of fear in his voice. Toga grinned, telling him he was ready for his surprise. Before Izuku could respond, Toga silenced him with a deep kiss. He reciprocated, and after a few moments, they broke apart to catch their breath. Izuku felt a rush of emotions as Toga began to kiss his neck, leaving small marks that made him blush. Toga whispered in his ear about wanting a child with him, causing Izuku to feel a mix of confusion and excitement. He was unsure how Toga could say such things so boldly, but he found himself drawn to her. Before he realized it, his shirt was gone, revealing his toned body. Toga,